Well, I think they're sticking with the whole trend of spin bowlers. They're trying to capitalize on the effectiveness that spin bowlers have had throughout the tournament. I'm a bit surprised though because Keon Joseph, who really ran through the top order of the Windward Islands batting in the last match that they played, he's not in the squad. Neither is Niall Smith, and I thought that Niall Smith was having quite a good tournament. However, the Guyana Jaguars brass, they know exactly what they're contending with. I don't know if maybe injury concerns might be an issue. However, again, I'm just surprised that none of these or both of those fast bowlers were not in the squad.
Yes, indeed. So it's looking ahead as well for in terms of the omissions, Niall Smith for the Ghana Jaguars not in this match as well. That's a little bit surprising from Keon Joseph, who, by the way, these two teams met in the final preliminary round game, and it was a facile victory for the Ghana Jaguars, winning by 9 wickets, overhauling a paltry score made of 153 by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They made 155 for 1 with Shimon Hetmar among the not-out batsmen. He got a half century there, 68 not out. So I'm a little bit surprised that Niall Smith is not in this match. As you're counting, just making sure that you have all the numbers there.
Yes, I think you may have called 10 players. There might be one missing. So I'm just looking at that there might be another player in the Guyana squad that we might be missing.
Okay, so I'll get back to you. But in terms of Niall Smith not being in...
Yes, I think he has been quite consistent throughout the tournament. I think his economy rate throughout the tournament has been just above 4, and he has shown he's been quite effective taking wickets at crucial stages of the matches that he has played in. And of all the fast bowlers that I've seen in the tournament, outside of the experience of the fast bowler there for Trinidad and Tobago, Ravi Rampal, I think he has been the most consistent in hitting his spots on the pitch, hitting the areas on the pitch, and utilizing the pitch in terms of variable bounce and so forth out there. And so, again, my surprise, even though Keon Joseph may have run through the Windward's top order, to me, he was not as consistent hitting his spots.
Raymond Reefer was the other player who we never mentioned for the Ghana Jaguars, so Raymond Reefer. So it's, again, just giving you the teams again as we speak. And by the way, the Ghana Jaguars will be batting first. The Ghana Jaguars will be batting. So for these, by the way, the Volcanoes will field after winning the toss. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes winning the toss and fielding. So again, the teams, Raymond Reefer coming in, as well as Versami Pamal, Shandapal Hemraj, Shimon Hetmar, Leon Johnson, the captain, Christopher Barnwell, Anthony Bramble, Kevin Sinclair, Gudakesh Moti, Romario Shepherd, Tevin Imlak. We mentioned that Versami Pamal and Raymond Reefer are in. For the Windward Islands Volcanoes, it's Sonny Lamberts, Kevin Stout, Alec Athanase, Emmanuel Stewart, Karen Kotoy, Larry Edward, Ryan John, Preston McSween, Ray Jordan, Andre Fletcher, Obed McCoy, and Kavem Hodge makes it into this encounter as well. So, as I said, aspirations collide. It's a wonderful occasion here. The Windward Islands Volcanoes will field after winning the toss. The Ghana Jaguars, therefore, will take in fact, the batsmen are already there. We're seeing Chanapol Hemraj taking his guard. Looks to be a middle and leg guard that he's taking, and he'll be facing up to the bowler who seems to be Ryan John, who will be bowling from the northern end. So we're getting ready for the action to start. Of course, the players will be taking the knee in recognition of the need to tackle racial and social injustice around the world. Let's take a very short break, and then when we come back, we'll have the action for you.
This is Middle Stop on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island, take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your reservations today. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
This is Middle Stop on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Thank you so much for staying with us right here on all ABS platforms, on ABS Radio, as well as a collaboration, of course, with the Vibes Radio Dominica. We're getting ready for the first ball here, and it'll be bowled by Preston McSween, the left-arm pacer from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. He'll be bowling to Shanapol Hemraj. 2 list A hundreds, 3 list A 50s. He'll, of course, be looking to give the Guyana Jaguars a good foundation here, Vinci, and we look forward to a fascinating match. Semi-final 2 about to begin here at Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Yes, quite a resplendent atmosphere out there. The sun is out in all its glory. The players are now kneeling with the raised fist, and we certainly expect that Shandapal Hemraj will be looking to continue his form throughout the tournament. The last game he looked particularly good. Remember, in the first game he also looked good, and in the game against Trinidad and Tobago, he looked quite destructive initially when he and Timlak put on over in excess of 100 runs for their opening partnership, but then they fell off. If he can put together something similar today, and then the rest of the team can build around it, they should have a very, very competitive score against the Windward Islands.
Absolutely. So it's going to be Preston McSween to bowl to the Shandapol Hemraj. Opening for the Guyana Jaguars. There is a slip in place in Sonny Lambert. As here comes the left arm bowls, and this one is played into the offside. The stroke to there. He was looking to play that one straighter. It seems to have come off a very thick outer part of the bat, just going into the covers. There is no run. So the first ball bowled in this match. We should remind you, of course, that these two teams faced in the final preliminary round game of the championship. It was a very easy victory for the Ghana Jaguars. By then, of course, both teams had already booked their place in the semi-finals, so you could argue that both of them had actually rested a number of their key players. Here comes Preston McSween. He's up to the wicket bowls, and this one is outside the off stump. He seems to have, he's shaped to have pulled the bat away, but that was a good delivery, certainly in the corridor of uncertainty. Look back at the replay to just make sure that he was able to pull the bat inside. He actually played at it. So that one was beaten outside the off stump with Shandapol Hemraj, getting it right in terms of the corridor of uncertainty that Preston McSween.
Well, he's getting some early movement. That one started to the line of trajectory was going towards middle and off, but then it straightened and left the batsman.
Here comes another delivery, and this time played solidly in behind that one is the batsman Shandapol Hemraj. Shandapol Hemraj, the left-handed batsman. In the last game, he gave the Ghana Jaguars a very good start in chase of a very paltry score, and certainly he'd be wanting to not only do that or pretty much replicate that, but also to better that this time. So Shandapol Hemraj starts to wait now as Preston McSween starts to moving from the northern end. Brilliant sunshine here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the home of West Indies cricket. Here he comes, bowls, and this one is shorter and has turned off the legs, but he can't score. Down to looks to be Kato down there at the short fine leg position. There is no run. Score remains, Keita is not playing in this one, it's Tout. And so the score remains 0-0 at this point. Preston McSween is, except for that delivery which was down the leg side a bit, or on leg or just the outside leg, pretty much he's kept a decent line. Yeah,
at this stage you want to keep the pressure. You're getting some movement out there, so you want to keep the batsman playing as much as possible.
Here he comes, the bowls, and this one is turned into the onside. Can't score though. Mid-on comes around very quickly the field. They're kept, so he has to keep at their respective creases. One ball left, so we're looking like possibly we could start with a maiden here for Preston McSween. So one ball left in the first over.
Yeah, he needs to continue to attack the off-stump, just about off-stump line, to exploit the movement that he's getting there away from the left-handed batsman.
Here comes Preston McSween. He's up to the wicket in bowls, and this one is played down to mid-on. That's the end of over number 1. There is no run. A 0-0 after 1 overs with Hemraj and Imlak, the opening batsman for the Ghana Jaguars. The toss was won by the Windward's Volcanoes, winning the toss and electing to field Ghana Jaguars after a maiden over to start from Preston McSween.
Yeah, good start there by Preston McSween. In the over, he started to bowl a bit more, a bit straighter to the batsman. More like on the middle and leg stump line. But what I would like to see him at this very early stage of the innings is to just keep it right there, just about off stump. He's already getting movement away from the left-handed batsman, and if he can bring that, if he can continue pitching it there, there's a possibility that he may just get that outside edge. And Shandapal Hemraj is a batsman that you want to get early in this innings. You don't want him to get comfortable and start hitting the ball around, because you know he can be quite aggressive.
He can indeed be quite aggressive. So the opening bowler here, so it's going to be a mixture of a spin and pace, because it will be spin from the southern end, spin from the southern end. And so we're going to be seeing the introduction of Alec Athenaeus from the southern end. He'll be bowling to the right-handed Tevin Imlach. So Tevin Imlach will be taking his first deliveries here. Tevin Imlach to face Alec Athenaeus, the second over to start here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. This is, of course, the second semi-final in this CG Insurance Super 50 bowls, and this one is turned into the onside, fielded by the Spice Man, who is Andre Fletcher. And there is... actually, where did that one... Did he take a shot at the stumps?
Overthrow.
Oh my God. I mean, that was turned into the onside. The first runs for actually 2 runs. Thank you so much, Anthony, because for a second I'd take my eye off the match, and then look what happened. Spiceman had a shot at the stumps. Andre Fletcher, that is, fielding at mid-wicket, took a shot at the stumps. The ball went for overthrows. 2. In fact, so the Guyana Jaguars off the mark. Tevin Imlach on 2. He faces up again to Alec Athenaeus bowls, and this one is turned into the onside again. This time they can't. Well, actually, a little bit of a misfield, so sloppy in the field. So certainly at the start of the proceedings here, that should not have been 1. Eventually, the batsmen were able to get 1 because there was a misfield there, and eventually Larry Edward was the one who was guilty of that.
Yes, 3 runs already given away in this over, unnecessarily so. The first runs. The overthrows that were given away, there was no need for the Spiceman to throw the ball like that. The batsmen weren't backing up. Just lob the ball into the keeper. No need to be so aggressive. I can understand that you want to be, you want to feel like you're into the game, but you have to think with every decision you make out there.
Alec Athenaeus comes between the umpire and the stumps bowls, and this one is driven over the extra cover uppishly for 4. 1 bounce on the boundary. Shanapol Hemraj was not taking any prisoners there. He saw the first over. It was a maiden over from Preston McSween, and this time the first ball he got from Alec Athenaeus is lifting it, getting to the pitch of it, lifting it high, and chance of that one being caught over extra cover for 4. This is power play 1 when only 2 fielders are allowed outside the circle.
Yes, very good shot there.
Here comes Alec Athenaeus. What will his response be? He's up to wicket bowls. This time, bang on target. Shandapol Hemraj just turned it into the onside. There is no runners. This time, the Spiceman actually spices up his fielding. Andre Fletcher just fields that one and returns it very calmly to the bowler, who starts to move in again between the umpire and the stumps. He's up to the wicket. This one is short, and that's a long hop. It is 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. So that was the umpire just waiting to be getting, it seems from our vantage point that he just dropped inside the boundary ropes, but the umpire just getting clarification and confirmation that it was in fact 4, just waiting for the signal, just waiting for the clarification. But that one was a rank long hop, pretty much just midway down the pitch. That one was almost a loosener. You can't say it was a loosener because he's bowled quite a few deliveries, and so Alec Athenaeus, bad ball, given the treatment.
Awful delivery. Long hop down the leg side, and that Shandapal Hemraj is not going to miss many of those. He just exploded on that one. No one was in the position to protect him from that shot. So he knew it was going to be 3 runs once he got bat onto ball.
So the signal is a confirmation that it was 4. I mean, we could have seen that with our naked eye. They didn't have to go to the cameras there. I mean, we are better than 2020, you know. So, yes, so 4 runs for Shandapol Hemraj. Another boundary for him. He faces up now. He's taking a liking to Alec Athenaeus, who bowls to him, and this one is bang on target, better delivery. He's forward, displaying it on the onside of the pitch. Running around to field is Alec Athenaeus. There is no run. 11 without loss. So sloppy work so far by the Windward's Volcanoes. They gave away 3 runs so far in this over on the onside for Tevin Imlach, and then it was in fact that's the end of the over, so that's the end of over number 2, an over that cost Alec Athenaeus 11 runs, so conceding 11 runs. The first 3 of those 11 were for sloppy work in the onside from Tevin Imlach, and then 2 boundaries lifted over. One was lifted over extra cover, and one was a rank long hop, which Shandapol Hemraj just lifted over the backward square leg. So he's on 8, Tevin Imlach on 3, 11 without loss. That's the latest score after 2 overs. The Guyana Jaguars after being put into bat by the Windward's Volcanoes.
Yes, those 3 runs that were given away at the beginning of the over could have been the reason why 11 runs were scored off of that over. Tevin Imlach is the more sedate of both batsmen, and they gave him 3 runs, which gave Shandapal an opportunity, or Shandapal Hemraj an opportunity to go after Alec Athenaeus. And yes, he did bowl some bad deliveries to him, but I believe that the relief of that pressure and giving up those 3 runs resulted in an overall amount of 11 runs coming from that over.
The right-handed Tevin Imlach faces the left-handed Preston McSween, and this is a foolish delivery outside off stump. He misses it totally. The ball is taken by the wicket-keeper Emmanuel Stewart. There is no run, so there's a slip in place. A slip. Third man on the boundary, who is Kevin Stout. There's a backward point in Karen Kotoy, who is a very good fielder. There's a cover in Spiceman Andre Fletcher. There's a mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and there's a deep mid-wicket and a short fine leg. So that's the field for Preston McSween in glorious sunshine, turning at the northern end. He's going to be bowled, who is on 3. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is outside the off-stump, left alone. Batsman just shoulders arms, just picked up the line very quickly, left that one to be taken by Emmanuel Stewart. There is no run, 11 without loss.
Yes, a very good line. The ball just following its trajectory all the way through outside off stump. Based on the swing that he was getting to the left-hander, I wonder what will happen if you were to bring it more on the off-stump line. If you would get it starting to tail back into the right-hander, that might give him a bit more of a challenge.
Here comes Preston McSween. He's up to the wicket and bowls. Outside the off-stump again, shouldering arms is Tevin Imlach, not tempted to go for the expansive drive. That was pitched up outside the off-stump, perhaps inveigling the batsman into a drive, but he would not be tempted. He does not yield to the temptation. There's a slip in Sonny Lambris, and there is a backward point in Karen Kotoy.
Yes, and that ball is pretty much following the trajectory of the left-hander, pitching it outside the off-stump for the right-hander. However, you know, he may want to, maybe he's setting him up for bringing that one back into him. Let's see how it goes, but he's doing a good job so far.
Preston McSween to bowl the fourth delivery in over number 3. Again, the same kind of delivery that's slanting across the batsman. He will not be tempted, left alone to be taken by wicketkeeper Emmanuel Stewart. So the players not playing for the Windward Islands Volcanoes left out for this contest. Kimani Melius and Roland Cater, of course, 2 players who would have played for the winning West Indies emerging players in 2019, the last time this tournament was played, and which was won by the West Indies emerging players. So Roland Cater and Kimani Melius out. Also out Kenneth Dember and Obed McCoy. Here comes Preston McSween. He's up and bowls, and this time is driven, but can't beat Karen Kotoy. Good feeling at backward point, almost cat-like in his reflexes there. The score remains 11 without loss, and Imlach remains on 3. Good feeling there by Karen Kotoy.
Yes, very good feeling there by the bleach blonde-haired Karen Kotoy. Looking quite cat-like out there, so very good support of his bowler.
Indeed, Kimani Melius, as we said, out. Roland Cato, Kenneth Dember and Obed McCoy are out.
So here we see the bowler going around the wicket now.
Indeed.
So maybe he's going to try and explore the ball coming back into the right-hander.
Here he comes, bowls, and this one is driven down to the offside of the pitch. It's fielded at mid-off. There is no run. That's the end of over number 3. So after 3 overs, good over there by Preston McSween. Yet another maiden. So 2 maidens on the trot for Preston McSween. And after 3 overs, the Guyana Jaguars, put into bat by the Windward Islands Volcanoes, are 11 without loss, with Imlach on 3, and the more aggressive, the more pugnacious Shanapol Hemraj on 8 of 10.
Yeah, it's a very good over again by McSween. You could see him testing the batsman outside off stump. The batsman just electing not to play at those deliveries. Final delivery of the over, though, he tried to attack the stump more. You could see the batsman reaching out, feeling, keeping him out. But again, he's been testing, and that's a good thing, good sign. Here
comes Alec Athenace, the start on the new over. He bowls, and this is turned very nicely into the onside. Fielded there, the deep mid wicket fielder that's coming off the boundary to field. There is 1 run for Shandapol Hemraj. So Shandapol Hemraj now moves up to 9, and the score up to 12 without loss. We should, of course, tell you that we did tell you about the players who are not playing for this for the Windward's Volcanoes. We'll talk about the Ghana Jaguars in a short while, including Niall Smith and Keon Joseph. They're out for this match. Here comes another delivery here, driven very nicely into the offside, partially fielded there at cover, and they get 1. They will have to be content with 1. So good work there in the covers by the number 5 for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Very, very good work by Kavim Hodge. So Kavim Hodge, who was drafted in for this match, has done fantastic work. In fact, he's now being put out to deep mid-wicket for the left-handed Shandapol Hemraj. So Shandapol Hemraj, so there are 2 players out on for this power play. 1 for Shandapol Hemraj, a deep mid-wicket and a long on. Here comes bowls, and wow, he advanced down the pitch, looking to heave that one over the onside, looking to challenge those fielders on the boundary. He missed, and had the ball not cannoned into his pad and just rolled out into the offside, it would have been a stumping chance for Emmanuel Stewart, whose glove work, by the way, has not been stellar in this competition at all. Here comes Shandapol Hemraj. He's preparing now to face another delivery from Alec Athenace. So far, in fact, that's pushing this down to a long on. They get one. They'll have to be content with that. They ran the first one very, very hard, but they can't get another one. So one more to Shanapol Hemraj. He moves up to 10. Imlak on 4 comes back into strike. 14 without loss.
Yes, just punching that one. Good timing. Came off the bat nicely. Down to long on. Getting a single, but not in any haste for a second run there just a while ago.
3 runs off the over so far, and there will be a 4th and possibly more because this one is punched through the offside. It will go into the boundary now, 4 runs. So the first boundary for Tevin Imlak that's going back, didn't go for power, went for more for timing and also placement. He got both perfectly, and 4 runs into the square cover boundary. That was a very good cut shot of the back foot, beating the very, very good Karen Kotoy at backward point.
Yes, a very, very well played shot. The timing was good. He didn't overhit it. He just got back, hit it into the gap, and after it beat the fielder, it just raced away to the boundary. Extremely good shot, I think, there by Imlak. And Imlak has shown the capacity to time the ball throughout the tournament, and he's continuing to play that role.
Here he is. He's facing up again to Alec Athanaze between the umpire and the stumps. He's up on balls, short delivery, and this time he gets away with that one because it was short, but it was a little bit straighter. And that's the end of over number 4. That one was played back along the pitch to be fielded by the bowler on his follow-through. Now Tevin Imlak simulates a shot that he could have played, perhaps should have played, which was one over possibly the very deep, of a deep mid-wicket and wide long on. That's the end of over number 4. 18 without loss. 10 is Shanapol Hemraj. Imlak on 8. That's the latest score as the Ghana Jaguars batting after being put into bat by the Windward Volcanoes.
Yes, that's exactly the shot that he should have played. A pull shot towards the mid-wicket backward square, forward square leg position. However, it just begs to mind that he is also thinking. They already got 7 runs out of the over, and he's saying, maybe there might have been an element of risk. So, just push it back down the pitch. We got 7 runs so far out of the over. Let me play it out. The longer I'm here, the more runs I get, the better for the team.
It's going to be Shanapol Hemraj to face Preston McSween. And let's see. So far, Preston McSween has bowled 2 maidens on the trot. Will this be the 3rd? He's up to the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Shanapol Hemraj, and he's taking on the pad. Loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. They went up in unison for that one. Yorker length delivery. It cannoned into his ankle. There was a huge appeal. But not out, says the umpire. He's unmoved. Let's look back at the replay at the it was tailing down leg side. So that one's tailing down leg side, but very good delivery, good thinking to pitch up the ball really on looking for the stumps.
Yes, very good thinking to bowl a full length, but that was way outside leg stump. I still don't understand why they went up so strongly in appeal, but that was missing the stump by about another 3 stumps.
Here he comes. He bowls and going for an expansive drive, flashing at it, missing the ball, flying past the outside edge. Shanapol Hemraj is a little bit unsettled here. Preston McSween has been bowling quite well. So far, he's bowled 14 deliveries without a run being conceded. We should tell you for the Ghana Jaguars, in terms of the players they've left out, I'm pretty sure it was a headache for the selectors there. Akshay Prasad, Ramal Lewis, Niall Smith, and Keon Joseph have been left out for this match. That's rather interesting because Keon Joseph was the one who wrecked the Ghana Jaguars top order in the last match. Here he comes. He bowls in this one. He's punched into the covers of the back foot. The first run being conceded. Kavem Hodge does the fielding, just tumbling away to his right. The first run being conceded by Preston McSween. 1 run more to Shanapol Hemraj. He moves up to 11. The score 19 without loss. This is over number 5. Imlak on 8 comes back into strike.
Yeah, the first run scored off of McSween so far in this spell. And the shot, the previous shot, if I'm McSween, I'm not concerned about it because I'm getting the ball to move. As you notice, he played down the line that he thought the ball was coming, but the ball left him and he completely missed. He might just get an edge. He's
around the wicket and bowls, and this one is turned down to the onside. They get a quick run, a flash of a shot of the stumps. They might get, actually, they won't get an overthrow. That one was played down to mid-on by Tevin Imlak, the right-hander. He darted through for the run. It was a very close one because, let me see, had he hit, it might have been curtains, for Tevin Imlak. It would have been very close at the very least. At the very least. So it brings back, so he's now on 9, Tevin Imlak. The score 20 without loss. This is over number 5. So 2 runs conceded so far. As we look back at the replay, and he would have possibly been out. Had that one hit direct, he would have been out. This one is short, in the air. Will it be a catch? It will be actually just tossed up inside the boundary. They get 2 more runs. So Shanda Paul Hemorrhage, 2 more runs for him. That one was just lifted up and over the offside. Lifted, not pretty much didn't go for pace on that, didn't go for power on that one. Just getting 2 runs as the ball was lifted over the covers, and running around to field to his right was a long off fielder. They got 22 without loss. Hemorrhage moves on 13. He's obviously very intent here and going after the bowling in power play 1.
Yes, his intent was to hit that over the boundary, but the ball jumped on him a bit, so he wasn't able to get the full extent on it.
He faces now another delivery and a full toss, which he doesn't quite. He almost took out Tevin Imlach there. That one was. He's perhaps looking at the umpire to see whether or not that one was over the waist. As it was not. That's the end of over number 5. 22 without loss. Power play 1. The Ghana Jaguars put into bat by the Windward's Volcanoes. Chanapol Hemorrhage on 18 and looking to tee off Imlach on 9 of 12. The more sedate of the batsmen. Maxine so far none for 4 of his 2 overs.
Yes,
his 3 overs.
3 overs. Very good bowling so far by Maxween, but I have a bit of concern. I think earlier in the tournament, Maxween had some issues with that full pitch delivery, the full toss, and I don't know if it's when he's trying to put a little bit more if the ball comes out that way, but he has to be careful with those full toss, because I think he bowled 1 or 2 that were over the waist earlier in the tournament, and in this game you cannot afford to not be able to give your captain your full complement of 10 overs.
Ryan John will be replacing Alec Athanase from the southern end. So pretty much 2 overs for Alec Athanase. Wasn't really penetrative, and in fact his first over cost 11. So he's been pulled by his captain Sonny Lambris, who is going for pace from the southern end. It's Ryan John. By the way, just for quick information on that. So for the Ghana Jaguars, they brought in Raymond Reefer and Veristami Pamal. Here comes Ryan John. He's up to the wicket to bowl his first delivery down the leg side, wide signalled. Emmanuel Stewart, who's been having a torrid tournament with the gloves, has a little challenge taking that one. The ball just dropping from his gloves, and but no challenge, a wide signal. So 1 more to the score. 23 without loss. So Ryan John bowling. So as we've indicated, the technical committee of the Super 50 has approved Ghana Jaguars left-handed all-rounder Raymond Reefer and experienced left-arm spinner Verasamy Pamal to replace wicketkeeper batsman Kemal Savory and batsman Assad Footed. Here comes Ryan John. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is a much better delivery, played to into square cover, fielded at backward point by Kyron Kotoy. There is no run, 23 without loss. And for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, Kavim Hodge, he's feeling at cover, number 5 on his shirt. He's in that cover position. He is the right-handed batsman who also bowls left-arm spin, has been included in place of opener Desron Maloney. So pretty much a bit of a change there, approved by the technical committee. So Kavim Hodge gets his first match in this 2021 Super 50, CG Insurance Super 50. Here comes Ryan John to bowl to the right-handed. He bowls, and this one is a French cut. He didn't know much more about that. That one's a huge gap between bat and pad. That's pretty much hung the bat out to almost dry. The ball coming off an inside edge, going between his body and the stumps down to that short fine leg position, no runs. So he has to be careful there. Huge gap between bat and pad.
Yes, I think the batsman may have been defeated a bit by the variable bounce there. However, Ryan John would have to do a lot better this game, because the last game he was certainly hit about by the Guyana Jaguars batsman when he bowled.
Here comes that Ryan John. This one is pitched up and loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire, as the ball trickles into the onside, fielded by the Spiceman Andre Fletcher. There is no run. 3 balls left in over number 6, the first for Ryan John. So far he's conceded just 1 run from this. He's kept things tight. He's pretty much engineered some variation with his pace, and he's also getting a little bounce as well. Earlier there was a moral victory for Ryan John because he got an inside edge, almost a French cut for Tevin Imlach. Ball is going to a short fine leg. Here comes Ryan John, 23 without loss. He's up to the wicket from the southern end to bowl, and this one is forward. Comes Tevin Imlach, plays it into the onside. There is no run. Andre Fletcher comes around to field. There is no run in that mid-wicket position.
Yes, a good delivery there. You know, for the whole tournament, we've been talking about the variable bounce that usually occurs at that end, and it's important for the bowlers to try and exploit that variable bounce. And keep the ball straight. However, when the delivery is straight, it's also important for the batsman to be a bit more circumspect and watchful.
Here's Ryan John. He's up to the wicket balls, and again, pretty much an identical delivery to the last one. Identical result as well. Played into the onside. Coming around to field is Andre Fletcher, wearing number 72, the Spice Man, who's rather resplendent and rather flamboyant in the field today. Is here and glasses. Comes around to field. There is Naran. He claps away, looking to motivate his fellow players. Imlak stays on 9. Hemraj on 13, 23 without loss. 1 ball left in over number 6.
Well, you need all that motivation you can get out there. Sometimes when you're playing a semi-final game, you really shouldn't have to be motivated by anyone else because it's a semi-final game. You know, you should come to the party ready.
Here comes Ryan John. He's up to the wicket to bowl, and this one is again pitched up, turned into the onside, fielded there at short fine leg. That's the end of over number 6. The first for Ryan John. Just 1 run conceded, so a good start by Ryan John. At the end of 6, 23 without loss. The Ghana Jaguars looking to tee off, but pretty much not quite getting the ball coming on just yet. Hemraj looking the more aggressive. He's on 13 off 18, and Tevin Imlak on 9 off 18. That's the latest score here at the home of West Indies cricket, Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Yes, another good over, steady over. I think the batsman was a bit more watchful to the bowler, and only 1 run scored. The Guyana batsmen, the Guyana Jaguars haven't lost any wickets yet, and they would want to maintain that while maintaining the scoring rate. Chandapal Hemraj, though, you could see intent from him. He certainly looks like he wants to get on with things, and if McSween can exploit it properly, he could probably take his wicket.
Here comes Maxwell balls, and this one is turned into the onside. Feeling very quickly is Spice Man Andre Fletcher. There is no run. Chandapal Hemraj there, just turning that one into the leg side, looking to score, but the very alert. Very good reflexes, Andre Fletcher. He looks very keyed into this contest. He looks very motivated today, Andre Fletcher. Perhaps that couldn't be said of the last match when these two teams met, the last one in the preliminaries. He looked rather lackluster, and in fact, he was out without scoring. Here comes Preston McSween is up to the wicket and bowls, and this one just back of a length, punch into the covers, fielded there by Kavem Hodge. There is no run, 23 without loss. Chandapal Hemraj remains on 13. For the last times these two teams met, Ryan John had figures of 5 overs, no maidens, 27 runs, no wickets. In fact, of course, there was only 1 wicket that fell, and it fell to Alec Athanaze. He had figures of 7 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, 1 wicket. So his 7 overs went for 30, not bad at all. But Ryan John bowled only 5 overs in that contest. In fact, the Ghana Jaguars didn't need a lot of overs to complete. Here comes Preston McSween, and this one is punched over backward point for 4. So this one was short, getting the treatment, getting a chance to free us to muscle it over backward point. 4 runs to Chandapal Hemraj. He rushes on. He certainly looks to want to kick on here.
Well, he certainly did play at that shot, at that ball. I don't know if I would exactly said he muscled it over the area. It looked more like it flew off the outside edge of the bat, or the outside part of the bat, flew over the infielders there and went away to the 3rd man boundary. It would have been interesting if a 3rd man or a fly, was in place.
A fly slip. Here comes another delivery, and he's taken on the pad. Looks to have been an inside edge there on that one. But he was looking to heave that one over the onside. He's eyeing the boundary, deep mid-wicket to, there's no long on, there's a deep mid-wicket out, more of a deep square leg pretty much. So he's eyeing a very expansive area in the long on, deep mid-wicket area. He wants to exploit. It's, of course, power play 1 with only 2 fielders out on the boundary, and these 2 fielders there's a deep backward square, and there is a long off. Here comes Preston McSween. He's turning at the top of his mark at the northern end. He's up to the wicket, 27 without loss. To bowler, this one is driven in the air. It will go into the boundary. 1 bounce 4 over extra cover. The fielder at long off was looking to run to his right, but he didn't have a chance. Just advancing down a little bit on that one. And a very assertive step down with his right leg and lifting that over, inside out, over extra cover. 4 runs, no chance for the long off fielder.
No chance at all. That one was played away quite well. In the air, yes, uppish. However, I think he played it where he wanted to play it, and he got 4 runs.
The long off fielder has come a little wider, and so he and the deep backward square leg fielder are the 2 fielders out in this power play 1. Here comes Preston McSween balls, and this one is whipped off the legs. Here fielding here by the deep mid-wicket fielder. They get 1 run, so the score moves up by 1. Chandapal Hemraj now 21 off 23, 30 32 without loss. That's the end of over number 7. So at the end of over number 30, at the end of number 7, 32 without loss, the Ghana Jaguars. Hemorrhage on 22, Imlak on 9. That's the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. That over went for 11 runs. 11 runs. No, actually 11 runs. 2 fours, and so
9 runs.
My bad, 9 runs. So 9 runs to up the tempo on him.
Yes, they're looking to do so, but I think Max Sween has to be he has to keep his head in the game. Not because you got hit away for 4, you need to change your line, maybe the length, but not necessarily the line, because the batsman is still going for his shots. Once he elected to go straight, the batsman was able to pick him off and just get him away through the mid-wicket region. You want to give yourself an opportunity to get wickets as much as possible.
So the 2 fielders out for Shanapol Hemorrhage as he's preparing to face up to Ryan John. There is a long off in Kevin Stout and Andre Fletcher on the deep, almost a deep extra cover boundary. Here comes Ryan John. He's up to the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Shanapol Hemorrhage, who is playing this very calmly, very quietly into the offside. There is no run. Fielded in the covers. 32 without loss. 32 without loss. I think Ryan John would now be realizing that Shanapol Hemorrhage is in a very, very belligerent mood. He certainly will go after anything that is in his arc. And I think he'll have to be very mindful about how he pitches. So both his line and his length will have to be perfect for that. Perhaps fuller deliveries would be better at this point.
Well, he needs to continue attacking the stumps. That's where I think he'd have his most success.
Here comes Ryan John. He's up to the wicket, and this one is a fuller delivery and just past the stumps. It will run very close to the boundary. Chase on here. They will get 2 runs. So that one, a gap there between, and that's exactly what I was thinking earlier about. This one was pitched up, foolish delivery. He went for the shot. It wasn't quite there. It came off on inside edge. In fact, it was a slower delivery actually as well. A big gap, and it came very perilously close to the off stump there as he went for that shot. In fact, millimeters away from the off stump as the ball came off the inside edge. So he got 2 runs, 2 fortuitous, serendipitous runs for Shanapol Hemorrhage. Here comes Ryan John. He's facing up, bowling now to Shanapol Hemorrhage on 24, and this one is playing it calmly into the covers. There is no run. Fielded there in that short cover position. No run. The score remains on 34 without loss. 34 without loss. The Ghana Jaguars winning the toss. Sorry, being put into bat by the Windward Volcanoes, who won the toss for the Ghana Jaguars. Out today are Akshaya Prasad, Ramal Lewis, Niall Smith, and Keon Joseph. So in comes Veerasamy Permaul as well as Raymond Reefer. Those 2 come into the side today. And out for the Windward's Volcanoes. We'll tell you about that after this delivery from Ryan John. He's up to the wicket to bowl, and this one is almost squared up a little bit. That was a good delivery, wicket on wicket, good length, good line, and all Shanapol Hemorrhage had to do, he was forced to defend that one. He certainly wants to tee off here in a very belligerent mood, but that one was not delivered to go after.
Yes, he wants to tee off, but as I said, I think Ryan John's best option today is keeping it wicket on wicket on a fuller length and exploiting that variable bounce that exists at that end of the pitch.
We'll tell you about who's left out for the Windward's Volcanoes. The penultimate delivery of this Ryan John over coming up, and this one is caught. Caught at backward point, well, in that short third man position, going for that shot. Seems to have been a slower delivery, came off a thick outer part of the bat, and caught is Shanapol Hemorrhage, 24 of 28. The Ghana Jaguars lose their first wicket, 34 for 1. We're in over number 8. Shanapol Hemorrhage was looking to go after the bowling. That delivery wasn't quite there. You can see a slower delivery, just rolling his fingers over it, going for the shot, reaching for it, caught at that short third man position, and he has to go. The first wicket going, Ryan John breaks the breakthrough.
Yes, very good delivery there. Well, in the context of the game, a very good delivery. What he did, he built up some pressure. Shanapol Hemorrhage, who is certainly looking to go after his shots, as soon as he saw something that was away from the stumps, he went after it. But the good thing about it, it was not a delivery of the same pace. It was a delivery that was held up, slowed up, and so he was through the shot, only managing to get an outside edge, giving his wicket away. Again, built up by Ryan John, exploiting bowling wicket on wicket and then slowing that one up. Yes, it was a bit off, but hey, it worked for him.
Absolutely, it did, and worked perfectly. Preston McSween, the one short third man who got the catch there. So Shimon Hetmar comes to the crease, the explosive batsman with replete with talent. He's brimful of talent, Shimon Hetmar. Hasn't really lived up to his billing, though. Certainly not so far in his List A career. So far, his List A, he has, 2 half-centuries now. He would have made... You were saying Vernon. Vernon's going to come on shortly. So the List A has 600s and 950s. My bad. So actually, I was looking at something else, Vernon, for his List A. But certainly, he would want to press on even further. Shimon Hetmar, and if any time that the Ghana Jaguars want him to come to the party, it is today. So catch there. Look back at the catch by Preston McSween and Shanapol Hemraj, a disappointed man. He would certainly have wanted to have built on the foundation that he would have laid. Shimon Hetmar. As I spoke, you'll hear from Philo Wallace today at the innings break, and Philo Wallace was spot on about Shimon Hetmar. Has a lot of talent, but hasn't always been judicious with his shot making. Well, let's see what happens here. He's facing up now to Ryan John. He's up to the wicket, bowls in this one, pitched up, full toss, pushed back along the pitch, driven actually pretty firmly back along the onside of the pitch. That's the end of over number 8, a successful over for Ryan John. The over in which he got the wicket of Shandapol Hemraj. He's 1 for 3 so far of 2, 1 for 3 of 2 Ryan John, 34 for 1 after 8. Hetmar, the new batsman, yet to get off the mark. Imlak on 9, the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. After more comments from Vincey Bourne, it'll be time for Vernon Springer.
Yes, a very good over there by John. You could see him thinking. In that over, he bowled a few balls that were on the stumps, wicket on wicket, and then he bowled 2 slow deliveries in that over. One of them, both slow balls induced a fall stroke. The first one, an inside edge that went down to fine leg, and the second one was the wicket taking delivery. So you could see the bowler thinking.
Here is McSween into bowl to Imla, who's staying this down to a third man. And Kevin Stout coming up with some beautiful football skills there from Barbados, saving 2 runs.
Yes.
Excellent work there by Kevin Stout, and he seems to be the man who is feeling in those areas, but real good soccer skills there.
Yeah.
And I know that there's an Island
Liverpool
Cup.
can use that.
I know there's an Island Cup. Liverpool, why are you calling Liverpool's name?
Before you attack me.
No, I'm not even attacking you. I'm not even in the Liverpool area. Imla goes to 11 from 19, 36 for 1. He's looking to undrive a delivery down the ground. Can't score, and Larry Edwards comes across nicely. I want to talk a little bit, Vincey. In 2018, when the Windward Island Volcanoes and the Guyana Jaguars met in a semi-final, Tyrone Theophile at that point in time was the captain. He scored 107. They scored 286 for 7 or 50 overs. And Guyana Jaguars on our 44.2 overs, the Windwards won by Duckworth Lewis 52 runs. We'll get back to that. That's when they won the championship. McSween is into bold to Imla, punching it up to Larry Edwards. Can't score at mid-on, and the score remains at 36 for 1 in over number 9. So they then end up, Barbados played against Kent during that second semi-final game. Barbados 263 for 3 or 50 overs. Kent 216 for 8 or 43 overs. Craig Batt with 105, Omar Phillips 62, and Roston Chase 81. In the finals, Barbados versus the Windward Islands, right here at Coolidge. The Volcanoes won by some 3 wickets. We'll get back to that. Pitch up delivery, good change of pace there by Max. Really bowled well so far, and it's a long time I haven't really seen, outside of what we saw yesterday with Ravi Rampal, such good control from Preston McSween. This is a big occasion. He stepped up, Vincey.
He has stepped up, and I thought that even though he got hit for a couple of fours by Shandapal Hemraj in the last over, he was still causing the batsman some concerns.
So we're talking about the final. Windward Island Volcanoes plays against the Barbados Pride. Barbados Pride 232 for 9 or 50 overs. Jonathan Carter 80. Roland Cater got 54 for the Windward Islands. Dot ball again, length delivery from Preston McSween. Not for 15 so far. 2 runs out this over to date. And the Ghana Jaguars 36 for 1. I wanted to comment a little bit, Vincey, on the dismissal of Shandapal Hemraj. And you could tell that Shandapal Hemraj is still nursing that injury, because the ball that was pitched up to him, his right foot didn't get out to the pitch of the ball. What really went was his hands. And not getting out to the pitch of the ball, and you could see that he was hampered. And the Windward Island Volcanoes, they really bowled with a plan to him. Imla, I have some time for this young man. Andrew Fletcher comes across and bounces off that delivery. Good start here so far for the Windward Island Volcanoes, and we just had 2 singles, 2 runs out of that McSween 5th over. So the pressure continues, 36 for 1 at the end of over number 9, and you would have expected, Vincey, the Ghana Jaguars to be off to a flying start But like I said to you, I just think that the injury to Shonda Paul Hemorrhage restricted him today.
That could have been one of them, and because he had the opportunity to make the adjustment. Earlier in the over, he played a foul shot off of a wide delivery that was wide and slower also. He never made the adjustment when it happened the second time. So you could be very correct. But also, Ryan John, he was also bowling straight, wicket to wicket, and then when he elected to bowl them wide, he didn't make the adjustment with his footwork neither. I guess he felt comfortable, or, as you said, the injury may be the one that is causing him not necessarily to make that proper adjustment.
Captain Leon Johnson is also suffering a hamstring injury, so it's going to be important to see when he comes out what happens. But in the meantime, Shimon Hetmeyer waits for Ryan John from the media center and into bowl to him. He's driving beautifully, square for 4. No need to move. On this fast outfield here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, once you get it past the 30-yard circle, you could just say goodbye. You just go and retrieve, and that was a half volley from Ryan John. And the class of Shimon Hetmeyer, he just leaned into it and hit it square, and no need for it. It was a good camera shot for Philip Spooner, and he's off and running. A lovely boundary. Takes the score up to 40 for 1, Hetmeyer.
Yes, and when you bowl them that full, that wide outside off stump, you're asking to be hit.
In this tournament, 9-1, 10, he's got 4 here, 80, 67. Not out in his last game at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Coming into his own, and he's got 6 list A 100. Sometimes I think people forget how old he is. He's only 24.
He looked very good in the last game, though.
Yeah, certainly. Give him some time. Let him enjoy himself. He has to enjoy his cricket. Just allow him to just enjoy himself. John comes up now to bowl to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer's back and stroking this. Coming forward, half forward, not really right out, but the most important thing, just staring it down to Katoy. You know, sometimes, you know, one of the fearful batsmen that I saw in a point in time, Vinci, I don't know if you remember this, Phil Wallace made his debut against the Leeward Islands. Oh my gosh, you know, sometimes when you don't know about people, he hit the ball to all parts.
I don't think that's the right word. He bludgeons the ball.
40 for 1, a big, strong guy.
I think the leather in the ball sometimes asks to be removed.
John comes in now to bowl to Hetmeyer. Is just staying it this time. Again to the left, looking for the gap and finding it out to Fletcher, who's sweeping. And he picks up his 5th run, Andrew Fletcher. So he's looked good. One of the things which I think sometimes about Fletcher when he not Fletcher, but Hetmeyer when he starts, Vinci, is that he wants to hit the ball so hard that, you know, whatever delivery that you pitch up, and I guess maybe that's sometimes nerves, you know, you just want to get bat on the ball, but he's looked circumspect so far here. 5, we're over number 10.
You know, there's also something called the embarrassment of riches. He's rich with shots, so he wants to start playing his shots, and sometimes, you know, the ball is not really there to be played, but because he has that shot making quality, he wants to do it.
Got some time here for Imla, who gets a delivery from John on driving up to Kevin Stout, but Kevin Stout is a little closer in at mid-on, and they had to get back into their respective creases.
Yes,
41 for 1.
Even though he played that one well, you notice that one kind of creeped through. You know, he got good bat onto it, but it creeped through, and that's why I keep saying the bowlers, if they can exploit that variable bounce, keep it there. It's gonna also make the batsmen a bit more tentative in playing their shots. But as soon as they're wide of the stump, you notice they explode. They go for the expansive drives and shots.
John moves in, past the umpire now. He bows to Imla, and Imla just losing his shape there. And you know what happened with that one, right, Vinci? Just playing it to the short mid-wicket era. He hit it up to Stout straight, and they decided now that I'm going to
go across the
lose my shape to go across the line to go to cow corner. So this is good bowling here by Ryan John. Preston McSween, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs, no wickets. Alex Athens, I don't know if that was the ideal choice to bring in Athens, but we'll talk a little bit more about that during this game. Ryan John has certainly looked good. Let me say good afternoon to Trevor Shillingford and Thomas Kentish. John comes in to bowl to Imla, Imla is back and staring that. And Katoy is upset with himself. Took some pace off of it. And he went down to the 3rd man fielder. And the score at the end of over number 10, the Guyana Jaguars are 42 for 1. Shonda Paul Hemorrhage is back in the pavilion already. Imla is 12, Hetmeyer is 5.
Yes, a steady over there, except for that delivery that was pitched up outside off stump, where we saw probably the shot of the day so far. Very wonderfully played cover drive into the cover boundary by Shimon Hetmeyer, and he certainly is making his intentions known. 4 good-looking runs to start off the innings so far, and Imla continues to be steady, but John also continues to test the batsman, ask questions of the batsman.
I really, really, really like Imla, and I think Imla is somebody maybe for the game along with Tejano and Shanda Paul for the future. So Ghana have got a couple of young batsmen coming through. Jonathan Foe, who I really thought should have been in this lineup here today, but you know we don't have any our Guyanese counterparts here from the media who will be able to give us an idea as to why Foe was not selected, and because we're in a bubble.
Oh, you mean Fu?
Yeah, Fu. We were not able to go and ask a question as to whether he was injured or not. But Ray Jordan, and he's got some pace too, Vincy.
Yes, he does.
Is there a plan, Vincy, where the Windward Island Volcanoes decided that they're going to put some pace on the Guyana Jaguars? What do you think?
I don't know because I haven't seen anything.
Well,
to
we got
suggest
McSween, we got McSween John, and
right.
now we got the big man Jordan.
Maybe they're going for what they think is their best bowling attack.
Well, let's wait and see, because Cutway certainly has not been bowling well, but Jordan has got some pace. He glides in now to bowl to Imla, and Imla just turns that beautifully. That got some good timing onto that, and he come back easily for 2 runs there. No pressure at all. Pace on ball, and he just got inside of that and just worked it behind the square leg area. Picked up 2. He goes to 14 of 28 deliveries. We'd just like to see him be able to just take the strike, just get some singles, don't put himself under any pressure. 44 for 1.
And sometimes he gets balls that he can hit, and he just elects not to.
Conservative.
Yes, but
he's very conservative. But he will learn. He's a young man. Don't get outside again. There's a peel for a caught behind. He goes. He walks. Oh, Jordan strikes. And Imla didn't even wait for Patrick Gustard. A little tickle, turned around, and an excellent catch by Emmanuel Stewart, moving down the leg side. And when it is not your day, it is not your day. Sorry, Imla. That's a brilliant catch. And Jordan strikes early for the Windward Island Volcanoes, 44 for 2.
Yes, that was a poorly line delivery, but I think the pace is what got the better of him, because he certainly wanted to play that away. He got some bat onto it, and the keeper made good ground to catch that one. Very good catch taken.
Check out this celebration, man.
He just stood up and...
So Imla goes back, caught Stuart Boat Jordan for 14, and the Guyana Jaguars, they're now forcing the pressure because, like I said to you, Leon Johnson is not coming, but Christopher Barnwell, who scored his maiden list A century in this championship, he walks out. So that's a good move by the Guyana Jaguars coaching staff.
And maybe they want to keep a left-hand, right-hand combination.
Perfect. Good observation again, Vincy.
Might be the what they're looking at, and probably say, you know, we'll keep Leon Johnson. He has been the glue for our innings so far. So Barnwell, you can remember the last game he played here. He got 100 in the last game he played here, and he looked very good getting that 100.
But the other thing to that is that I would not have exposed Christopher Barnwell to the new ball that early, because I find that he doesn't move his feet very early, especially when he just comes into the new ball. When he's a little older, trust me, he's got 10 list A 50s, 100, the best of 107 in this year's championship, CG Insurance Championship, 61 matches, 1,637. In fact, a lot of folks felt that Christopher Barnwell should have been one of the all-rounders who've gone on to play for the West Indies. He played well in the CPL, but seemed to have kind of gone off the ball. Fitness-wise also would have hampered him. But he has a big stage, a big platform today, along with Shimon Ekma. It's a semi-final, and trust me, if he comes up big, his name could be in the conversation. He waits for Jordan first delivery to bowl to him down the outside, and he got a tickle. I think that would be leg by Vincy. Patrick Gustard will now signal that. So yes, I was right. My eye's not too bad at all, even though I'm wearing glasses, as Darwin told me the other day. So it's all happening here. All happening here. 48 for 2.
Yes, I think what he needs to do is he needs an adjustment in his line. Yes, I think he was fortunate to get the wicket of Imlak. That being said, Imlak did not complete the job, but he needs to move off of that line because they're going to pick him off.
Here comes Jordan. He comes in now to bowl. The big man himself, Christopher Barnwell, is driving, but looking for power and really didn't step out. He was just looking to just go big over mid-off and lost his shape a little bit, but you just want to be able to just get confidence. He's on naught as we speak, so you always want to he's just checking his bat to just make sure that everything is okay.
Yes, he wants to score, but Jordan certainly wants to get his wicket too.
Certainly, and he's going to bowl straight. He starts, stop. Rhythm was not right there at all, and that's the correct thing to do.
And you know, his rhythm, as you say, might have been a bit off, but you know, he's a strong guy, powerfully built shoulders. big chest. So, he's going to, is his first over still. So, he's going to try to work up some pace also.
Certainly, Vincey. Here comes Jordan. As he comes in now to bowl to Barnwell down the onside. That is considered a wide. I think he's just leaning a little bit and falling away at the point of release, and needs to complete his action. Complete the action. Over number 11, 49 for 2.
Yes,
but Ray Jordan is working up some pace. 2 for 48 versus the Leeward Island Hurricane. Not for 53 against Trinidad and Tobago in a hostile spell. Really, really, really hostile spell. He's got some pace, Ray Jordan. So he's going to be charging in. He comes in, moving in nicely from the CAU and in out to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell's driving. He's going to go just past Larry Edwards in the air to the left of him. And it just didn't hold up long enough into the air. I thought that Larry Edwards was just a little bit too wide, Vincey. A little bit more to his left, he would have been an easy skimmer. 50 up for the Guyana Jaguars, 51 for 2.
Yes, and I think he started to dive too early also. If he was running more, kept himself more upright, he might have had a better chance.
And that was played in the air, and just for a moment, Barnwell would have been saying, maybe I should have just gone through with the shot rather than a check drive. So Barnwell is off the mark, and Jordan causing some problems here from the CIUN. He comes in now to bowl to Barnwell. He's up now, bowls to Barnwell. Short delivery. Barnwell is top edge. That's gone. Gone for 6. And lucky, because the fielder really, Rejon,
is
4, should have been on the boundary.
The problem there is that Rejon started to advance towards the ball, realized that he was advancing too far, tried to get back to take the catch. If he had held back a bit more on the boundary board to negotiate what was happening, he could have made his move after that, because the ball was in the air long enough for him to do so. But when he made the move to come in and then have to go back, it made it a lot more difficult for him, and it ended up being 4 runs. But it should have been a chance. It should have been a catch.
Should have been a catch. And I think sometimes, the fielders, especially on third man and the fine and the long legs areas, it's on a small ground, so you got to be able to be mindful of the positioning that you end up. Over number 11 completed, 55 for 2. I'm joined by Anthony Martin. Anthony, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon to you, Vernon, and good afternoon to our listeners, or morning, wherever you may be.
Ryan John, and we're looking back at the charts right there. Certainly, had John been right back on the fine leg area, that would have been an easy catch for him. John comes in now to bowl to the big man, Zev Hetmeyer, sneaks a single up to mid-off and gets it to Kevin Stout. So he's quiet. 6. He's gone to 6. Let's look at the positioning again, Anthony Martin. What do you think?
Just poor judgment there from the fielder, running when he was supposed to just balance himself and look and see exactly what's happening before he made any movement.
56 for 2. 56 for 2. Hetmeyer is 6. Barnwell is 6. And he seems to have started into a hurry. Ryan John will now be looking now to make up for that. He's going to bowl to Barnwell. And I would like to see him bowl as straight as possible to Christopher Barnwell. Barnwell in this championship, 249, 107, 12. And he's got 6 here. Didn't bat against the Windward Islands. John comes up to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell is looking for a single, certainly not on. Hit high up on his tie pad. The score remains on 56 for 2. He's 6, and Hetmeyer is 6.
Yes, and Barnwell will be looking to, do over his previous performance he had here. He will be looking to, get that sort of performance in again. Trying to get 100 to his name. He's in pretty early, so he is a perfect opportunity for him.
Certainly an excellent platform. Christopher Barnwell last season. We come back to that in a little while. As John comes in now to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell's uppish in the air down to long on. And maybe Fletcher just needs to give himself some room in the 30-yard circle there at the short mid-wicket area. Score goes to 57. 57 for 2. Barnwell goes to 7. Hetmeyer, the left-hander, he comes back into strike on 6.
Yes, and as you know, Barnwell, he's a sort of power player, so you would have to give yourself a little bit of room for Barnwell. Just ease back a little bit and give yourself some time, because he's a player who usually goes hard.
Good observations there from you, my brother. We wait for a while as Ryan John moves in nicely. In now to bowl to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer is driving. Magnificent save. Good cricket there by Andrew Fletcher, the Spice Man. He got down there, cover. It was to his left. And, might have only scored 1 half-century in the Australian Big Bash League 2021. But he took some excellent catches, Fletcher. I went to the T10 and didn't have a bad tournament there at all either. There'll be Windward Island Volcanoes will be looking for some seniority from him today. He'll have to lead this chase here if they want to get into the final. They won it in 2018. John comes in to bowl to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer comes quietly forward and can't score again. And in fact, Anthony, under this format, under this present format, which is the professional format organized by Cricket West Indies, the Guyaners never got to the final. So this is almost like a major concern. They've never won, They've never won under this format from since 2014 under the professional format. So this is something which has been, playing mind games with them. But the Windward Island Volcanoes, they have won under this format in 2018. John, right here at Coolidge, yes. John moves in nicely to bowl to Hetmeyer, into bowl to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer is driving beautifully past Fletcher, down to the boundary for 4. And once it beat Fletcher to his left, and the big man himself, Kevin Stout, who's in the 30-yard circle, it was always going to be 4 here.
Yes, a beautiful shot there from Hetmeyer. Just getting out to the pitch of that delivery and just driving it just wide of the mid-off there and picking up 4 beautiful runs to his name. And he's looking pretty good, looking nice and compact, solid. Seems as if he wants something today.
Well, he's got the platform. He's under a little bit of pressure because, trust me, a lot of players want to get into this West Indies team and they've put their hands up. Hetmeyer is 10, Barnwell is 7. Gone are the days when, people would just continue to fail and still get selected for the West Indies team. There's competition for places and folks have stepped up in a very big way. So we got to understand in terms of what's happening. Take it easy, Garfield. You're going to get more shots today as long as he stays there. Give the young man a little break. Over on number 12 being bowled. 8 boundaries hit so far. 61 for 2. Barnwell waits for Jordan delivery. They're appealing for a leg before, but that hit high. And maybe no need for Jordan to be even going up there. Barnwell is 7. Hetmeyer is 10. 61 for 2. Barnwell is down, Anthony Martin. What do you think happening there?
He was struck.
Did he not have on a thigh pad? Oh, no, I think it just hit him. You know that like a fleshy part right there? Yeah, that, and you know, Anthony, about that because you started as a fast bowler and you'd have hit.
Just above the knee.
Did you ever bowl to Vincey Boyne?
No, not in those days.
61 for 2. Just the same part that we're talking about. That little, there's no protection in that area. And so Barnwell, he's feeling that one. You could. 61 for 2. There's a little break right here as Barnwell will be able to get some treatment. So the latest score here at the Coolidge Ground in the second semi-final as the doctor comes out to deal with Barnwell, which is with the cold spray, 61 for 2. The Windward Island Volcanoes inserting the Guyana Jaguars. Hetmeyer is 10, Barnwell is 7. And we'll be able to just go and just pay some respects to our sponsors.
This is the middle stop on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island. Take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your reservations today. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
At only 45 minutes from the capital, Regents Hotel welcomes you to Portsmouth with 20 suites to make for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Whether you're with friends or family, everything is done to make you feel like you're at home. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island and take a dip in the hot springs. Take an idyllic horseback ride or water sports for the adventurous. Visit Dominica and stay at the Regents Hotel. Make your reservations today, 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
This is the middle stop on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Thank you very much, Taj. And the leading run score so far, the 5 leading run scores in the CG Insurance 2021 competition. Jason Mohammed with 285 runs. Evan Lewis, 237 runs. Nidish Kumar, 233. Shamar Brooks, 225. And Justin Graves, 220. Gudish Moti, 12 wickets. Quinton Boatwright, 11. Andrew McCarthy, 8. I think those figures might be changed as we look at it. Joshua Bishop, 8, and Larry Edwards. But we get a little break to get an update. Everything seems to be okay with Christopher Barnwell. Let's wait and see what is going to be happening after as we get a little break here. As play resumes back here with the latest score here being the Guyana Jaguars. They are 61 for 2. 61 for 2. 61 for 2. And that's the current run rate is 5.01 in terms of what's happening. The batsman.
There is no run, and Fletcher, as he returns the ball over to Sonny Lambris, claps away vigorously because he wants to continue to, for his side, to continue to have the momentum. They have the momentum with them, 63 for 4. We're starting the 14th over here. If you're just joining us, the Ghana Jaguars put into bat by the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 63 for 4. Hetmeyer on 11 of 10, facing up now to Ryan John from the southern end. Bowls, and this one is a slower delivery and just waiting on it and just strokes it elegantly into the cover. Coming off the boundary to field is the sweeper on the cover boundary. They get 1 run, so the score moves up now to 64 for 4. As we look back at that very nice delivery, just waiting on it was Shimon Hetmeyer. He has all the shots in the book. He has an excellent repertoire, but doesn't always have the temperament to match.
Well, this time he's showing, he has real class with him. He can play, tight, and he can be loose at times. So he's surely showing a different Hetmeyer here now.
Here comes Ryan John, rather attacking field. He's up to the wicket and bowls in this one just outside the off stump, left alone by Raymond Reefer. There is no run. Raymond Reefer, one of the replacements which has been, of course, approved by the technical committee of the Siege Insurance Super 50. The other who is also playing in this match is Versami Pamal, of course, the very wily spinner. So, of course, they'll be looking to make an impact. Both these two players, Raymond Reefer and, of course, Versami Pamal in this one. Here comes Ryan John. There's a gully in place. Here comes Ryan John. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one outside the off stump, left alone by the left-handed Raymond Reefer, taken by Emmanuel Stewart, the wicket-keeper. There is no run. 64 for 4. Hetmeyer on 12. Reefer yet to get off the mark. We're in over number 14. They're scoring at a shade over 4.5 per over. They got a decent start, and I think some of the batsmen in the pavilion now would be kind of ruining the fact that they got out when they did, especially Shandapol Hemraj, because he was looking to tee off. Perhaps he was a little bit too impatient. He got one which his eyes lit up, and then he was out. Here comes another delivery. This was short and punched off the back foot by Raymond Reefer, fielded there by Karen Katoy. In the point region, there is no run. One more ball left in over number 14, 64 for 4.
And you have to remember Hodge, also of the Windward Islands. He's in as well. He was away.
Yes, indeed. Kavim Hodge gets his first game today. He's replacing Desron Maloney in the squad. The technical committee of the Siege Insurance Super 50 approving him. Of course, the right-handed batsman who also bowls left-arm spin. Kavim Hodge included in place of Desron Maloney. Here comes Ryan John. Bowls, and this one is short, pitched up and slashed to the short third-man fielder. That's the end of over number 14. 64 for 4. Reefer yet to get off the mark. Hetmeyer will take strike in the next over. He's on 12 off 11. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, semi-final 2. The Windward Islands Volcanoes are winning the toss and inserting the Guyana Jaguars. They're scoring at 4.5 per over, 64 for 4.
Yes, nice over there from John. Very good over, asking a few questions, keeping the batsman honest there. And this is an improved performance from his previous performance at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, where he was, surely taken for a few runs. And, this is a good comeback, and this is the sort of game that you really need, that sort of comeback.
You do indeed. And let's talk about the bowling of Jordan from the northern end. It has been inspired. 3 for 11 of 2 overs. He starts to move in again over the wicket to bowl to Shimon Hetmeyer. Bowls, and this one is just back off a length, and coming forward is Shimon Hetmeyer just pushing it into the offside of the field. There is no score, there's no run. 64 for 4. He's certainly bowled with pace, aggression, penetration, he's bowled with heart, he's bowled with passion, and you could, of course, that dance, that little jig that he did when he almost got the hat-trick, when that catch was taken by Kevin Stout, that was down at deep fine leg, that was absolutely amazing, wasn't it? Here comes Jordan again, he's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is edge taken and dropped by Emmanuel Stewart. He runs down the third man, they'll come back for, well, actually just one run. Jordan cannot believe it. We're going to look back at the replay. I did tell you earlier it has been a torrid tournament for Emmanuel Stewart. The edge found, and how costly will this be? Shimon Hetmeyer's edge found, and it was a catchable height. It should have been taken by Emmanuel Stewart, and Jordan is apoplectic that one was put down. How on earth did Emmanuel Stewart, who got to it, he dived to his left, got to it, put it down?
He was wrong-footed a bit, but that was no excuse. You know, he should have taken that, especially at this level. And with him, Shimron Hetmeyer, a real danger man, you know, you can't put him down.
Well, indeed. Let's see. Raymond Reefer now faces up. And this one is, just outside the off stump again, beating the outside edge. Raymond Reefer didn't seem to know too much about that. Jordan is bowling with fire here. He's bowling with pace and aggression. And that one, his heart is into it. He's at 3 for 12. This is his third over, 3 for 12. He's bowling over the wicket, and he's getting the ball to go across the batsman. That one beat the bat and just went over the stumps.
That one turned the batsman around there.
Man, that was a delivery and a half. So, as I said, Jordan is on fire here. Here he comes again to bowl to the left-handed Raymond Reefer. He bowls, and this one is driven into a backward point. Karen Kotoy fields straight to him. They can't score. The Ghana Jaguars remain on 64 for 4. Again, the figures for Jordan are absolutely, and this is Ray Jordan, absolutely impressive. 2.4 overs, 3 for 12. 3 for 12. And he is the reason why the Ghana Jaguars are in peril. The Jaguars are looking to make the Volcanoes their prey, but Jordan has other ideas. He starts to move in again from the northern end. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this is short and left alone by just the swing out of the way, just leaving that one. Good short delivery, very well directed. You could almost smell the leather there as the ball just whizzed past. One ball left in over number 15. This is what the zenith of regional limited overs cricket is about. As I see Sir Curtly Ambrose, who is doing the ESPN coverage, that's the kind of delivery he bowled when he used to ball and take 405 test wickets, 65 for 4.
Yes, beautiful delivery there from Jordan again. You know, that was a snorter. You know, that went across the chest like a rocket.
Here he comes again to bowl the last delivery, and this one is going for the shot. A similar delivery, actually short, and going for the uppercut was Raymond Reefer, missing the ball taken by the wicketkeeper Emmanuel Stewart. That's the end of over number 15, 65 for 4. Hetmeyer on 13. Other than strikers and seeing all the action unfold, he's on 13 from 13. Reefer yet to get off the mark. He's been tested. It's a testing time for the Ghana Jaguars. They're scoring at just over a shade of 4 per over, 65 for 4.
Yes, and Shimron Hetmeyer, yes, he's at the opposite end and he's at the non-striker end, but he should have been back in the pavilion had the wicket-keeper in Emmanuel Stewart did what he was supposed to do. That was a good delivery to take the edge of Shimron Hetmeyer, but the keeper didn't finish the job, and you know, he must be feeling a way about that catch going down. He hasn't had a real good tournament, you know, from start, but he some way tried to curve it and try to do a little bit extra in games after, but you know, he's still a little bit below par. I think Andre Fletcher would have done a much better job behind the stumps.
You think so? Well, certainly Emmanuel Stewart, he's had a torrid time. He's dropped catches. He's not necessarily taking the balls cleanly. He's conceded some buys in this tournament. And certainly, I'm not so sure why the Windward's management would have stuck with him. But certainly Coach Andre Richardson seems to have a fair level of confidence in him still. But certainly, that drop catch of Shimon Hetmeyer, who's brimming with talent, brimming with potential, brimming with a lot more runs in him. And in this competition, as I said, in his List A career, 9 List A 50s, 6 List A 100s. They would certainly not want him to get a 7th List A 100 or even a 10th List A 50 in this. And let's see, but let's see how costly that dropped chance could be. It was a tough chance, it should be said, but a chance which nonetheless at this level, as you said, Anthony, should have been taken. And let's see how the Windward's Volcanoes, whether or not they will live to rue this opportunity. Well, they're taking a water break. You're not missing any action. A water break in progress. We're going to be getting a short word in from our sponsor. When we come back, we'll resume the action here.
This is Middle Stop on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island. Take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your reservations today. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
This is Middle Stop on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Thank you so much for staying with us right here. The players have just completed their refreshment break and getting ready to resume the action. If you're just joining us, this is the semi-final 2 in the, of course, the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup for 2021. Shanda Paul Hemraj going court Maxween at short third man of the bowling of John for 24. He faced 29 deliveries, 4 fours in that. Tevin Himlak caught Stuart bowled Jordan for 14, faced 29 deliveries, 1 4. The other batsman to be dismissed, Christopher Barnwell, LBW bowled Jordan for 8 of faced 9 deliveries, 1 4, and Leon Johnson, the captain, first ball caught by Kevin Stout. Very, very good catch indeed to dismiss the captain, Leon Johnson, who seemed to have been totally shell-shocked by what happened. So too was Shimon Hetmeyer at the non-strikers end. When Shimon Hetmeyer looked down, he couldn't believe that Kevin Stout had pulled off that catch. So it's 65 for 4. Shimon Hetmeyer there at on 13 of 13. He's at 2 boundaries so far, and with him is Raymond Reefer, who's yet to get off the mark. He's faced 9 deliveries. Sonny Lambert, the captain, will be coming into the attack here. What do you make of that decision? Before I get your comments on this, let me just tell you the bowling figures so far. Preston McSween, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs, no wickets. Alec Athanase, he shared the new ball with Preston McSween, 2 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wickets. He was expensive, especially in his first over, costing him 11 runs. Ryan John, he's been absolutely very, very impressive as well, as this delivery is stroked down to long off. Kevin Stout comes off the boundary to field. Shimon Hetmeyer stroking that one elegantly as Sonny Lambert comes into strike. Ryan John, 5 overs, no maidens, 16 runs, 1 wicket. And Ray Jordan, he's been the revelation. An absolutely inspired spell of bowling. 3 overs, no maidens, 12 runs, 3 wickets. The reason why the Guyana Jaguars are tottering at this point. What do you make of the decision for Sonny Lambert to bring himself on?
Yes, not a bad decision there, because he will be bowling off spin and there are 2 left-handers at the wicket. So not a bad decision.
So the ball will be going away from the batsman, and this one is down the leg side. It actually goes to Emmanuel Stewart. It will run down very close to the long leg boundary, and it will go into the boundary now, 4 runs. Again, Emmanuel Stewart conceding byes, 4 of them, and the wide and byes. So 67 now, 71 now for 4, 71 for 4. That's not a good thing at all for the Windward Volcanoes.
No, not wide and byes, all wides. 4. Wide and 4 wides.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Here comes Sonny Lambert. He starts again, 71 for 4. The 16th over he bowls, and this one is flighted and displays into the onside is Raymond Reefer. He can't score. He remains. He's yet to get off the mark. 71 for 4. This is the 16th over. They're scoring at 4.63 runs per over. Here comes another delivery punched into the offside, fielded by Karen Kotoy at point. They can't score. Raymond Reefer has been bogged down. He's faced 11 deliveries. He's dispensed with his cap. He's faced 11 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Here comes Sonny Lambert. He's up and bowls, and this one is punched into the covers, fielded by Andre Fletcher at short cover. There is no run. Ambris, so far, he's conceded 6 runs in this over. 6 runs, 4 wides among them. Here he comes, Ambris bowls, and this one is stroked down. This time he gets off the mark, punching this one down to long on. Coming around to field, they get just 1 run. Perhaps they could have forced a second there, as the fielder actually did quite well running around to his right from the long on boundary. They get only 1, so Reefer finally off the mark. He's on 1 of 13. Shimon Hetmeyer on 14 of 14, comes back into strike, 72 for 4. 1 ball left in over number 16. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is turned into the onside. Very nicely done by Shimon Hetmeyer. Hetmar just walking almost, just ambling, just loping the single. The end of over number 16, 73 for 4, 73 for 4. Hetmar will keep striking the next over. He's on 15. Rifa on 1. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, they're scoring at 4.56 runs and over.
Yes, that's a good over there for the Guyana Jaguars, getting 8 runs from that first Sunil Ambris over. You know, Sunil Ambris was just a bit guilty in, you know, just throwing that wide down the leg side, and the keeper as well, you know, who we would have been calling on for some time now in Emmanuel Stewart, really letting us down here, Garfield. You know, he needs to up his keeping and save some runs. You know, it's bad that it's down the leg side and wide. You know, you have to help the bowler, you know, protect the boundary. Don't give away 4 and still wide. So that will cost you 5 runs.
Ray Jordan starts again. There's a short leg in place. The Shimon Hetmar, this one is off the back foot, punch into the covers. Can't score. And the score that was fielded there by Kavim Hodge, 73 for 4. And that one for Shimon Hetmar, a little bit of a contest developing here. Ray Jordan really coming in with a serious head of steam. He's working up some pace. He's getting some good bounce. He's bowling some very, very well-directed short deliveries, and he's troubling the batsman. Andre Fletcher under the helmet at short leg. Here comes Ray Jordan. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is in the air. Down to, but dropping well short of the mid-on fielder. And there was Ray Jordan on his haunches because he was hoping that one perhaps could have carried to Preston McSween at mid-on, but it didn't. Shimron Hetmar, a testing time for him. He remains on 15. The over number 17 being bowled, 73 for 4.
Yes, testing time here for Shimron Hetmar, and some good bowling here from Ray Jordan.
Ray Jordan starts again from the northern end. He's up to the wicket to bowl to Shimron Hetmar. This is short and over the head of Shimron Hetmar. He was going there for the pull shot, but that one was over his head. Almost a kind of premeditated pull, you know, because that one was a little bit over his head. And the ball just running, just going to be taken by wicketkeeper Emmanuel Stewart. 73 for 4. 73 for 4. I think at this point it's a very crucial period of play, because this contest, Ray Jordan and Shimron Hetmar, may very well determine the course of this innings. Shimron Hetmar is going to be key to the Guyana Jaguars making a respectable score. Here is Ray Jordan up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is pitched up on the off stump. Good thinking there, good combo of deliveries. Short delivery before, and this one was pitched up on the off stump and just outside. Equal to the task was Shimron Hetmar, just stroking it down to mid-off. There is no run, 73 for 4. We're in over number 17. 2 balls left in over number 17. So far, Ray Jordan, 3 for 12. This is his 4th over. Very impressive.
Yes, it's very important for Shimron Hetmar to stay there for the Guyanese, because if he should go now, then it spells real trouble here for the Guyanese, you know, because they would want him to stay there and give them some runs today.
Here comes Ray Jordan indeed. Here he is, these bowls, and this one is off the back foot, punched back with a point. And Shimron Hetmar is a little disappointed that he didn't pierce the gap there. He found Karen Katoy at backward point. Very good shot, well timed, cut shot there, but the standing and delivering was that cut shot, but straight to Karen Katoy, who is an excellent field at backward point. No run, 73 for 4.
Yes, that's one of the real loose deliveries there from Jordan, and it was punished, but not into the gap, you know, straight to the fielder, and was good job there from Qatar as well, you know, feeling that nice and clean with the sort of power that was hit with.
Absolutely.
You know, and to feel that cleanly, that's some good feeling there.
Indeed it is. So the short leg is out, and so Andre Fletcher goes into the covers as here comes Ray Jordan, bowls, and this one is going for the drive. There was Shimron Hetmar, wasn't quite there, living dangerously. The end of over number 17, testing over a maiden, in fact, from Ray Jordan. 3 for 12 or 4, a maiden over, testing Shimron Hetmar. 73 for 4 after 17. Power play 2, Hetmar on 15, Reefer on 1.
Yes, another real good over there from Ray Jordan, another maiden, and he's really causing some problems here for the Guyana Jaguars. And he has something to prove, and he's surely doing a good job, you know, and you know, he would want to continue and try to take another wicket. And from the other end, where his skipper is operating, his skipper now would need to keep it tight and bowl in partnership, because your bowler would have done a very good job from the other end. You want to back it up now with maybe another maiden.
Indeed, Sonny Lambres. Let's see what he'll do here. He's over the around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Raymond Reefer. There is no run. This one is played into the offside. Reefer stays on 1 of 14. He's found things difficult, Anthony, getting the ball off the square, Raymond Reefer. He faces up now again to Sonny Lambres. Bowls in this one, driven into the covers. Can't score again. Andre Fletcher gets in the way. 73 for 4. Pressure starting to build here on Raymond Reefer, because I'm pretty sure Shimron Hetmeyer is also feeling that, because he can't get any of the strikers well. This one is short and punched through square cover, 4 runs. So that time he got a short delivery and really made the most of it, Raymond Reefer. Sonny Lambers would be disappointed, because he would have pretty much slackened some of the pressure. 77 for 4. Reefer, his first boundary, he's on 5.
Yes, good shot there from Raymond Reefer. Just pacing the gap there, just at backward point. But I still think that Kotoy was just a little bit too close. He needed a little bit of time for that sort of shot there.
Let's see, perhaps that's the same thing Sonny Lambers was saying to him. Here comes another delivery. This one's flighted. Coming well forward is Raymond Reefer. Back along the onside of the pitch. They can't score. 2 more balls left in over number 18 so far. Sonny Lambers, who's brought himself into the attack. This is his second over. None for 12 so far. 77 for 4. Here comes Reefer. Around the wicket. Sonny Lambers around the wicket. Bowls, and this one is struck back along the pitch. Fielded by the bowler on his follow through. There is no run. The score remains on 77 for 4. 1 ball left in over number 18. Here he comes, bowls, and this one is wide and punched through the covers, but there is protection though on the cover boundary. They get just 1 run as the ball goes to the sweeper on the cover boundary. The end of over number 18. At the end of 18, 78 for 4. Hetmeyer on 15, Reefer on 6. They're scoring at 4.33 runs and over. The run rate has slowed just a bit because of the pressure being exerted, and certainly because of the loss of wickets. 78 for 4 after 18.
Yes, nice quiet over there from Sonny Lambres. Just the wide shot delivery that went for 4 behind backward point. Good partnership starting to build here for the Guyanese. They would want to up the tempo, but they have a few overs there that they could see themselves in, push it around, rotate the strike, and get a feel of it. And by that time maybe they're around 30 run partnership, and they could start pushing it around and try to up the run rate a bit.
Indeed, their Manhattan is not much of a Manhattan. As we look at ESPN's coverage, it's pretty much more of a shanty town at this point. They really haven't been able to tee off as much as they would have wanted to, Anthony.
The Manhattan was bombed.
Indeed, bombed by Ray Jordan. Here comes another delivery this time. This coming back into the attack is Preston McSween. This one just played down to the third man, and they get 1 run. Raymond Reefer that's opening the face of the bat there and steering it down to third man, getting 1. He moves on to 7. The score now 79 for 4. 79 for 4. Hetmeyer on 15 comes back into strike. So what do you make of Preston McSween coming back to replace Ray Jordan? Because Ray Jordan was pretty penetrative, but I suppose his captain wants to hold him back for a little burst later on in the innings. So get your comments after this delivery from Preston McSween, the left-handed pacer. Bowls, and this one is driven beautifully back past the bowler. 4 runs. What a shot of absolute class and authority by Shimron Hetmeyer. Didn't go for power on that one, just went for timing, just caressing the ball back past the onside of the wicket. 4 runs. What a brilliant straight drive.
Yes, a very good shot there from Shimron Hetmeyer, and the Windward Islands are just guilty of releasing the pressure of Shimron Hetmeyer, because here is it, Ray Jordan would have bowled a maiden and causing Shimron Hetmeyer some problems.
Here comes another delivery by Preston McSween, turned into the onside. Shimron Hetmeyer will get 1. That's all he'll have to be content with, as it's fielded in the mid-wicket position. There is 1 more, so Hetmeyer moves on to 20. The score 84 for 4. 84 for 4. Reefer now on 7 comes back on strike to face Preston McSween.
Yes, Sonny Lambres should have gone for the kill there, in giving Ray Jordan another over, because if he would have gotten Shimron Hetmeyer in this over, that would spell some real problems there for the Guyanese.
Here comes Preston McSween, bowls, and this one is the steer down to third man. A chase around here, coming to his right. He can't stop it. 4 runs. So Raymond Reefer is opening the face of the bat. They're steering it past the wicket-keeper and getting 4 runs. You could argue that, yes, it was a controlled shot, just opening the face and playing it down to third man. The third man was very, very wide indeed and couldn't stop it. It's Alec Athanaze at third man. He was around. That was steered very fine. 4 runs. Raymond Reefer goes on to 11. He's picked up the pace, 88 for 4. He's facing up now from the northern end to another delivery from Preston McSween. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is stroked again through down to third man, this time straight to Alec Athanaze, and 1 more run to Raymond Reefer. So he's now picked up the pace after very slow, almost painstaking going earlier. He's now on 12 off 22, brings Shimron Hetmar back into strike to face the last ball of over number 19. He's on 20 off 23, Shimron Hetmar. Last 11 balls, 16 runs, no wickets, and the run rate has been 8.73 in the last 11 deliveries. So they picked up the pace just a little bit after a bit of a stumble earlier. Here comes another delivery. This is punched into the covers by Shimron Hetmar. Sweeper on the cover boundary comes off the field. 1 more run. Shimron Hetmar moves on to 21 and will keep the strike in over 20. So after 19 overs, 90 for 4, power play 2, the Ghana Jaguars put into bat. The run rate has just ticked up to 4.74. Put into bat by the Windward Volcanoes. Shimron Hetmar on 21, Raymond Reefer on 12. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
Yes, that over yielding 12 runs there for the Guyanese. I think that was a bad change there from Sunil Ambrose. Just giving away 12 runs, because here is it. Ray Jordan would have bowled a maiden the previous over from the northern end, and you just take him off, and he was causing some problems to Shimron Hetmar. And if he would have gotten that wicket, what a joy it would have been for the young man.
Sunil Ambrose bowls. This one is short and cracked into the covers. Sweeper on the cover boundary comes off the field. There is 1 run. Shimron Hetmar gets 1 more. He moves on to 22 on the score, 91 for 4. I take your point that perhaps with the penetration and pace and he was troubling the batsman, certainly Ray Jordan, so perhaps it was an inopportune time to take him off. Here comes this delivery from Sunil Ambrose, the captain, and Raymond Reefer comes forward, turning it into the onside, fielded by Ryan John in that mid-wicket position. They can't score 91 for 4. 91 for 4. The score remains, this is a 20th over. Another delivery, it is pulled into the onside. A chase around here for Alec Athanaze. They get 1 more, so 1 more to Raymond Reefer. He moves up onto 13 now, 92 for 4. Hetmar on 22 of 25 comes back in strike. Let's see how he'll handle Sunil Ambrose. Let's see whether or not he will take the attack to Sunil Ambrose. We've not seen Larry Edward yet in this attack. Here comes Sunil Ambrose. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this is short and cracked off the back foot into the covers. Can't beat Karen Kotoy. So Hetmar stays on 22, 3 balls left in over number 20. A very important and intense period of play here. These 2 batsmen are crucial for the Jaguars. This one is stroked into the covers, fielded by Karen Kotoy. Very good work by Karen Kotoy. He's very active in that area. Certainly he does very good work. One of the better fielders on this Windward's team. Here comes Sunil Ambrose. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one is turned off the legs. It will be a chase on here. They get 1, and that's all they'll get. And a little bit of a misfield there, but they had already settled for 1. So that's the end of over number 20. 93 for 4 with Shimron Hetmar, who will keep strike on 23, and Raymond Reefer on 13 after 20. 93 for 4, the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. After more comments from Anthony Martin at the time for Vernon Springer.
Yes, I still stand by my decision that I would have made, where I think Sunil Ambrose would have made the wrong bowling change in bringing back McSween when he should have given Ray Jordan another over at Shimron Hetmar. Shimron Hetmar was on strike. Ray Jordan was pumped up. He should have been given the other over to run in at him and let him be uncomfortable as we welcome Vernon.
McSween just easing the pressure, as Anthony would have said to Hetmar. He's back and just hitting this out to the sweeper fielder. 94 for 4. 94 for 4. The Guyana Jaguars batting here after being inserted by the Windward Island Volcanoes. Chandapal Hemorrhage 24, Imla 14, Barnwell 8, Johnson North. Reefer is on 13. He comes into strike. I'm joined by Darwin Telemark. Good afternoon, Darwin. How are you?
Hi, Vernon. Happier 2 overs ago.
McSween is in out the bowl to Reefer. Reefer driving down to mid-off, can't score. And Jordan comes around. Anthony feels that at least Jordan could have been given another over, and his spell has been fiery. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, 3 wickets. Ryan John, 5-0, 16-1. Alex Attanes, 2-0, 18-0. Sonny Lambris, 2-0, 13-0. And Preston McSween, who certainly has come back but has not hit his straps yet. His 2 overs, he's into his 7th over, none for 28. 94 for 4. McSween comes into bowl to Reefer. Reefer comes stylishly forward, and all of a sudden Reefer just looks a different player, Darwin.
Well, confidence brings out the best in you. He's struck a few boundaries, and happier to see the bowlers that are coming at him. I think Jordan, having bowled 4 overs, was certainly causing a lot of problems. There was a water break. Don't know if he said he was tired and needed a break or something, but it would have been nice to see him carry on after the break, but they took him off.
94 for 4. McSween is in now to bowl to Reefer. Reefer's driving beautifully, square the wicket, out to the sweeper. And Larry Edwards is coming across nicely and getting the ball back to the keeper. Costly miss there by Emmanuel Stewart, who has struggled in this championship, Darwin.
Yes, poor glove work, and certainly even his footworks look bad. That delivery, well, that throw from Kavem Hodge came in. He didn't pick it up
from
cleanly
Edwards.
at all.
Larry Edwards.
Yep, didn't pick it up cleanly at all, and not looking very tidy.
Talk a little bit more. 2 singles off the over so far. McSween is in now to bowl to Hetmyer losing his shape, looking for a ball that really did not come onto him quick enough. And he's just got to be able to just stand up and bat. 95 for 4. And this is where you were talking about maybe giving Jordan that extra over. Jordan maybe got that extra over based on how he was bowling. With the pace, he'd already backed up Hetmyer in the same over, the 4th over.
Well, you can't say he would have, but certainly would have given himself greater odds.
Hetmyer is back and steering this down to the 3rd man area, and certainly looking for an extra run, but certainly not on. Kevin Hodge sweeping around there, and so the over number 21 comes to an end. And the latest score here at the College Ground, 96 for 4. Hetmyer is 25, Reefer is 14 from 27 deliveries.
Yeah, and the Volcanoes are putting up a good fight. I think it was a brilliant piece of fast bowling here by Jordan. He took the challenge on. There were a few mistakes. Had they been taken, he would have had at least 1 or 2 more wickets. Certainly it would have been quite a positive thing for the Volcanoes had Stewart held on to that cat for Hetmyer. You don't give Hetmyer chances. He's looking very, very formidable now. His confidence is up, and they might pay dearly for that.
3-0, 16-0, 16 dot balls. Here's Hetmyer back and slapping this down to Kevin Stout, getting an easy single. The score goes up to 97 for 4. And Hetmyer quietly just sneaks away. Darwin just moving around. He goes up to 26, run with 4.58. Darwin, I just wanted to look a little bit at the Guyana Jaguars score so far in the championship. 235 all out of 41.4 overs, 245 for 5 or 47.5, 299 for 9 or 50 overs, 187 all out of 41.5 overs. We come back to that. Ambris spot on delivery, link ball to Reefer, can't score. And 155 for 1 against the Windward Islands in 28.4 overs. The partnership here, 34 from 52 balls. So they've had to work for runs. Down the onside, and this will be signal wide. No time for Ambris to be trying anything here at all, Darwin.
Well, yeah, and he's watching the batsman moving across. This time he didn't move, but he's trying to follow the batsman a bit there.
98 for 4. Comes in now to bowl to Reefer. Reefer is coming quietly forward. The Guyana Jaguars 50 came off 67 balls, 49 minutes, 6 fours, and no CG maximums yet because Shanda Paul Hemorrhage is back into the hut. 98 for 4, short, and he's going back and cracking this out to Larry Edwards. And he swoops in from in front of the West Indies home terrace and just lobs a return right there to the keeper, Emmanuel Stewart. The score goes up to 99 for 4, win to over number 22. Current run rate 4.57. Hetmyer is on 26 from 32 deliveries. Wait quietly for Sonny Lambris, the captain of the Windward Island Volcanoes team. He's back and punching that 100 up. Stroke that down to longer. Back and just pulling it and getting an easy single. So the 100 up for the Guyana Jaguars, Darwin.
Yeah, and they would be happy that Hetmyer is still out there and looking like he's intending to go a long way into this innings.
Reefer is just working this onto the onside. and getting another easy single. So over number 22 comes to an end, and the latest score here at the Coolidge Ground in the second semi-final of the CG Insurance matchup between the Guyana Jaguars and the Windward Island Volcanoes. The Guyana Jaguars are 101 for 4. Hetmar is 27. Raymond Reefer is 16.
Yeah, and Skipper Ambrose would be happy with that over. There were a few loose deliveries that were not dispatched. And one of the things that I've been observing is that the players are playing nicely, then they get a bad delivery, and with how small the field is, it's just quite strange that they keep hitting the ball straight to the fielder. And so Reefer got a ball that was really short, just lobbed outside the off stump, stood up. He smacked it straight to the man at cover when there is a wide open expanse between cover and what would be our player down behind square. And I think the batsmen need to be able to find the holes. It's a small ground. They should be able to pick up boundaries. So a little bit more skillful placements ought to be taken advantage of by most teams and most batting teams here.
So left-arm bowler Larry Edwards comes into the contest. At this rate, Darwin, they could maybe get up to 230, but we'll talk a little bit more as Edwards comes into bowl to Reefer, full toss, and didn't put it away. He's upset with himself, and simply because the right foot didn't really come out, he didn't stay over the ball long enough. At 4, Darwin, they can get to 213, 6, 269, 8, 325. They're a long way away from that, but we're still far from the halfway stage. Good deliveries on driving down the ground, picking up an easy single. So that's a lot better balance shot there from Raymond Reefer. He missed a full toss, and he really should have put that one away here. 102 for 4 as Larry Edwards starts his first over here.
Didn't miss the full toss. He smacked it very well, straight to the fielder. And that actually speaks to the quality of the batting that we're seeing here. That should have been smacked all the way to the boundary for 4.
If you were playing right, Darwin, that's what would happen, right?
Well, we're speaking. It's a different game.
Comes quietly forward. Hetmar sneaks a single onto the offside. Tell us a little bit about your days. What you favored, fast bowling or spin?
Well, you favored what you were hitting well. So it all depends. If you got a full toss, you want to be able to hit it and get maximum from it.
Larry Edwards going to bowl to Reefer 17. Comes in our bowl to him. He comes quietly forward, sort of, looking to still come forward and still looking to try to get a single. He rehearses the shot and says, "Listen, I should have just stayed over this a little longer." He's 17, but he's going to fight. Raymond Reefer. He's choking it beautifully past the short third man. Pick up a couple of runs here quite easily. If they're interested, they maybe can come back for 3, but Hetmar is not interested, and they've already settled for 2. He goes to 19. The score goes to 105 for 4. Hetmar is 28. 28 from 34 deliveries. The run rate is 4.60, and we're into over number 23 with 5 deliveries bowled so far in this spell. Here comes Larry Edwards as he comes in now to bowl to Reefer. Reefer is undriving down the ground and will pick up an easy single. And almost like you say, easy like Sunday morning. Don't know if this is a new look from Raymond Reefer. Lots of beard. Almost look like James Harden in the basketball era. What do you think, Darwin?
James Harden, come on. Anyway, I think it's a loosener from Edwards. Not troubling the batsman at all. He didn't get the line right. Didn't bowl with any consistent intention here. And quite a few runs came off that delivery. Well, 5 came off that over. Springer, the run rate at 4.6, that's pretty good with Hetmar in, because that could go a long way faster if he gets off here. He does strike the ball very well. So they're going pretty well and can go way beyond 250 if Hetmar gets going here.
Raymond Reefer scored some 119 runs last year for the Guyana Jaguars in this format. He's back and cramped himself there with a good length delivery there from Sonny Ambrose. Ambrose is not bowling bad at all, Darwin.
He's had a very, very good spell. I've been observing that, kept it tight, and he's not a regular bowler. So to be able to come on and bowl 5 overs for 20 odd is not too bad.
Comes around the wicket to bowl to Reefer, and Reefer again is cramping himself, and simply because he's trying to pull away rather than balancing himself and just relaxing and just easing it. He so wants to get past the 30-yard circle. Ambrose is bowling real sweet again, and he punches that out to Larry Edwards. Just a little wider. He wants to bowl him as straight as possible. Force him to do something. Get an inside edge onto the stump or something. 107 for 4. 3 deliveries bowled so far. We have 1 single. And Hetmar has been very quiet. 28 from 34. This is a responsible innings here from him, and he knows that he has to bat the entire 50. He waits for Sonny Lambert's delivery. He's back and just whipping this into the air, just past Ryan John there. But I don't think Ryan John was really in the perfect position, Darwin. I'll leave you to describe that for me, because he looked like he was more or less in no man's land. He needs to give himself some room, especially when Hetmeyer is batting.
Well, I think he was placed where he was. Hetmeyer must have seen him where he was and put it in the gap there. You've got to give a certain amount of class to Hetmeyer. He knows what he's doing. He's a very talented player, and he hit it there knowing it was going to be safe.
Ambrose is going to come in now. The Windward Island Volcanoes captain in now to bowl to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer is staying low and driving, but he can't beat Katoya cover. The score remains at 109 for 4. The run rate is 4.57, and we're into over number 24. Hetmeyer is 30. Raymond Reefer is 21 from 39. Hetmeyer takes his time and waits for Ambrose. Comes in our bowl to him. He's back and just whipping that beautifully out to the mid-wicket fielder. And he quietly gets a single. Calvin Hodge coming off of that position there. Jordan is just there cooling himself. He bowled with some real pace. Over number 24 completed. The latest score here at the Coolidge Ground. The Guyana Jaguars are 110 for 4. 110 for 4, Darwin.
Yes, and I'm sure skipper Ambrose is expecting Larry Edwards to come back and hold the line tighter. We've seen, for the most part, that the Volcanoes have depended on their quicks so far. We saw a very good spell by McQueen. We saw Jordan come in with a good spell. We saw John with a good spell as well. They've all bowled pretty tidily, but it was about time that spin was going to show up, and the slower bowlers are now going to have to hold it together. Larry Edwards got 5 in his first over. Let's see what he does in this one.
Not for 25 for Sonny Lambrus from his 5, and we're still yet to see Calvin Hodge. So this is going to be an interesting ploy. Edwards comes in now to bowl to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer is sweeping, and that's gone all the way. It's 1 bounce for 4. So he decided earlier clock that he was going to go that. In fact, the 50 partnership comes up. 50-run partnership of 70 balls, 114 for 4. Hetmeyer goes up to 35, Darwin.
Yes, and Edwards bowling to the left-hander. The field is a pretty interesting field. He's bowling his little off-spinners. The ball would be turning across the left-hander. And I'm looking at the field, and I think Hetmeyer took advantage of knowing that the field was going to be set in a particular way, hitting it behind square in the air for 4 runs. But I think the skipper needs to take a look at his field setting here.
So Hetmeyer is 35, waits for Larry Edwards' delivery. He's driving inside out, over cover, down to the boundary for 4. And as Darwin said, he's going to maneuver the field. He's going to move the fielders around. And the partnership quickly goes up to 55 from 71 deliveries.
Well, you can see there are quite a few players on the onside. You're expecting Larry Edwards to put the ball just on middle and off, or a little outside off. And you would expect to have a few more players filling up the gaps on the off stump.
5 boundaries so far for Shimon Hetmeyer. Edwards into bowl to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer is whipping this one beautifully. There's going to be more running for the fielder there. And that's a magnificent save by him. Big effort right there. And all of a sudden, Larry Edwards is just getting confused. 3 deliveries, 10 runs so far in the over, Darwin.
Well, he's bowling to a top-class batsman. And Hetmeyer is pushing him where he wants to. He played that one in the gap again. We're beginning to see someone use the gaps on the field, and it's quite nice to see that. He's played all his deliveries where he wants them to go. We see field change, as I've been suggesting. But in a somewhat odd way, instead of asking Larry Edwards to improve the line, the skipper has chosen to pack up the onside by putting Fletcher deep backward square boundary. So he's probably thinking that Hetmeyer is going to manipulate Edwards a bit and hit him on the offside. So he's filling up that side. So we may see Hetmeyer reverse that situation and start going towards the offside.
I think it's the line that Larry Edwards is bowling, Darwin, that is the problem, as you rightly said. So let's see what the approach is going to be. 3 deliveries bowled so far. Some 10 runs have been scored. He goes back. Patrick Gustard in now to bowl to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer comes in, just sneaks it in past the short mid-wicket and gets a single. So 11 runs off the over so far. 121 for 4. Darwin, I don't know if you saw this one, but England has succumbed to a 10-wicket defeat against India inside 2 days. Now, you know, if that was the West Indies, we wouldn't hear the end story.
Well, it started bad and it ended the way it should have ended.
121 for 4. I'm going to have to get him to explain a little bit more of that one there. Here is Larry Edwards' delivery, just turned around to the short fine leg. Stout coming around quickly. The scores in that test match at Darwin. England 112 all out. Crawley 53. Axer 6 for 38. And 81 all out in the second innings. Axer 5 for 32. Ashwin 4 for 48. India 145 in their first innings and 49 without loss. Here is another single again. And Larry Edwards, I think by the time he's finished Darwin, he's going to be more confused at the end of this over. He couldn't wait for the 25th over to come to an end. 123 for 4. Hetmeyer is 43. Reefer is 22. He's playing mind games now with the Windward Island Volcanoes.
And Skipper Ambrose has to ensure that he doesn't allow the batting team to get on top of his ball, and he has to start changing things around. There's Kavem Hodge, who's left armour. There is you still have Jordan with quite a bit of number of overs left. You've got John. If Larry Edwards is not going to be able to hold the line, I think the skipper is going to have to make some changes here. But Larry Edwards is not bowling the way he should to Hetmeyer. All the deliveries on leg stump, but just outside leg stump, and certainly that's the way he should be bowling.
13 runs off the last Larry Edwards over. Sonny Lambris will continue. And as Darwin said, he's got a worry here. He's into his 6th over, not for 25. Here's Hetmeyer getting a short delivery, hitting that one over mid-wicket, the first maximum of this innings here so far. So he's getting a short delivery, and with his class, he pounced on that. 13 fours and 1 6 so far. Hetmeyer goes up to 49 of 43 deliveries.
When you ease the pressure, you give the batsman more confidence. When you start bowling poorly, you improve that situation to your disadvantage, and certainly Hetmeyer now looks like he's ready to pounce on what seems to be very regular bowling here. Now Ambrose is not by any stretch of the imagination a top-class bowler, but he's been keeping it tight. But Hetmeyer looks like he's ready to put some pressure on this Windward's Volcano team.
5 fours and 1 6 so far in his 49. 13 fours and 1 6 in the Guyana Jaguars innings. He comes back and cracks that, but can't beat Qatar cover. The victory today by India now seals England's fate that they can't qualify for the ITC World Test Championship in England.
Right.
So that's all over for England, who was desperately trying to qualify. Ambrose is in now to bowl to Hetmeyer. He's back and spanking that 50. It looks like, yes, 50 to Shimon Hetmeyer. His second in a row. Raises his bat with his left hand and he salutes his team. It is his 10th list day 50 to go along with 600s in 67 games so far, Darwin.
Yes, a young man with full of talent. Sometimes not as careful as he should be in how he plays, but he's played well. He played within himself in the early parts and looks to be beaming for a big one here.
Here comes Raymond Reefer, who's also looking to grow into confidence. He just chokes it out to the sweeper, and the score goes up to 131 for 4. Now, Sonny Lambris has to come up with a plan, Darwin, because certainly runs are just being leaked here. We got 8 runs off of this over, not for 33 from 6. There has to be a consolidation bowler who's going to come in and put the brakes on the Guyana Jaguars batting lineup. Here's Hetmeyer looking to have a sweep, and instead Ambrose gets a little bit ill-disciplined. Umpire Joel Wilson is signaling a wide. 132 for 4. 132 for 4. Went over number 26. 132 for 4. Down the onside, and Hetmeyer sneaking a single to the short fine leg fielder. Caught Red Jordan sleeping there in that area, so he can't stop that. He's saying I should have just paddled that a little bit more and give Jordan some more work to have some running. And the score goes up to 133 for 4. 133 for 4. Hetmeyer goes to 51. He now brings Raymond Reefer into strike on 23. He's back and cracking that out to Larry Edwards. And the score just trickling over here, Darwin. Over number 26 completed. The latest score here at the Coolidge Grounds. The Guyana Jaguars 134 for 4. Reefer is 24. Hetmeyer is 51.
And Springer, you were mentioning about them getting up to 213 or little bits around there. Well, if the bowling doesn't improve and the bowling doesn't stick to a particular game plan, Hetmeyer is going to be in there for a while. And if he stays in there for another 10, 12 overs, the Windward Volcano is going to be looking at a significant score. A while ago, we heard Garfield speaking about the Manhattan skylines of the Jaguars. Well, he said they were bummed. I think it was Anthony who said that. There was a bum who fell on top of them. It doesn't look that way now. The skyline is rising. In the 25th, 25th over, they've scored quite a bit of runs and turning the tide here. And the skipper is now thinking that he has to go somewhere else. And he's making a change. It looks like that's going to be Stout, is it?
Yes, Kevin Stout.
Yes, Kevin Stout.
He's got a best of 8 for 52, 32 wickets, 58 matches. He bowls a little right-arm medium pace. And so he might be a little bit more trickier here, Darwin.
Well, he's bowling to batsmen who are now filled with confidence. They are seeing the ball pretty well. They've picked up the pitch. There's no pressure except when Jordan was bowling. And so Kevin is asked to come in and hold a tight line and not give away too many. If he can get it nice and tight there, he has a chance. If he starts getting too loose, then he's going to be placed under pressure.
Well, this is going to be an important period of play. Some 26 overs bowl. And, you know, this is Stout is a good all-rounder. And he has a good cricket brain. So let's see how he's going to bowl to Raymond Reefer, who's also from Barbados. Stout is into bowl to Reefer, pitched up. And he just eased this past the bowler, down to the boundary. And Jordan was having a little easy time. He bowled with some hostility. Jordan, I was very, very much impressed with him. Ray Jordan, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, 3 wickets. And looked like he had in some gas to come back even for his 5th.
And a couple of drop catches of him too.
Well, Hetmeyer was dropped by Emmanuel Stewart. Here is Stout in now to bowl to Hetmeyer. Easing this out to Kevin Hodge. When is Kevin Hodge going to bowl is going to be the big question, Darwin.
Well, he's got 20. There's 24 overs left. And I think he's probably not thinking of getting 10 from Kevin Hodge. It's a little strange.
It is. Stout is in now to bowl to Reefer. Reefer's driving again down the ground. There needs to be an adjustment here, Darwin, in terms of the field placing. I don't know how you feel. You are a former captain, so let me hear from you.
Well, you have to try to understand what Ambrose expects from Stout, what he's asking to do, and whether Stout can do it. He's probably asking him to keep the balls wicket to wicket. You can see that with the way the extra cover is in and how the offside field is set. So he's hoping he bowls straight.
Stout is getting a little inside edge there, a little loose shot there from Shimon Hetmeyer, and he just looked for a little while to find out and made sure that he didn't hit his stumps. He went down to the short fine leg feeler, and there have been 4 singles out of this over so far. 138 for 4. Hetmeyer is 53. Reefer, who is 26, he comes back into strike from 44 deliveries. This is over number 27 being bowled. As Kevin Stout comes in now to bowl to Reefer. Reefer is driving, but didn't get his right foot out to the pitch of the ball. Could have been able. He's a big guy, so that stride he could have, just come out a little bit. And you realize what has happened, Darwin, is that Ambrose has now come a little bit more to his left now. So he closed off that gap now, and because of that, then Raymond Reefer was a little hesitant in trying to get that stride out. Stout comes in to bowl to Reefer. Reefer is steering this past the backward point fielder down to the third man fielder. Athens comes off from that area. Over number 27 completed. The latest score here, 139 for 4. Hetmeyer is 53, Reefer is 27.
Yes, and Stout was supposed to come in and keep it wicket to wicket. He's done pretty much that. There were 2 deliveries, one to Hetmeyer that squeezed through, and the other one to Reefer did the same. They were not successful as far as the bowler is concerned, but he's kept a good line right on the stump. He didn't bowl any half volleys to allow the batsman to get a free-flowing swing. And so the idea now is to slow down the scoring. I think this is Athenaeus coming back on again. And he started off looking very ordinary in his bowling, Springer, and the skipper, Ambrose, at a time when he needs to really try to get someone out, has decided to see how Athenaeus can come in and put some effort into trying to get one of these batsmen out.
So, the changes have been rung. Alex Athenaeus is brought back into the attack. His first 2 cost 18. Here is Raymond Reefer just tugging this one more or less down to Qatar at long on. And I've got to figure out in terms of what he wants from Alex Atenes. I just thought that Kevin Hodge would have been a better option, but I'm not the captain. Atenes, so far has not even picked up a wicket in this spell here yet. But let's see, he might surprise somebody. Here is Hetmeyer getting a little fancy. He's bowling in shades, Alex Atenes, deciding that he was just going to just run that down to, there's no slip. So he thought about that one. Good pace on it, and then he maybe got there. He could have been able, maybe easing a catch to Emmanuel Stewart. He comes out now to bowl to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer's back and pulling that down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Short ball, you can't bowl that length. And Ambrose comes up to says to Athenes, come on, I didn't bring you on for this. You got to be a little bit more tighter than that.
He bowls very slowly. If you drop it short, then you give the batsman all the time in the world to step back and hit it. And there were a few that I felt some of the other batsmen did not dispatch. You're bowling to our West Indies player, top-class player, and when he get those bad deliveries, he's going to smack it. And Hetmeyer still didn't get hold of it the way he wanted to, but he's got it all the way down to the boundary for 4. I think Skipper Ambrose has to start revisiting some of his decisions here this afternoon.
5 runs off the over so far. Hetmeyer is 57. Waits for Alex Atenes. Into bowl to him. Down the onside. That's gone for a maximum. A CG maximum. So, certainly not working out here. The last 40 balls, Darwin has produced 54 runs for the Guyana Jaguars. And all of a sudden, 150 comes up for the Guyana Jaguars. The Windward Island Volcanoes have just gone flat.
And certainly, as I've been articulating, it's pretty easy. Young Athenes, not a very attacking off-spin bowler. He tosses it up nicely. You could probably use that in a long version of the game, but right now, right here today, when guys are hitting, you certainly want to be able to bowl flatter, faster, a better line, a more consistent line.
Ghana Jaguars 50 came, their third 50 came off 35 deliveries. Here is Hetmeyer standing and spanking that out onto the offside, looking for a second run, but changed his mind because Wayman Reefer had already settled for that. 12 runs off 5 deliveries so far. Atenes. And Ambrose is just licking his lips. He's fingering out. Who am I going to turn to? The last 41 balls has cost 55 runs. Atenes comes into bowl to Reefer. Reefer down the onside and sent back very quickly by Shimon Hetmeyer. And so over number 28 comes to an end. 151 for 4. Some 12 runs coming off that over. Atenes 3 overs, not for 30. Hetmeyer is 64. Reefer is 28. More comments from you, Darwin, and then it will be the voice of Garfield Burford.
Yes, and certainly Athenes would not be happy with that over. He's bowled 3 overs for 30 runs and would be a little bit down on himself. But if he's going to be bowling, what he has to do is to figure out what exactly he's trying to achieve and what he's trying not to allow to happen. He is bowling in a way that he's giving the batsman opportunities to hit him, so I think he needs to go a little faster. Now, if he's not accustomed to doing that, I don't expect him to do it. But if this is the way he's going to be bowling, as slow as he's doing it, dropping it that short, then he's probably not the one to be bowling at this stage of the game.
It's going to be Stout starting a new over from the Northern End Bowls, and this one is down to third man. It will go all the way for 4 into the boundary now. So Shimon Hetmeyer getting 4 more. That one seems to have been a deliberate shot. That's the line to run off the outer part of the bat, just opening the face of the bat, getting that to just run down. Actually, it was more of an outside edge more than anything.
It was an edge.
It was. But
yes.
Either way, 4 runs. They'll take them as they come. No real danger in that shot. No slip in place. Here comes Kevin Stout. Perhaps a moral victory for him. He's up to the wicket and bowls. And this one is just driven back along the pitch, the offside of the pitch. And Shimon Hetmeyer just perhaps remonstrates with himself to see how he could have played that. Perhaps he was, just simulating a more expansive shot through the extra cover region. But he stays on 68 or 54. 68 or 54. He was 67 not out in that victory against the Windward's Volcanoes in the last match at Seviv. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is stroked elegantly down to long off by Shimon Hetmeyer. He moves on to 69 to score 156 for 4. 156 for 4. And so far, he's really looked like he's played himself in, Shimon Hetmeyer, and he's now seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit.
He looks like he's ready to go. 69 on 55 balls, better than a runner ball, which is normal for him. and a danger for the Volcanoes.
Here comes Kevin Stout balls, and this one is just played down to a backward point. Karen Kotoy does the fielding. There is no run. Raymond Reefer, who started very slowly, he's of course been far more circumspect, far more pedestrian in his knock than Shimron Hetmar. He's 28 of 49, but he took him about 11 or 12 balls to get off the mark. And so far he's been striking the ball quite well as well. Here comes Kevin Stout balls, and this is short and punched off the back foot. It will run out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Comes out very closely, comes out very quickly, does the fielding, limits the batsman to one. Very good work by the cover fielder on the deep cover fielder. They get one, so Reefer moves on to 29. The score 157 for 4 brings Hetmar back on strike. He's 69 off 55.
Nice fielding from Kevin Hodge. Stopped what would have been an easy 2.
Here comes another delivery from Kevin Stout, and this one is stroked into the covers again. Deep cover comes off the boundary again. Kevin Hodge, who is in for his first match in this tournament, and he's replacing Desron Maloney in the squad. Of course, he also bowls, hasn't been brought into the attack just yet. Stout is none for 12. This is 2 overs gone for him. So at the end of over number 29, 158, Ghana Jaguars put into bat by the Windward Islands Volcanoes, who won the toss. 158 for 4. Hetmar on 70, and also batting with him is Raymond Reefer, who is on 28.
Yeah, and Ambrose is deciding that he's going to go back to his quicks. He's bringing on John. And you're wondering now, what was the intention in bowling Athenes? Because you would have seen what he did in his first 2 overs. He was bowling rather slowly. There were a few deliveries. The batsmen literally didn't hit them. Now that these 2 batsmen are set, it was really not the time to bring someone who was bowling at that pace, at that type of line. So I think that was an error. And what has succeeded for him up to this point in keeping the scoring rate down have been Jordan, John, and Maxwell. And certainly, I think using them, Maxwell has bowled 7, John has bowled 5, Jordan has bowled 4. He needs them lower down, but he also needs them to get wickets as well.
It's a 95-run partnership so far. Here comes Ryan John back into the attack. He bowls to Shimron Hetmar, who just turns stylishly off the legs down to the deep mid-wicket fielder. They get 1 run. So 1 more to Shimron Hetmar, who moves on to 71 and looking quite ominous and dangerous. This projected score, the projected score at 5.45 runs and over, which they're scoring at now, is 273. 273. They're now 159 for 4. This is the 30th over being bowled. Hetmar on 71 of 57 and looking very strong indeed. Ryan John back into the attack. This is his 6th over, 1 for 17 so far. He's kept things tight, and I suppose his captain brought him back to tighten things up, perhaps to trouble the batsman and, of course, to ultimately make a breakthrough.
Well, he's dependent them early on. They delivered for him. He's going back to the guys who have proven to be loyal in taking the opportunity and giving him what he wants. So good luck to Ambrose this go around.
It's ultimately he who delivers, I suppose Sonny Lambert's mantra is. He's up to the wicket now to bowl Ryan John, to bowl to Raymond Reefer, and Reefer is just quietly playing this into the onside, fielded by Sonny Lambert, the captain, in that short mid-wicket position. 159 for 4. This is the 30th over. They're scoring at 5.45 runs and over, just over 270 they'd get if they continue to score at this rate. But I'm pretty sure that with Shimron Hetmar at the crease, that's not what they will be looking to continue at. They'd want to up that possibly up to 8 runs and over.
I think that's probably very, very likely at this stage.
Here comes Ryan John to bowl to Reefer on 29. He's up to the wicket, balls, and this one forward defensive, playing it into the covers, fielded by the Spice man Andre Fletcher. They can't score. 159 for 4, 29 or 52 Raymond Reefer. He's found things a little bit pedestrian. He's found things a little tough to get the ball off the square.
Well, if you are batting with Hetmar, you can't take that many balls. I mean, that's part of the way the game should be played. It should be understood. He is taking up too many deliveries. It's okay, your team, you have 4 wickets down, you have a score on the board, but you're using too many balls.
Indeed, rotating the strike is crucial. He faces up another delivery and driven back past the bowler. That will go into the boundary, 4 runs. Excellent straight drive by Raymond Reefer. A shot of class, a shot of a batsman who is finally finding his touch. That was brilliantly played. The timing, it came off the bat with such great timing, and the sound was just perfect.
That was a lovely shot, and he played it well. It took a long time to get him, but that was really, really, really nice shot. Played it straight down the pitch and got 4 runs. Hetmar went down and gave him a tap on the shoulder there, saying, well done.
Right under his eyes as he played that one. As here comes Ryan John. What will his response be? He's up to the wicket balls. This is a full toss. He was looking for the Yorker length delivery there, but it turned out to be a low full toss and it's driven down to long on. They get one. Reefer moves up to 34 off 54, brings Hetmeyer back on strike. Hetmeyer is on 71 and looking well set. He can really tee off Hetmeyer. He's done very, very well so far. He's reined in his natural instincts to really go blitzkrieg, and so far 71 from 57, 7 fours and 2 sixes. He's striking at 124 and a half. Here comes this another delivery, and this one just waiting on it, a slow delivery, just waiting on it to punch it into the covers, but didn't time it, hit it really hard into the pitch. The ball just trickles out to Andre Fletcher. That's the end of over number 30. So after 30 overs, 164 for 4, power play 2, Hetmeyer on 71 or 58, Reefer on 34 or 54. They're just under a 100-run partnership so far and doing very well indeed. 5.47 is the run rate, and they're looking to tee off here.
Now, Garfield, when you saw the Volcanoes started the game, they were shouting, encouraging each other, and now they're flat. And that's typically what happens. You get a partnership going, you can't get a wicket, everyone goes, they need to pick themselves up, stick to the game plan. Ball wicket to wicket, don't pitch it too far up so the batsman can hit you, and try to ease the scoring rate down if you can't get wickets. But you have to have a plan, and we're not seeing one being executed here since these two batsmen have settled down.
Kevin Starr starts a new over from the northern end, bowling to Raymond Reefer, who just places off the front foot into the covers, fielded by Sonny Lambert in the covers. There is no run. He remains on 34 off 55, 164 for 4. I'm pretty sure at this point I'll all be going through the mind of Sonny Lambert, because he'd be thinking which bowler is he going to get to not only rein in the batsman, but also to make the breakthrough. Here comes Kevin Stout. He's up to the wicket, balls, and this one is slashed into the square cover position, fielded by deep cover Kavim Hodge. Just runs off the deep cover boundary to field. They get one. So one more to Raymond Reefer. He's on 35. Hetmeyer on 71 comes back on strike. This is a 31st over power play 2, meaning I'll tell you who are the 4 outfielders at this point. So outside the 30-yard circle, and there's a slight change being made now for Shimron Hetmeyer. So there's now a short third man coming in for Shimron Hetmeyer. And as here comes, he's going to be facing now to, this one is driven back past the bowler, well hit, but they'll get just one down to long off. As he faced another delivery there. Alec Athanas came to short third man. He came off the third man boundary for Shimron Hetmeyer, but that one was just driven down to long off. They get one. So Shimron Hetmeyer off the strike now. He's on 72. Back on strike is Raymond Reefer on 35. 166 for 4 the score. 166 for 4. This is a 31st over being bowled. Here comes another delivery from Kevin Stout, and this one is driven very elegantly by Raymond Reefer down to long off. 1-1. They just amble a single there. They're finding runs very easy to come by at this point, and certainly I think earlier Raymond Reefer was having a hard time getting off the square. We did mention 36 or 57. He used up a lot of dot balls, balls that he could be trying to rotate, that's trying to get Shimron Hetmeyer on strike. But I think since the bowling changes have come, he's found the scoring a little easier.
Yes, certainly. Feeling more comfortably out there.
Here comes Kevin Stott, bowls, and this one inside over the cover. Well, actually, valiant effort by Kavim Hodge, couldn't stop it, 4 runs. So Shimron Hetmeyer going over cover airily, but no danger in that one. Kavim Hodge was running around from more of a deep point position into a deep cover position. Couldn't stop it. Valiant effort by him. He was looking to stop it millimeters inside the boundary. He actually got a hand to it, but actually just succeeded in powering it over the ropes for 4. Shimron Hetmeyer rushes to 76. The score 171 for 4. Shimron Hetmeyer is looking ominous here.
Yes, certainly danger for the Volcanoes right now.
Here comes Hodge, this one on the leg stump, past the short third man, short fine leg into the boundary 4. And Ryan John, once it beat him at short fine leg, that was it. 4 runs, so consecutive boundaries for Shimron Hetmeyer. He rushes on to 80 at this point. 80 for Shimron Hetmeyer, 36 for Reefer, 175 for 4 after 31, 175 for 4 after 31. This is looking rather ominous.
Yes, and it's leaking runs here. As you can see, the scoring rate has gone up to 5.65. They're projected to score 282 at this rate. If this keeps up, they're going to go well over 300, and 300 is gettable on this ground, no matter who is bowling. But if you are going after 300, it's always going to be tougher to get there than if you're able to keep a score somewhere in the range of about 250 or lower. So as the score builds up, they too, the fielding team is thinking this is getting tougher. So there's a lot going on. I'm not getting any wickets, but the target is getting a little bit out of our reach. So they're thinking a lot, and they're hoping that they can ease the pressure by reducing the scoring rate or getting one or two of these batsmen out.
Raymond Reefer now preparing to face a new over from Ryan John Bowles, and this one just standing up on his toes and displaying this back along the pitch. Fielded by Ryan John off his own bowling. There is no run. 175 for 4. We mentioned earlier that in terms of 300, Barbados Pride made 301 against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and were not able to defend it. They lost to a cameo from Hayden Walsh Jr. and, of course, a century by Casey Carty anchoring that victory for the Leeward's Hurricanes against the Barbados Pride. Here comes Ryan John. He's up to the wicket bowls. This is short on the leg stump, turning it to short, fine leg, can't score. He has to stay in it. He has to go back to his crease, Raymond Reefer. He's on 36, staying on 36, 175 for 4. But then we haven't really seen teams push on. They've built good foundations, but really haven't pushed on. And I suppose the latter part of the inning, sometimes the game management hasn't been good from the teams. They build a good foundation, as for example this partnership, and by the way, it's a 112-run partnership. 112-run partnership between Shimon Hetmeyer on 80, Raymond Reefer on 36. They're looking to push on now here. Here comes that Ryan John to bowl from the southern end, up to the wicket to bowl to Reefer, and Reefer is just playing this one very nicely down to long on. They get 1 run. Looks to be Karen Kotoy there on the long on boundary. They get 1 run. The score moves on by 1 to 176 for 4. Reefer moves on to 37, brings Shimon Hetmeyer on 80 back on strike, 80 of 61.
And Reefer is playing full of confidence right now. He's been out there long enough and just pushing the ball in the gaps, in the areas that he wants it to go. Doing well for his team, and the Windwards unable to pull something out of the hat here.
Going flat, the Windwards have. Here comes this one, is a stern very nicely by Shimon Hetmeyer into the deep mid-wicket position, fielded by Kavim Hodge coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary. 1 more to Shimon Hetmeyer. Scoring has become very, very easy for the Jaguars at this point.
And if you keep pushing the ball around when the team is feeling pressured, you keep getting singles, you continue the demoralizing effort that you would like to do. So dot balls right now, certainly not what you want to do. You don't want to take any risk, but what they ought to be doing now is to keep pushing the scores, singles, and taking the boundaries at maximum when it comes.
Ryan John steams into ball to Raymond Reefer. This one is off the legs. Will go into the fine leg boundary for 4. That one was badly lined by Ryan John and paying the price for it because the fine leg was up in the 30-yard circle. Once it beat him, it was nicked very, very fine indeed. Just turning that off the legs. All he needed was a little bit of a feather on it. That's what he got. 4 runs into the fine leg boundary. He moves up now, and Raymond Reefer finding runs easy to come by. He's on 41.
That was a very nice shot. He didn't play it square. He literally followed it around behind him, knowing the fielder was up, and well played, Reefer. And he's gotten 4 runs, but that too speaks to an inconsistent ability on John to hold a particular line. He's short, he's outside off, he's outside legs. The leg stump, he needs to get it better here.
Can he get the consistency? He's up to the wicket. Bowls a slower delivery, just waiting on it and displaying it into the offside field was Raymond Reefer. He remains on 41 of 62. So his strike rate has improved. Certainly had things very tough. Had a rather pedestrian strike rate earlier, but it just shows the importance of staying at the crease, playing himself in. That's what he's done, and now he's profiting from that. He's flourishing. 41 so far, looking for his half century. In the meantime, Hetmeyer is eyeing a century here. He's on 81 of 62. This is the end of over number 32. So after 32 overs, scoring at 5.66 runs and over, 181 for 4 are the Guyana Jaguars. In power play 2, put into bat by the Windward's Volcanoes. That's the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
We see Skipper Ambrose bringing on Kavim Hodge. Kavim returning from Bangladesh with the successful West Indies team, and going to play a role here for his team that requires him to pick up a wicket or 2, or at least try not to give away too many boundaries, or at least keep the batsmen from scoring as much as they've been scoring so far. They need to get some dot balls, or they need to get some wickets here. And I'm also trying to figure out whether the skipper is actually counting the overs, because Jordan has 6 left. Maxwell has 3 left. John now, I think, has 4 left. And he has to be careful what he does here now because Athenaeus is going for a few. Stout is going for a few. He needs Hodge to actually bowl 3 or 4 overs and not get too many runs scored off of them. Otherwise, it's going to get taken away from them here.
Here comes Kavim Hodge, and he comes into the attack. This one is turned into the mid-wicket region. Fielded there by Stout. There is no run. So Hetmar remains on 81. So it's 181 for 4, 181 for 4. And as we are going to be welcoming after this over, Anthony Martin into the comments position. Anthony Martin will perhaps be looking to have a bowl here if he was perhaps loving the conditions, possibly, Anthony Martin. I'll get his comments when he comes to join the comments position. 181 for 4. This is over number 33, 181 for 4. Kavim Hodge is bowling his second delivery, and this one is lifted for 6 runs. Over deep mid-wicket, that one was just lifted over, getting to the pitch of it, delivery pitched on middle and leg, pretty much almost leg or out, just outside leg, and Shimon Hetmar just obliging, pitched up, and he got to the pitch of it, lifted it over deep mid-wicket for 6.
When it rains, it pours. The bleeding continues here. Kavim Hodge not getting the right line yet.
Here comes Kavim Hodge as 87 is Shimon Hetmar. This one is punched into square cover, can't score. Alec Athene is doing the fielding there at that point. The score remains 187 for 4. Hetmar now on 87 of 65. 87 is Shimon Hetmar. Facing up now to Kavim Hodge. This one is flighted and punched through a square cover. What a shot that was. Brilliant work by Shimon Hetmar. Just waited on it and dissected the 2 fielders. 4 runs into the backward point boundary. He rushes on into the 90s. 91 is Shimon Hetmar and looking absolutely irresistible.
And Garfield, the ball, the delivery before that, he hit it straight to the fielder. He knew that he should have gotten it through. And this time he waited, and placed it exactly where he needed to go, between square cover and a backward point position, 4 runs.
Here comes another delivery by Kavim Hodge, turned into the onside, fielded there by Ryan John at that square leg position. There is no run. 191 for 4. 191 for 4. The score in the 31 ball left in over number 33. Another delivery. This one is flighted, just driven down to long off by Shimon Hetmar, who keeps the strike. He's on 92 is Shimon Hetmar. 92 after 33 overs. 192 for 4. 192 for 4. Hetmar on 92. Raymond Reefer on 41. That's the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds as we welcome back Anthony Martin.
Yes, good afternoon, listeners. Yes, we're going here from Shimon Hetmar. 100, and he's just cruising along, just taking it easy. Nice partnership as well between himself and Reefer. They're both going well, rotating the strike, and they're also getting the boundaries as well, and they're just getting their belly really full with some food here. So it's that the Windward Islands are giving it to them, so they're just taking it. Why not take it when it was given to you?
Indeed, Shimon Hetmar. I did prophesy, when I was having that discussion with Vernon Springer in the program, that Shimon Hetmar was going to blossom in this match. I did tell you that Shimon Hetmar was going to tee off. I did say to you, Vernon Springer. So that's 192 for 4 after 33. Hetmar on 92 and eyeing a century. Reefer on 41 eyeing a half century. A water break being taken. We'll take a short word from our sponsor, and then we come back with the resumption.
This is Middle Stop on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island. Take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your reservations today. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
This is Middle Stop on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Thank you so much for joining us right here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. The players are getting refreshments. Let's remind you of the two teams, the players that are taking to the field today. For the Windward's Volcanoes, Sonny Lambers, the captain, Kevin Stout, Alec Athanaze, Emmanuel Stewart, the wicketkeeper, Karen Cotoy, Larry Edward, Ryan John, Preston McSween, Ray Jordan, Andre Fletcher, and Kavim Hodge coming in for the first time in this tournament. For Ghana Jaguars, Raymond Reefer coming in, Shanda Paul Hemraj, Shimon Hetmar, Leon Johnson, the captain, Christopher Barnwell, Anthony Bramble, the wicketkeeper, Kevin Sinclair, Godakesh Moti, Romario Shepherd, Tevin Imlak, and Verasami Pamor. The Windward's Volcanoes won the toss and decided to insert the Ghana Jaguars. 4 wickets down so far, 192 for 4. The batsmen out so far, Shanda Paul Hemraj caught Maxween of the bowling of John for 24. He faced 29 deliveries. Tevin Imlak caught Stuart Ball Jordan for 14. He faced 29. Shimon Hetmai is still there on 92. Christopher Barnwell, LBW Ball Jordan for 8, facing 9 deliveries. Leon Johnson, the captain, caught Stout, brilliantly caught by Stout after facing 1 delivery. And so his first delivery without scoring. Raymond Reefer there with Shimon Hetmar on 41 of 62, as we're going to be seeing Ray Jordan coming back into the bowling attack here. He has 4 overs so far, and we'll see how that one pans out. In relation to the bowling figures, Preston McSween, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 30 runs, no wickets. Alec Athanaze, 3 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, no wickets. Ryan John, 7 overs, no maidens, 28 runs, 1 wicket. Ray Jordan, the pick of the bowlers, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, as well as 12 runs and 3 wickets. So 3 for 12 in 4 overs with 1 maiden. Sonny Lambert, 6 overs, no maidens, 36 runs, no wickets. Larry Edward, 2 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wickets. He's been expensive. Kevin Stout, 3 overs, no maidens, 23 runs, no wickets. And Kavim Hodge, 1 over for 11 runs. He's been expensive. Jordan is coming back. 3 wickets, and he's just conceded 12 runs. This is his 5th over.
Yes, he's just joining the getting back into the attack. But with 4 overs, I think he should have been given maybe an extra 2. At least 6, because he was creating some problems.
Absolutely. Perhaps he was taken off on an inopportune time. He's now brought back from the southern end. He's up to the wicket balls, and this one is pulled into the onside. Majestic pull shot, but they can't get more than 1. There's 1 run down to Kavim Hodge at that deep mid-wicket position. Hetmar moves up to 93. The score 193 for 4. 193 for 4 brings Raymond Reefer on 41 back on strike. Do you figure that he should perhaps be brought back from the northern end, or it doesn't matter, because he's going to perhaps get more variable bounce from this southern end, which if he bowls straight, it should perhaps profit him. Let's see what he does here. Here comes Ray Jordan. He's up to the wicket to bowl to Raymond Reefer, who just got a little squared up there, just pushing this into the offside, fielded by the Spiceman Andre Fletcher at cover there. He's now run 193 for 4.
Yes, it's not a bad decision, to bring him back from the southern end, because as you know, the southern end, they're variable bounce. Sometimes one would keep a little bit low, and the other pitching in the same area would bounce a little bit more. So it's not a bad decision, but for him to bowl straight.
Here comes the Ray Jordan. He's up to the wicket bowls, and just nibbling at that was Raymond Reefer outside the off stump, taken by Emmanuel Stewart. Flirting with danger there was Raymond Reefer. He's on 41, 193 for 4 in over number 34.
Yes, just working up some steam there. That delivery, took off after hitting the deck and had a little bit of movement as well. So he's just trying to work himself back into the sort of form he was in when he was bowling from the northern end, when he created that big havoc.
Indeed, a little bit of running repairs being done on the bat of Shimon Hetmar, the non-strikers, and by Andre Fletcher, pretty much sorting out the rubber on the handle for him just a little bit. Hetmar is satisfied. Andre Fletcher showing sportsmanship, as here comes Ray Jordan to bowl to Raymond Reefer. He's up to the wicket bowls, and this one outside the off stump. The umpire perhaps had a look at that one. No wide signaled. Wide outside the off stump, wide and full. Not a bad idea, actually, because certainly it pulled Raymond Reefer into the shot. Was perhaps looking to run it fine down the third man. The third man is a little bit wideish. Had he got that fine, he could have gone for 4, but also flirting with danger.
Yes, because he was defeated there for the pace, because that was a quick delivery as well, and he was nowhere close to that. He was just flirting with danger, as you mentioned.
Raymond Reef on 41 of 65. 41 of 65. 193 for 4. Here comes Ray Jordan. He's up to the wicket, bowls, shorter delivery, and just turned back with a point. They'll get one. They'll come back for the second run. The third man had to run around to his left. They get 2. So Raymond Reef, a good running there between him and Shimon Hetmar. Just dabbing that one just back with a point. Beat the point fielder. The third man had to run around to his left to field 2 more runs. 195 for 4. Reefer goes up to 43.
Yes, a good shot there from Raymond Reefer, just bisecting the backward point there and just picking up 2 nice, easy runs there. And good running as well between the 2 left-handers there.
Indeed, 1 more ball left in over number 34. Power play 2, 195 for 4. That's abandoning his run up there a little bit. Perhaps not quite. Something seems to have gotten into his eye, his left eye, Ray Jordan. So he had to turn back. And he'll be starting up again. 195 for 4. 1 ball left in his over. To bowl to Raymond Reefer, who just got a couple from the previous delivery. 3 for 15 is Jordan. He's up to the wicket. Over the wicket bowls. And this one is a little squared up again, but coming off a thick outer half of the bat. Down to third man. 1 run. Reefer keeps the strike. He's on 44. 196 for 4 after 34. The Guyana Jaguars scoring at 5.76 runs and over with 16 overs left. They're looking set for a big total.
Yes, and that's a good over there from Jordan again. You know that he was asking some questions in that particular over, just returning for his new spell, and you know he's still creating some problems. He's still bowling with that extra pace, so you know the Guyanese would still have to watch him a bit. You know, even though they're set, he is bringing something different. You know, he's much quicker, hitting the good lengths more often, so he would be more effective. So they have to watch him and keep rotating the strike and keep building the partnership so that they could explore later down in the inning.
If they could hit a score at this run rate at 5.76, they'll get to 288. 6 and over will fetch them 292. 8 and over will get them 324. And even better, 356 if they score 10 and over. Perhaps a little bit more quixotic to think that they'll score 10 and over from here. But with Shimon Hetmar there, if he tees off, who knows? Here comes a new over from Kavim Hodge from the northern end bowls. And this one just playing that elegantly into the onside. Karen Katoy does the fielding at mid-wicket. They can't score. 196 for 4. Reefer is on strike. He's on 44, eyeing a half century here. Hetmar is on 93 at the non-strikers, and this one is down the leg side. Wide will be signaled. Badly lined delivery there. Was looking to just get a feather on that was Raymond Reefer. He would have fetched quite a few runs because there's no fine leg in place. Here comes Kavim Hodge. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one again down the leg side. Not actually a wide signal, almost belatedly by the umpire. He looked at it, he thought about it, ruminated on it, cogitated on it, thought about it some more, and then signaled wide. So it's 2 wides consecutively by Kavim Hodge. Not getting his radar good just yet. Here he is. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one a first legal delivery in the over. So one. Actually, he did bowl 1 legal delivery before those 2 wides. So, second legal delivery in the over. 198 for 4 the score now. Here comes Kavim Hodge. He's up to the wicket, bowls. This one is short and is given the treatment. It will be 6 runs. I think the player on the mid-wicket boundary kind of lost sight of it for a second there. Not that he had a good chance of it. That brings up the 50 for Raymond Reefer, bringing up the 50 in style, just lifting that one over the deep mid-wicket boundary for 6. He's now on 50 even for Raymond Reefer, 204 for 4. So both bringing up his 50 and the 200 for the Guyana Jaguars. Kavim Hodge bowling now to Raymond Reefer, and this one is on the leg stump again, turning it into the leg side. Can't score. Karen Katoy does the fielding, 204 for 4. Reefer on 50.
Yes, some loose bowling there, and capitalize on it is Raymond Reefer.
Here comes Reefer. This one is flighted and driven down the leg side. Good work by Karen Katoy, stopping the single there as that one was just driven on the onside of the pitch. It was looking to get a one down to, it looks to be Larry Edward on the long on boundary, but coming across in that mid-wicket position, diving away to his right was Karen Katoy. Stops one. Here comes another delivery, and this one is just over the cover field. It will run into the boundary for 4, but there was an element of risk with that shot. Didn't clear the cover fielder by much, Raymond Reefer did, but in the end it trickled into the boundary for 4. 54 he moves on to the end of 35 overs. 208 for 4. The Guyana Jaguars 208 for 4. Reefer rushes on to 54. Hetmar on 93 will take strike in the next over.
Yes, good shot there from Raymond Reefer. Just giving himself a bit of room outside the leg stump and just carving that one through the backward point region for 4 beautiful runs. The fielder there tried to make an attempt of catching that, but he was no way close to that one. Good shot, 4 runs to Raymond Reefer. I still think that Cavil Hutch, bowling a very bad line, and he has 3 fielders on the onside, on the ring, on the boundary, and he's not bowling to those fielders, and he's still being hit through the offside where you don't have any protection. So I think you need to move one from the onside and put him in the offside.
Let's look back at the replay here. We come back to that delivery. A new over here started by Ray Jordan, and this one not in control of the shot was Shimon Hetmar. The ball goes down to third man, coming off a thick outside edge of the bat and going down to third man. One more run for Shimon Hetmar. He moves on to 94, but the pace of Ray Jordan has troubled the batsman. He's varied his line as well, varied his length especially as well, and he's bowled fuller deliveries at pace. He's troubled the batsman. That one was pitched up and going for the expansive drive, coming off a thick outside edge. Here comes this time Ray Jordan will be bowling to Raymond Reefer on 54. He's up to the wicket, bowls and short delivery, and he's hit. The ball just trickles into the offside, fielded by the fielding done by Andre Fletcher, but he's hit there. Andre Fletcher seems to have ducked into that one. He took his eyes off the ball for a second.
Reefer.
Reefer. Seems to have taken his eyes off the ball as we look back at the replay. Short delivery, and he's hit. Well, actually, the gloves. Took the gloves. So thought he was actually hit somewhere else on the body. So took the gloves. It seems it took his eyes off the ball for a second there. Certainly, Ray Jordan has been troubling the batsman. 3 for 17. This is his 6th over number 36. 209 for 4. Here comes Ray Jordan. He's up to the wicket, bowls and dabbling at it, missing and taken by Emmanuel Stewart. Again, troubled outside the stump is Raymond Reefer. Again, you've seen what Ray Jordan has been able to do. Perhaps Sonny Lambert would have missed the trick earlier when he took Ray Jordan off, because these batsmen were not as set then, and he might have been able to trouble them and might have been able to make a breakthrough.
Exactly, and if he's causing a lot of problems when they're set, what about when they're not?
Absolutely. Here comes the Ray Jordan. He's up to the wicket to bowl to Raymond Reefer, and this one is off the inside edge, almost playing it back on the stumps. The ball is bouncing over the stumps, so he's being troubled here, Raymond Reefer. Absolutely not comfortable at all. There's 2 balls left in over number 36, and in the 6th over for Ray Jordan, 3 for 17 and troubling the batsman.
Yes, that's the beauty about pace. Pace. When you have pace and you're hitting the good length, you create a lot of problem. You create a lot of doubt in the mind of the batsman, and you could see it clear here from Raymond Reefer.
Absolutely. Ray Jordan in again to bowl to Raymond Reefer. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and again slashing outside the off stump, missing. Just whizzing past the outside edge. Raymond Reefer is just looking around. He's been a little bit unsettled here. He looks unsettled to Ray Jordan, and most batsmen have been in this innings so far. 3 for 17. He's really accounted for most of the demise of the top order for the Ghana Jaguars. 209 for 4. 1 ball left in 36.
Yes, he's the sole destroyer of the Guyanese top order, and he's here again trying to make some inroads again from where he left off, because when he would have bowled his last over, the 4th over in his first spell, he would have been.
We come back to that. He's going around the wicket now to bowl to the left-handed Raymond Reefer. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and this one was as straight as a dagger on the stumps there. Just getting a thick outside edge on that was Raymond Reefer. Going down to third man, he gets a single, but a single that he's obviously wasn't very comfortable at all in that over. At the end of 36, 210 for 4, 210 for 4 with Raymond Reefer on 95, on 55, Shimon Hetmar on 94. That's the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. After more comments from you, Anthony, it'll be time for Vernon Springer.
Yes, Jordan surely would have been causing some problems in his first spell of 4 overs, and now he's back, and he would have bowled 2 in his new spell, and he's still causing problems, So I still think if the skipper in Umbris would have left him on and give him 6 overs up front, and he would have been here now, probably not bowling at Shimron Hetmyer, because probably he would have knocked him over, because he was causing some problems when Shimron Hetmyer was in the early teens. As we welcome Vernon.
36 overs bowled, 210 for 4. The Guyana Jaguars 200 came off 214 balls, 138 minutes, 20 boundaries, and 4 CG maximums. Can you believe that Larry Edwards has only bowled 2 overs? Anthony Martin, but we'll get back to that. Edwards comes in now to bowl to Hetmeyer, who's 94. He's driving straight. Is this 100 for him? 100! No, Raman, sir. I got excited to get 100 there for Hetmeyer. But could you believe he wasn't bowled 2 overs? Can you believe that?
Well, he was
He's
roughed
been the
up.
most economical bowler.
But he was roughed up because his 2 overs went for 18. You know, so that's 9 runs per over. So he was roughed up. So the skipper had to pull him out. So you see the reason why, because that's his first delivery and he's gone again.
I hear you, Anthony Martin. You're a bowler, so you'll defend bowlers. Edwards comes in, but back and turning it. They're looking for a single, certainly on. His body language doesn't look hot today.
No, I'm not defending the bowler.
No, I know that.
I'm defending the captain.
You're defending
decision making.
You're defending the captain.
That's right.
Okay. All right, I
With
got
that
you.
decision making, not everyone.
I got you. So would you have brought Covin Hodge before?
Before him?
Before Athenes?
Well, were you talking about opening the ball?
Opening the ball.
No, I would have given Maxwell and John.
Okay, I got you. The partnership is 153 so far. And all of a sudden, Hetmeyer's just come in along with Reefer and turned the game upside down, and Sonny Lambras has not been able to counteract here. 216 for 4. That's a huge total here, but they're gettable. Against the Leeward Island Hurricane, they got 284, so anything is possible in their first game.
Yes,
and
and
so
they played well.
They played well at that game, so they'll feel that they can chase down anything here from a Guyana attack, but it could be different here. Here is Reefer, who's just really grown in confidence. Anthony Martin is just turning this one behind square. The Spiceman comes off the boundary, and he just be able to pick it up over number 37 completed. Some 13 overs to go, 217 for 4. What sort of score you think they're going to get up?
Well, based on the run rate, and you have 2 set batsmen, and if the Windward Islands don't take an early wicket, maybe in the next over or 2, we're seeing somewhere around about 320, 330 runs.
Well, the dangerous thing here, Anthony, is that Hetmeyer is on 94, right? So if we look at the period with the second phase power play, 11 to 40, they scored 175 runs with 3 wickets at a run rate of 6.48. So it's excitement by the time they turn around now to the final power play, which will go from 41 to 50. So between this period, which would have been from 11 to 40, which they're totally on, and that is not completed yet. We still have 3 overs to complete 40. They've scored 175 runs so far. Here is Jordan with one that is kept low, and Reefer just really fishing at it, but it really wasn't on the stump, so he was okay with that one.
Yes, Reefer really had no clue of that particular delivery. He kept a bit low, but he was deceived for pace as well, because Jordan is kicking up some steam here as well.
Certainly, he's into his 7th over, 3 for 18. He's really bowled with energy and pace. Ray Jordan, he comes in now to bowl to Reefer. Reefer, that one roughed him in there into the little mid-rib. He doesn't want to show that he's rubbing, but I know that he's in a little bit of pain. He's having a little joke there with Jordan. They maybe know each other from studying. 218 for 4. Hetmeyer, who is on 97, he now comes in to strike from 70 balls. He'll be looking for his 7th list day century. Certainly looking for that. And he's batted beautifully so far. Had a chance very early off Emmanuel's tour, off the same Jordan. And that has come back to cost you. In a final, semi-final game, you have to catch the big ones. You have to catch everything. Jordan comes up now to bowl to Hetmeyer. That is pitched up. That was darting at his legs. And he played around it, but kept it out easily. And he's saying, I've got to be straight, especially to this man, because he's looking for my toes.
Yes, another good delivery there. It did something in the ear.
Yeah, but because his eye has been in, Anthony, he's been able to pick that one up. Had that been a new batsman, it would have been curtains. He's 94. He's batted beautifully. 94 from 71 deliveries. 281 for 4. Jordan working up some steam. Into bowl to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer stands straight and punches. He's up to mid-off and gets a single. Goes up to 95. So he just eases the pressure. And this is good for West Indies cricket that Hetmeyer is really getting into some form. Score goes up to 219 for 4. And the pressure being miling on here. Just looking at the Windward Island score, Anthony, for the season. 284 in their first game, 227, 260 for 8. And then the fellow in the last 3, 113 and 153 3 all out. So you'd realize that they would really have to switch on and switch on very fast. Jordan is switched on. He's in now to bowl to Reefer. Down the onside. Lucky to get away with the offside. Lucky to get away with that. Umpire Joel Wilson sort of looked and says, I wonder if that was it within the area, but he was within the red line. Hetmeyer calls him down and says, you can't afford to get out at this time. Let's keep out Jordan and let's deal with the other bowlers. We got John and company to come back. 72 dot balls so far in Hetmeyer's 72, 10 fours and 3 sixes. A strike rate of 131.9. But his Reefer in strike to Jordan. Back of a length and he can't score. And the score remains on 219 for 4 at the end of over number 38. That's the latest score here at the Coolidge Ground. Hetmeyer is 95, Reefer is 63.
Yes, another good over there from Ray Jordan. Still creating some problems here for these two set batsmen, Shimron Hetmeyer and Raymond Reefer. And for the Windward Islands to get themselves back into this game, they would have to get a wicket or two in the next 2 overs, because with Shimron Hetmeyer really approaching his century, I think after he would have gotten to his century, it would be pure fireworks, Vernon, because he would have nothing to lose at that time.
But the game just looks different. If you just tune in and you hear Ray Jordan, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 21, 3 wickets, and then you hear the score is 219 for 4, you'll be asking yourself, well, what has happened to the other Windward Island bowlers? Well, Hetmeyer has just gone on a rampage. Larry Edwards bowling a tucked up length delivery, and he's back and looking to work it into the square leg area. Didn't beat the square leg fielder in Ryan John, and the score remains on 219 for 4. Hetmeyer is 95. Here is a delivery now. He's back and cracking that, and past the backward point fielder down to the boundary for 4. The lava sign comes across, and that's a lovely shot there by Hetmeyer. He's smiling. He's 99. And what a relief. You know, it's always great to score 100, Anthony. And he'll be looking to be able to try to get one. But Larry Edwards maybe has something up his sleeve, because he might maybe just decide that he can be able to just nick him off. The partnership is 160 runs from 158 balls. And the Windward Island Volcanoes, they need to wake up, and wake up fast. 11 fours and 3 sixes. Larry Edwards is going to bowl to Shimron Hetmeyer, former West Indies under-19 winning captain. Edwards comes in now to bowl to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer is back and punches it down the ground. 100 to Hetmeyer. His 7th list day 100. What a knock by the young man. He raises the bat. Timely moment. And he receives a standing ovation from one of his coaches. His 767 list day games. And Shimron Hetmeyer's answered Garfield Burford's call, who said that Guyana will win the championship. So we'll get back to that. 25 dot balls, 34 ones, 2 twos, 11 fours and 3 sixes, 100 off 75 deliveries. And it's not over yet. 224 for 4 as Edwards just aborted his run. It's not bowling to Hetmeyer, he's bowling to Reefer. And as Anthony Martin says, if he's still there in the final power play, you know what is going to be happening. Reefer waits for Edwards' delivery, and he's just paddling this around the corner. Some work here for the Spiceman. Andrew Fletcher, who comes around, takes his time, he just lobs the return into Emmanuel Stewart. What do you think Emmanuel Stewart is saying? He drop Hetmeyer.
And watch him make 100.
Oh my. That must be hard.
Painful.
But he can still take his team to the final, because he has a chance to bat, so that he could redeem himself from that. Doesn't need to worry too much about that. Edwards comes in, not for 32, into Bolt to Reefer. Reefer goes back and hits that. Behind square for 4. Loose delivery. Edwards is all over the place. Now he's questioning the field placing. But that was a poor delivery by Larry Edwards. And so far, his 11 runs have come out of the over of 5 deliveries so far. 230 for 4. 230 for 4.
Yes, some poor bowling here from Larry Edwards, and he was dispatched. A beautiful shot there from Raymond Reefer.
Reefer goes to 69. He's going in confidence. Edwards comes in to bowl to Reefer. Reefer is driving inside out, and that's gone all the way. 1 bounce for 4. No, it's
6.
gone all the way over. Wow. Almost look close there, and they're really now turning it on here. Anthony Martin. 236 for 4 at the end of over 39.
Yes, another beautiful shot there from Raymond Reefer. He realized the feel that Laurie Edwards has is to bowl into the pads, and he just decided to give himself a bit of room down the leg side and hitting it over into the vacant sweeper position on the offside there, extra cover. And you're just picking up 6 beautiful runs. Well-timed shot there from Raymond Reefer, and just inching up his total to 75, getting closer to his century as well.
They need to pick up some wickets here, the Windward Island Volcanoes, and they have to pick them up fast and furious. If they don't, they could be facing a daunting task, real daunting task here. But it's a small ground, and anything is possible. Extras 15. Over number 39 completed. And 236 for 4. Shimron Hetmeyer, 100 from 75 deliveries. And if Sonny Lambris has not been able to grow grey hairs yet, he certainly has some as we speak.
Yes, he surely goes a few just in a matter of minutes, you know. So he would be thinking hard as to what move to make now, because all his moves are just been knocked over.
Here comes Jordan as he moves in briefly from the media center, and he's into his 8 over. In now to bowl to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer is hitting this one. Bam! Into the stand for 6. Oh. Gruesome. He's just decided that he's going to turn on the heat here on Jordan. 23 fours and 7 sixes in the Guyana Jaguars innings. Hetmeyer decided this is time to be able to just unleash on this ground, and he's going to open up in a very big way. 242 for 4. The Guyana Jaguars, they're moving and moving quickly.
Yes, a full pitch delivery there from Ray Jordan, and was dispatched over his head for 6 beautiful runs by Shimron Hetmeyer. And Shimron Hetmeyer at this stage will take no prisoners. You know, he'll be going hard and harder and just keep going until he's out.
Jordan 3 for 26. He's into his 8 over. He comes in out the ball to Shimron Hetmeyer. In out the ball to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer, guard, that's gone! 6 more! Oh! It's all happening here. He stands for the camera and says to Jordan, you don't bowl that to me at this time, my brother. 248 for 4. Hetmeyer is on fire here at Coolidge.
Yes, another beautiful shot there from Hetmeyer, and Hetmeyer knew that he would be coming back viciously, and he would be pulling back the length as well, because his previous delivery was a full toss. He was struck over his head for 6, and then he knew he would pull back the length, so he was ready for that, and he just dealt with it accordingly. Beautiful shot there from Hetmeyer. That was smashed for 6.
23 boundaries and 8 CG insurance maximums here at the Coolidge ground, and he's not yet finished yet, because he's just warming to the task and he's enjoying this. They can't find the ball yet, so we might maybe have to get, it's just like last night. Pollard just decided, I think he lost about 4 balls here within a space of time.
5.
Oh gosh, he hit 5 maximums, but oh my gosh, it was just unbelievable. Now Hetmeyer it's a day-night game, and Hetmeyer is posing for the camera. They can't find that ball yet, so we got to wait and see in terms of what's going to be happening. In the meantime, the Windward Islands think tank comes together. It is Kevin Hodge, Andrew Fletcher, and Sonny Lambris with Jordan, and they're figuring out how are we going to bowl to this man in this mood. What happens? And I think I just hear Jordan saying, listen, I can knock over that man, so I'm going. I'm not backing off. But the partnership is 185 runs off 164 balls. And all of a sudden, you could just say to you, when Emmanuel Strauss looks at the television replay and he sees that costly miss, that is going to be able to just haunt him for the rest of the night. Something that he certainly doesn't really want to remember for a long time. But that's cricket. That's life. Things happen, Anthony.
Well, he'll be thinking about that for the rest of the year, not only the rest of the night.
For the rest of the year?
The rest of the year.
112 off 77. And just to let the folks know, I got a notice there from President Kumaradni to indicate that the semi-finals matchup, in fact, the final matchup of the State Insurance Floor Super 50 game. In fact, Kuma is here. I need to speak to him. Can you just come around, Mr. President? I just need to ask you one question for a while. Don't disappear yet, sir. 248 for 4. Here's Hetmeyer just tearing this into the offside and getting an easy single. 249 for 4. 249 for 4. And the partnership is 186 from 165 balls. The run rate is 6.30. Anthony, what are you thinking about here? 325?
I told you that before. 325, 330, somewhere around about.
Wow.
I still remain.
Anthony Bramble smiling in the hut, and he will be the next man in sometime soon. But if I know Raymond Reefer, he maybe wants a piece of this action too, and so he wants to be able to make sure on 75 off 90 that he's not going to give his hand away. 249 for 4. It's all happening here. Jordan is working up some pace here. Here comes a foot outside the off stump. That one's going to be signal wide, and Jordan just losing his radar for a while, Anthony.
Well, that's how it is sometimes when you would have bowled well at the start of the inning and you return and you get a little bit of smacking. Sometimes you tend to lose your line and length sometimes, but, he has the opportunity to redeem himself.
Certainly. Down the outside, another wide again. And Emmanuel Stewart getting around there, so this has been a tough time. But Anthony, let's look at the 50 so far for the Guyana Jaguars. The first 50 came off 65, 66, the 100, 150, 35, 41, and then the last 50 of 30 deliveries. The partnership is 188 of 167 balls. So you'll understand in terms of what is happening here. And it's not finished yet. Here is Reefer just opening up and just steering this down to the third man boundary for 4. And Jordan would feel very, very, very unlucky. All of a sudden his figures just look spoiled. But that's cricket. That's what happens here. And over number 40 still not completed. Still 2 deliveries left in it.
Yes, not exactly where Raymond Reefer wanted it to go, but however...
He will tell you that.
But however, he got 4 runs to his name and, just trickling up the total, just getting the total to 255.
255 for 4. Still 2 more legal deliveries left in the over. Reefer is 79. Waits for Jordan. Jordan comes in out to bowl to Reefer. Pitched up delivery. Can't score. The Spiceman comes across and knocks that down. The partnership is 192 of 169 balls. Run rate 6.40, and it's all happening here. And if Hetmeyer stays here for the final 10 overs, trust me, I think it's a good thing that West Indies board is sponsored by Kookaburra, because I think that they will have to get out a lot more balls here. 255 for 4. Jordan working away. He's lost his energy. He's lost his fire, but he's still charging in doubt to bowl to Reefer. Reefer just turning this onto the leg side, looking for 2, but Hetmeyer says, no, I'm not going to bother with that. You take the final, you start the final power play. So over 40 finally comes to an end. 256 for 4. Hetmeyer 113, Reefer is 80. The partnership is 193 of 170 balls. More comments from you, Anthony, and I'll just slip out and ask Kumar Rodney a question quickly.
Yes, Jordan, was roughed up there in that last over. Very, very big over there for the Guyanese, getting 2 sixes in the first 2 deliveries and 2 wides and a 4 and 2 singles, just picking up a lot of runs there from that particular over. So he lost it in that particular over, and he would want to, get it back on track, because I don't think the skipper would take him out of the attack because of that bad over. He has some confidence in him, and I think he would still remain with him. So he has the opportunity to pull himself up and try to take Hetmeyer's wicket again and, redeem himself. As we welcome back, Vernon.
Final power play, Anthony. You have predicted that they will get 325? That's your prediction?
They're thereabout.
They're thereabout. Okay. I maybe need to ask Garfield what score you think they will get. Kevin Stout is back into the attack. Anthony says 325. What do you think the Guyana Jaguars will get? 340. All right, so there we go. So we have an exciting time. Stout comes in now to bowl to Reefer. Reefer is driving beautifully out to the sweeper. He's thinking about 2, but Hetmeyer wants to strike. So the final power play starts here, and this is going to be a very important period of play. And who will stem the runs here? This is going to be very critical. Stout is going to have a very important part to play here. And let's see what sort of mood Hetmeyer is in. He's treating him almost like a spinner, but he's a medium pacer. Stout into bowl to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer's played that one onto his foot, and he's annoyed with himself for that. But that's a good break. That's a good dot ball. 194 of 172 balls. He's on 113. And Stout is deciding he's going to bowl wicket to wicket. A little changer there, Anthony.
Yeah,
just played into his right foot.
Yes.
So maybe that's why he's playing him like an off spinner. Partnership 194 of 172 balls. Stout into bowl to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer is finally out caught.
Gone.
Yes. So Stout gets the wicket. Hetmeyer looks around. A little byplay. Just shakes his hand. So the innings finally comes to an end. Hetmeyer, you think it's a tired knock? What do you think?
Well, he was just going hard because he would have scored his 100 already, and his team is in a very good position. So he was just trying to go for maximum there and took the edge. And the keeper in Stewart still fumbles.
But the most important thing is that he
held on. This time
he held on. So finally, a class innings. One of the best centuries I think that we've seen in this championship. The young man himself, Shimon Hetmeyer, 113 from 80 deliveries, a strike rate of 141.3. He receives a standing ovation from his coach, Mr. Crandon and Shivnarayan Chandapal. His teammates come out to applaud him. That was a magnificent knock, a good display of batting, something you consistently want to see from Shimon Hetmeyer. The score is 257 for 5. We're into over number 41.
Yes, very well played there from Shimon Hetmeyer. When he was at the crease, his team was in a spot of bother, and he stayed there, and he took them out of that hole and put them into a very stable position at 257 with still 9 point something overs remaining. Still opportunity for that 320.
Guys, this game is not over yet. The Windward Island Volcanoes is still to bat, and the Spiceman has not come to the party yet for this championship. So he maybe has something up his sleeve. Kevin Hodge is back into the attack. Anthony Bramble comes in, his best of 69. He has an average of 20.23 from 43 innings and has only scored 789 runs to date so far. 2 list A 50s. But by his standard, he's a much better player than this, Anthony Martin. And you would have bowled against him already, right, Anthony?
Yes, correct.
Stout comes in to bowl to Anthony Bramble. He comes in now to bowl to Bramble. Bramble is back and just easing that, but can't beat Andrew Fletcher at backward point. And the score remains in 257 for 5. 257 for 5.
Yes, another good opportunity here for Bramble as well, because Raymond Reefer is set, and it's for him to just rotate the strike and give Reefer the opportunity to dictate.
Let's wait and see if that is going to be happening. Bang on target. He sneaks and gets another single. 258 for 5. 258 for 5. During the break, we'll be able to get a little bit more information on the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association, State Insurance, Flow, Super 40. The games were proposed to be played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but I think I understand because of preparation, they have now been switched. One to Jennings and one to Bethesda. Anthony will be smiling. 258 for 5. Here's Reefer trying to get fancy. All of a sudden, no need for that. Stout is a little bowling some little cutters right here. And the scoring has slowed down here so far. 2 singles and a wicket in over number 41.
Yes, a good over there from Kevin Stout, coming back at a crucial time. And, Hetmeyer was guns blazing, and he was, able to dislodge Hetmeyer with a beautiful delivery there just outside the off stump, and Hetmeyer trying a forcing shot, and he only succeeded in getting the edge, and catch taken there by Emmanuel Stewart, who would have put down one earlier off the same Shimon Hetmeyer. But the opportunity that was given to hit Shimon Hetmeyer, he used it well, and I applaud him for that beautiful knock.
Ryan John comes back into the attack. Over number 42 will start now. And the partnership was 194 between Reefer and Hetmeyer of 173 balls broken by Kevin Stout. And Kevin Stout will have a lot of batting to do. This game is not over by a long shot yet. And they'll have to be disciplined in these final 9 overs, the Windward Island Volcanoes. And maybe just get an opportunity to bowl to Anthony Bramble. Some back of the length deliveries. Ryan John, let's see what sort of mood he's in. He comes in now to bowl to Bramble. Bramble gets a slow cutter, pulls it down to long on, and coming around nicely is Alex Atenes, and he's pushing Anthony Bramble out of the way and says, come on, get out of the way, man. Let me see the stumps. So they get 1 run. Bramble goes to 2, and the score goes up to 259 for 5. Reefer is on 81. He comes in to strike now, and he might be thinking about getting his first list day 100 here. He's got a perfect platform for that.
Yes, a good single there from Bramble, just pushing it, just getting it into the gap there on the onside and rotating the strike, giving it to Raymond Reefer, who is already set on 81. So it's for him to just dictate the play, and good thinking there from Anthony Bramble.
259 for 5 at the end of this over. It'll be Vincey Boyne, who will be sharing the spotlight with Anthony Martin and bringing home the bacon, more or less. As John comes in now to bowl to Reefer. Reefer is driving past Atenes, but he gets around nicely. That's a good stop, very importantly. And score goes up to 260 for 5, 260 for 5. Reefer goes up to 82. Ryan John with some slow off cutters, not being able to give Reefer any room, no pace onto the ball. And Atenes coming around there from the boundary, making a good stop, 260 for 5. Bramble comes into strike and 2, waits for John, slow cut cutter, and he should have done a lot better with that, Anthony Martin. You've got to cut off that. There's nobody behind you. So you've got to make sure that you cut that one off. They got to come back into the game. They got to find a rhythm to be able to come right back into the game. 261 for 5. If they can be able to just pick up a couple of wickets right here, they can be able to slow the score down and maybe just restrict the Guyana Jaguars to under 300 and then set themselves up to chase it on the lights here at the Coolidge grounds. 261 for 5. John comes in to bowl to Reefer. Reefer's driving handsomely, massively to cover. Katoy makes a good stave. Is he going to be outrun out? No, he got back. He dropped the ball.
But he dropped the ball still.
Oh, gosh. It's been an awful time in this tournament here for Emmanuel Stewart. He's having a torrid time in this tournament behind the gloves. One of the observations I picked up, Anthony, is that I think that he's just getting up a little bit too early.
He was in, though.
He would have been in. Right. I think what he tried to do was get the ball and just flick it onto the stumps. But I think he's just rising too early. He's got to stay down as a keeper. You have to stay down as late as possible, especially the tracks here at Coolidge. So you can't be rising. You can't be getting up too early, because if you get up, you're going to be in trouble.
But
261. Sorry, Anthony.
A keeper of that height, why should he be getting up?
Might be weak in his back. You just never know, Anthony. Here is Reefer driving, and if he goes past the short third man, and the fielder comes around here and cuts it off so they only get 1 run. Reefer already made his mind up, and the score 262 for 5, 262 for 5. There's one of the drills, Anthony, that you always try to work with when it comes to keepers. In that I used to always try and tell the keepers, and you remember this, Anthony, while you're keeping, even if somebody plays a forward defensive shot, you don't get up. So you just stay down in your stand. So you get accustomed to breaking that lower back barrier, because that helps you. Because most times you want to relax. So all you do is that you just come up. So every time somebody bowls, you come up all the time. And you have to do a lot of back exercises once you're a keeper. Your flexibility has to be good. Slow delivery. And here is Anthony Bramble just turning it into the leg side, picking up an easy single. The fielder from long on, Atenes coming into the inside circle. Over number 42 completed, 263 for 5. Reefer is 83. Bramble is 4. More comments from you. And then there will be a double change. It will be Vincey Boyan and Darwin Telemark replacing you.
Yes, I'm talking about those keeping drills, Vernon. I remember you used to teach Garrett Matthew. Remember Garrett Matthew? Those sort of drills when we were playing on the 15 those days, back down 1997, 98. I remember those days. That's a long time. I still remember. Yes, but good game here. Good game on our hand. 263. The Guyanese are for 5 with 8 overs remaining. So we can see some fireworks as we welcome Vincey Bowen.
Yes, who plays it away square for a single. So the score now moves up to 264 for the loss of 5 wickets. So the scoring has slowed a bit after that rapid fire partnership of 193 runs between Shimron Hetmeyer and Raymond Reefer. Reefer is still there on 83 not out, and I'm sure he'll be looking for a century himself.
He's batted well in the second half of his innings. Started off rather slow.
So Stout again, a slower delivery. Reefer slashing at it, and it comes off the outside edge, beats the third and the short third man fielder to his right, and it runs into the boundary for 4 runs. So Reefer living a bit vicariously there. Ball coming off of his edge, but safe nonetheless, going down to the boundary. 4 runs, 4 more runs to his total. 87 is his score. 268 for the loss of 5 wickets. We are now in the 43rd over of the innings, and they certainly would be looking to press on for a big score here that they should be able to, or they're hoping that they'll have much more ease in terms of defending.
They're in a good position. They should capitalize on it.
Right, and Stout bowls again, right arm over the wicket to Reefer, slow delivery. He was backing away and he just dabs it away into the offside. The sweeper runs around to his left. Kavem Hodge picks up, Gets the ball back into the keeper as they complete 2 runs, 270 for the loss of 5 wickets. Stout so far has bowled 4.3 overs. 32 runs have been scored off of him, but he has taken a very important wicket of Shimon Hetmeyer as he bowls again another delivery, and it's a flighted slow delivery to Raymond Reefer. He's tried to beat that into the offside, but it seems like he got an on the edge into the pitch. No danger there. But he was certainly beaten, yes, edge onto his pads. So no run, 270 for 5. The score remains in the 43rd over. Hodge again, this one is a shortish delivery. Just worked away into the onside, down to the backward square leg fielder. Comes off the boundary. The Spice Man himself gets it, picks it up, limits the batsman to 1 run. So the score now, 271 for the loss of 5 wickets. Raymond Reefer now, he moves into the 90s. And he would want to certainly score his century here. Bramble taking strike now, right arm batsman. And he's another slow delivery. He's worked it away into the onside in the mid-wicket region. The Hodge runs in off of the boundary. Fires a throw back in, but the batsmen complete 2 runs quite easily. So the score now moves on to 273 for the loss of 5 wickets. Extra 17. It's the end of over number 43. Bramble moves on to 7. Reefer is there poised for a century. His first list day century it would be if he gets to the 3-figure mark. He is now 19 not out. The partnership 16 runs. 273 for the loss of 6 wickets at the end of over number 42.
Yes, and Reefer very close to this targeted 3 figures. Every batsman dreams of getting there, and in a tournament like this, in a match like this, a very vital match, semi-finals of the CG Insurance 50 over limited tournament. It would be very, very good for him to pull off getting his first A-list 100 here. Reefer started off slow, but has come back roaring here with a very good innings.
Yes, as he faces up to John, and he plays this away into the air. It looks like he's going to give it away into the deep cover fielder's hands as he is caught by the Spice Man himself for a well-played 90, but I'm sure he will be very disappointed. He'll be very disappointed. Caught in the deep cover fielder by Andre Fletcher for 90 runs. First ball of the over, and John would be very happy, and I'm sure the captain would be very happy because this now is an interesting period of the game. Having lost their 6th wicket, Guyana being 273, it means also that the scoring rate may somewhat be slowed up, and a target that we were looking at that they possibly could have gotten to of 330 runs or 340 might now not be so possible.
Well, 6.5 overs left. We have Bramble and we have Shepherd at the crease. These guys are certainly players who can push the scoring rate racing along, so Guyana still in a very, very good position to get way beyond 300 with that many overs left. But sometimes the momentum swings. It could be swinging the way of the Volcanoes. They were looking at a big total with Hetmeyer and Reefer going great guns. But with these 2 players out, I might just take the Guyanese a little longer to get up to the 300 mark.
Yes, as Shepherd, he faces as the batsman did not cross, and it's a slow delivery there by John, paddled away into the onside. The deep backward square leg comes into play. Just 1 run scored there, so the score now moves on to 274 for the loss of 8 wickets. Sorry, for loss of 6 wickets. 6 wickets gone. Score 274 for 6. This is the 44th over of the innings being bowled. As John runs away from us in the media center end, jumps, he's over the wicket, bowls again, another slow delivery, just played away over his head as Bramble played that in the air, but it was very safe, deliberately played, and they complete 2 runs as the long on fielder had to come around quickly to his left, picked up, got the ball in, but only 2 runs, 276 for the loss of 6 wickets as Bramble now moves up to 9. And here we see the bowler mixing up his deliveries, bowling.
He's been bowling a few slow ones,
Yes.
trying the variation.
And keeping the batsmen off of their rhythm as he runs in again over the wicket. Another slow delivery played again in the air to the right of Kotoy in the point position. He runs around, picks up, only a single. Score now 276 for the loss of 6 wickets. We're in the 44th over. 3 deliveries have been bowled so far. And John, at the end of the innings here, in his 9th over, has claimed 2 wickets for the loss of 37. Decent bowling so far. And, you know, he's mixing it up, keeping the batsmen guessing. This one a little quicker into Shepherd, as Shepherd just punches it away into the onside. The long off fielder runs in and fields. Looks like Athanaze. And he gets the ball back in. It's only a single. So we move on to 278 for the loss of 6 wickets. Bramble is on 10. Romario Shepherd, new batsman, he's on 2. As we see John again running in to bowl the final delivery of this over. It's pulled away by Bramble down to the deep backward square leg position. It's picked up by McSween, thrown into the keeper. So that completes the over. Over number 44 completed, 279 for the loss of 6 wickets. And Guyana Jaguars are in a fairly good position here at this stage of the game.
Oh, they're in a very good position. They've got 6 overs left. They're on 279. They have 2 good strikers of the ball. See Bramble playing very intelligently. Instead of striking the ball all the way down to the fielder with the field wide open, he's pushing it into the gaps. He's chipping and not really striking the ball too hard. Very intelligent there, and he's picked up a couple of 2s, whereas if you were striking the ball very cleanly, you would have gotten 1. So there's a lot of thinking going on, and I'm seeing here that the Guyanese understand that they need to put this game as far as possible out of the reach of the Volcanoes, and they are matching on to try to do that.
Certainly, and we see another change. So McSween has come on now for, he has replaced Stout, Kevin Stout, and he'll be bowling from the CIU end. As he prepares, he's bowling to a short third man, a deep point, extra cover, a sweeper or deep cover, a long off as he comes in, left arm over the wicket, short delivery to Romario Shepherd. Sorry, and that's Bramble, who pulls it away into the onside. Fielder comes in and picks up. Only a single to the batsman. Sort of a slow bumper there.
That's part of the repertoire of these fast bowlers. They can bowl a quick bumper, they can bowl a slower one. Sort of tricked him there.
Yes, as he runs in now to Bram. This one is played away into the offside by Romario Shepherd and spectacularly fielded there by is that Stout on the boundary? But spectacularly fielded by him with his left hand, flicking it away back onto the field, saving 2 runs there on the boundary. So 2 runs run by the batsman. Score moves on to 282 for the loss of 6 wickets.
That was Larry Edwards, sorry.
Yes, very, very good work there on the boundary. So just a hold up in play as McSween now runs in, bowling to Shepherd. Another slow one. It's a full toss though. He tried to hit it away over long on, but only managed to get it away into the short mid-off position. And the captain Sunil Ambrose runs around fields. Only a single scored. So here we see them mixing up the deliveries and keeping the batsmen guessing and keeping them off of their timing.
He tried to hit that one too hard. Strike the ball nice and clean, you can get better results.
Yes, so he bowls this one just short of a length. He guides it to the third man region as John falls down as he fields, and the batsmen go through for a single. So 1 run resulting. We're in the 45th over here. The score is 284 for the loss of 6 wickets. Anthony Bramble, he's not out on 13. Romario Shepherd, not out on 5. The last two batsmen to fall were Shimron Hetmeyer for a score of 113 and Raymond Reefer, who scored 90. Pretty much responsible for this huge total. And another delivery here to Romario Shepherd, and he's opening his shoulders, trying to hit this over long on and missing completely. So dot ball as the ball went through to the keeper. Score remains on 284 for 6. This is the 45th over being bowled.
Playing across the line, missed it completely. Kind of thought it was in the zone and just lifted his head up and swung a mighty heave. That would have gone very, very far, but he missed it completely.
Yes. As McSween bowls another one outside off. So this time he tries to guide it away to third man, missing again. So that's a good last 2 overs. Good comeback there by the bowler. Bowling 2 good deliveries, 2 dot balls as we complete over number 45. The score is 284 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yes, the previous over they got 6 runs. This over they got 4. Skipper Ambrose must be happy. I would see that he's used 8 bowlers so far, and one would wonder why. There ought to be 3 or 4 bowlers that would give you in the region of 10. We're not seeing any such occurrence. John is the only bowler that I think would be getting up to 10, maybe John and McSween.
Yes.
But the others are all 3, 4.
Right. So John bowled 9, Ray Jordan bowled 8, and McSween has just completed his 8th over. And we see John is going to complete his 10th over. He's bowling his 10th over as he runs into Bramble. And another slow delivery. Bramble frees his arms and swings down to the long on region. But the fielder runs around very quickly. The long on fielder runs around very quickly, picks up, and gets the ball back in. Looks like Athenaeus. Yes, Alec Athenaeus got it in. 1 run, 285 for the loss of 6 wickets. We're in the 46th over. 285 for the loss of 6 wickets. As John runs in, this time he'll be bowling to Romario Shepherd. Another slow delivery, paddles it away into the offside. The sweeper runs in off of the boundary, Kevin Hodge. And he just lobbies that left-handed throw back to the captain's Ambrose, who relays it now to John. So 1 run scored there, 286 for the loss of 6 wickets. As the Guyana Jaguars will be pushing for a score of 300 at least. Sure, they want to get up to maybe 320. So John bowls again, another slow delivery, and this time the batsman hits it away in the air. Around comes Fletcher, and he takes a catch. Coming around to his left from the deep mid-wicket position, takes a comfortable catch. So Bramble goes. They have lost their 7th wicket with the score 286.
And sometimes when you have a batsman or a partnership that is all set, the teammates who are sitting in the background, they sort of kind of relax a bit. They're not thinking that there's that much pressure on them. And then they find themselves being out there in the middle, psychologically not really being ready, and having to sort of get warmed up. We're not seeing that happening. The bowlers have gotten a little bit tighter. Skipper Ambrose putting on his seamers. They've mixed it up nicely. John has been bowling a few quick, a few slower deliveries, a few cutters, and he's really mixed it up so much that in the end, Bramble targeted 1 for 6, and Fletcher took a very nice catch.
Yes, a very comfortable catch there taken by Fletcher. And as you said, the bowlers are mixing it up. Maybe had they done that earlier, maybe they would have been in a better position if they had mixed it up the same way. Here we see John bowling to Shepherd as the batsman crossed.
They were not being bowled for a while now. Remember that?
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So plays it away into the offside. The captain, Ambrose, comes around fields, gets it back to the bowler. No run scored. So the score remains on 286 for the loss of 7 wickets. This is the 46th over being bowled. As John is bowling his final over. Another slow delivery. Tried to swing it away towards the backward square leg position was Shepherd. It seemed as if it came off his body, lobbed away onto the leg side into a short square leg position, and they ran through for a leg bye. So 1 more run to the total, 287 for the loss of 7 wickets. And we see John is really mixing it up. This is his final delivery of his spell. It would have been a completion of a good spell. 41 runs scored off of him so far, and he has already taken 3 wickets. Who knows? Would he add another wicket to his total? As he prepares to bowl to Kevin Sinclair, who takes his guard now. He taps his bat in the crease. And John, another slow delivery. This one a full toss, looping, and he plays it away into the mid-wicket position as Fletcher fields. And they run through for a single. He's holding the ball as if to dare the batsman to run, to take a chance at the second run. But this completes the over. Over number 46 has been completed. The score is now 288 for 7. Represents a very good score so far. The not-out batsmen are Kevin Sinclair on 1 and Romario Shepherd on 6.
And a good spell by John. He's bowled 10 overs, 43 runs, 3 wickets, and an economy rate of 4.2. And he bowled 33 dot balls. So notwithstanding the onslaught that we saw between Hetmeyer and Reefer, John was not really part of that in that period there. He was kept off the ball, and he came back and tidied up nicely. So 10 overs, 42 runs, 3 wickets. Not bad. Not a bad day out of in the office for young John.
And here we... Yes, certainly. And here we see McSween is going to take up the attack. He has conceded 35 runs from his 8 as he bowls a full delivery, full toss outside the off stump to Sinclair, who plays it away to the deep point position or sweeper position. And only a run scored. Only 1 run scored. So the score now moves on to 289 for the loss of 7 wickets. So the bowlers have been doing quite a good job bowling here at the death. As we see McSween, another delivery. This one is a full-length delivery. Played away into the long-on position to Katoy. And we saw Sinclair exploring a second run. Katoy got it back quite quickly to the keeper, and so limiting the batsman to only 1 run. So they move into the 290. They move on to 290, the score for the loss of 7 wickets. This is the 47th over being bowled as McSween bowls again, and this one is just a back of the length or just back of a length delivery. We see Sinclair trying to run it away towards the third man position, missed completely. So a dot ball bowled. So the score remains on 290 for 7. This is the 47th over being bowled. Very good score here by the Guyana Jaguars. McSween again over the wicket, left arm over the wicket, and this one is a wide delivery, and it's released by the keeper. So not only was it a wide delivery, but the keeper did a very poor job of gathering the delivery, and it just bubbled off of his body, and the batsman in the mode of capitalizing on every mistake ran through for an extra run. So not only was it a wide, but they were able to get an extra run. So 2 runs from that delivery as the score moves on now to 292 for 7. So the bowler, McSween, bowls, cut away down to the point, deep point position as Andre Fletcher comes off of the boundary, limits them to 1 run, and score moves on now to 293 for 7. What do you think of the going so far by the batsmen?
Well, they are trying to get their feet in, they get their eye in, and I'm sure they're going to try to push it along. Yes,
a very good run rate here, 6.28 as McSween bowls again to Sinclair. And he just dabs it away into the short third man position, and they scamper through quickly for a single. So the score now is 294 for 7. This is the 47th over being bowled. Actually, McSween is about to bowl the final delivery of this over. 41 runs scored so far. Not out batsmen are Kevin Sinclair on 3. Romario Shepherd, he's not out on 8. As McSween comes in, left arm over. And it's a full toss, but the batsman, Shepherd, trying to free his hands and get it over the mid-wicket region, could only muscle it away to the deep mid-wicket position, and was able to get only 1 run as the end of the over comes up. McSween has completed his 9th over. 41 runs have been scored off of it. 47 overs have been completed so far in this innings, and the Guyana Jaguars are well set and well positioned on a score of 295 for the loss of 7 wickets.
And that delivery was a little high. It was a full toss. It seemed to have been over the waist. It looked like it got right up in almost to the midriff when he played the shot. I've seen the umpires not really calling these these deliveries as they should, but we see no harm done. The batsman picked up a couple.
You're very far from
In any case, the Guyanese are going to try to put the pressure on. They have 3 overs left. They're well positioned, 295 for 7. There is nothing that says that the Volcanoes would not be able to get there, but runs on the board are runs on the board. We've seen smaller totals not achieved. We've seen bigger totals overcome, and I believe that this match is still open.
And here we see the successful Jordan bowling his 9th over as Shepherd tried to swing that away over the mid-wicket position, but only was successful in getting it off of his body as it cannoned into his thighs, going into the offside. Leg by would have been completed. So the score now is on to 296 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Jordan looks to be moving a little gingerly. With a grimace on his face there, I'm wondering if he's in some sort of pain.
Maybe tried to do a little bit too much. Is another full-length delivery, this time to Sinclair, who plays it away to the long-off position or the mid-off position and scampers through for a single. Could be that he, coming back for a new spell and his body may not be as loose as it should be. Maybe he tried to put in a little extra there and might have felt a little bit of tweak in one of his muscles. As we see Jordan again, he was very good at the start of the innings. As he bowls, another ball cannoning into the pads of Romario Shepherd as it was going down the leg side. He missed completely, and the ball just running back up the track. The bowler ran up and picked up cleanly, limiting the batsmen or keeping them in their creases, so no run scored, another dot ball.
The seamers have always been able to keep the run rate down, and when things were going awry, we all wondered why weren't they brought back on.
Yes, as Jordan again, another delivery, this one again looking like it's going down leg again. Shepherd trying to swing away over mid-wicket. That ball looked like it cannoned into his thigh, and you could see now he's in a bit of discomfort as he's hunched over, probably feeling a bit of pain. As they say, when you have some good pace out there and it hits you oh, ouch, just above the knee.
Yes,
just above the knee. And he's certainly in a bit of pain. Again, no run resulting there, so the score remains on 297. A very good over so far by Jordan, just keeping it tight on the batsmen, not allowing them to swing away. As he bowls again, another delivery, and again in the same spot, and again a similar result. The ball just cannoning into the leg of the batsman. The batsman now, this time I think it hit him on his left leg. So the previous delivery hit him in his right leg, now this time in his left leg. And you could see he's taking some blows there, some body blows. He's certainly going to be bruised sometime later after this game.
Bowler seems to be struggling as well, Vinci.
Yes, but he seems to be winning the battle here. As he runs in right arm over the wicket again, bowling with a bit of pace. Again, another full-length delivery, but this one is down the leg side. Let's see if the... oh, wow. It may have touched something on its way through because the umpire did not signal a wide. And so that brings up the end of the 48th over, and it looks like he might be having a bit of problem in his left hamstring.
Yes, he's certainly struggling.
So after 48 overs, the score is 297 for the loss of 8 wickets. The Guyana Jaguars in a very good position at this moment. 297 runs for the loss of 8 wickets.
Well, they are well positioned. They have a few wickets left. They have a good total on the board. They should capitalize on hitting every ball. Too many dot balls in that last over. They got only 1 run. They should be pushing it, touching and running.
Yes, quite a bit of dot balls and also some body blows in that last over. As we see McSween, he'll be coming in to bowl his final over as he runs in, left arm over the wicket. This time he'll be bowling to Kevin Sinclair, and he's swinging for the fences and missing outside off stump as that ball goes through to the keeper. So another dot ball, and the dot balls are piling up at the end of the innings, and this is good for the Windwards, not so good for the Guyana Jaguars, even though they're in a very good position at this point in the game.
Yes, every ball that doesn't yield a run is a benefit to the Volcanoes. McSween has been doing quite well.
Yes, as McSween jumps over the wicket again, and this time another delivery, tried to guide it away towards the third man position. Another dot ball as he misses. So McSween and Jordan have been doing quite a good job. And before Jordan, John have been doing quite a good job at the end of the innings, just limiting the batsmen to singles and twos, no boundaries being given away.
And certainly,
as McSween again, this one a short delivery, and again Sinclair is trying to swing away. So 3 deliveries bowled so far in this over, and none of them have been scored on. And the batsmen would be better served, maybe just, tapping the ball into the spaces and running ones and twos instead of trying to swing for the fences, because they're certainly not connecting.
not looking at the ball, he wants to hit. He's a little over-exuberant there, Sinclair is.
As McSween bowls again, this one is a full-length delivery, and Sinclair plays it away to long on. Katoy comes around, does the fielding, only 1 run resulting. So at 1 run after 4 deliveries, the first run scored in this over. This is the 49th over, the penultimate over, being bowled by McSween. He has bowled, so far he has conceded 43 runs. The not-out batsmen are Romario Shepherd on 9, Kevin Sinclair, he's not out on 5. Romario Shepherd is facing up as McSween runs in, bowls to him. Another full-length delivery, and this time he plays it away and into the long-on position. So the long-off fielder runs in. Is
Kevin Stout.
Stout, yes. Kevin Stout runs in, picks up fields, limits the batsman to only 1 run. So they are on 299 for the loss of 7, this being the 49th over. Final delivery of the 49th over being bowled as McSween comes in. This time he'll be bowling to Sinclair, and this one he just plays it away towards the third man position, and Fletcher runs around to his left off the third man position, and as the over comes to an end, over number 49 comes to an end as the 300 comes up. 300 comes up off of 49 overs, or off of 294 deliveries. The score is 300 for the loss of 7 wickets at the end of 49 overs.
296 legal deliveries. But they've actually faced a few more deliveries.
Well, 294 legal deliveries.
Yes, 94, yes. They've got a few wides.
Oh, yes, they did.
No balls as well.
So here we see Jordan will be bowling the final over of the innings, and his final over also. So the captain would have utilized his fast bowlers quite well. Each one of them would have completed 10 overs, except maybe Stout, as Jordan runs in first delivery. He'll be bowling to Kevin Sinclair. He backs away and he plays this away into the mid-off position, and they run through quickly for a single. So 1 run resulting as the score now. This is the final over. 301 is the score for the loss of 7 wickets. Sinclair, he moves on now to 7. Sinclair moves on to 7.
I think John is asking him to mix it up a little bit there.
Yes.
He did it quite well.
As Jordan runs in, and this one is a shortish delivery. It's pulled away into the onside as Fletcher comes around from the deep mid-wicket position and rifles a good throw right back over the stumps, as he would like to collect it when he's keeping. And only 1 run resulting there. Score now 302 for the loss of 7 wickets. As Jordan prepares, he runs in again. This time he'll be bowling to Sinclair. Jumps. A short delivery, and he tried to pull this away, but only resulting in hitting it back into the pitch. And the bowler picks up to his own bowling. So, a dot ball there Another dot ball. So bowlers are doing quite well at the back end of the innings. 49 overs having been completed. 3 deliveries so far in this final over. 302 is the score for 7, and he bowls a slow delivery, and Sinclair is to the measure of it as he just pushes it away into the offside as Katoy picks up and fields 1 run. So the score now moves on to 303 for the loss of 7 wickets. This is the final over of the innings, and a very good position here for the Guyana Jaguars. Put in this position primarily through the 113 that was scored by Shimron Hetmeyer and 90 by Raymond Reefer. This ball by Jordan is a full pitch delivery into the pads of Romario Shepherd. He was backing away, and he followed him with that full length delivery, and only resulted in an inside edge onto his pads and a 1 run resulting. So the score moves on to 304 for the loss of 7 wickets. This is the final delivery of the over and the final delivery of the innings to be bowled, as he bowls another full-length delivery as it's played away into the short extra cover position, or in the extra cover position. Ambrose fields, and this completes the innings. 305 for the loss of 7 as the Guyana Jaguars have completed their innings.
Well, Vinci, if you were the Guyana Jaguars, you would be a little disappointed. You were well set to go way beyond 300. And I would say they squandered an opportunity to build a bigger total. However, when you've had 2 batsmen who have been as set as Hetmeyer and Reefer were, like I said earlier, it would probably be difficult for the others to come in and get off the mark and start pushing things. And so what we're seeing is, in the end, a very formidable total, 305 for 7. I think that would be their highest total for the tournament so far. And they are certainly going to press the Windward Islands a bit as they try to get that. The Windward's batting has to step up. They're going to have to come out gun blazing, and they're going to have to bat long, bat deep in order to get close to this or overtake this quite formidable total here made by the Guyana Jaguars.
Yes, it certainly would have to. But just to bring you up to speed in what happened during this innings, the Guyana Jaguars, they have completed their 50 overs with a score of 305 after 50 overs. Just to give you a rundown of the innings, Chandapal Hemraj, he was the first to go. LBW, he was caught McSween, bowled John for 29, 24, scored off of 29 deliveries. Tevin Imlak, he was caught spectacularly by Stewart off of the bowling of Jordan for 14 off of 29 deliveries. Shimron Hetmeyer, he came in and blasted away for 80 ball 113, which included 11 fours and 5 sixes. 113 off of 80 deliveries, 11 fours, 5 sixes. Christopher Barnwell didn't stay long. He scored 8 runs from 9 deliveries as he was LBW to Jordan. Leon Johnson, he was brilliantly caught at the fine leg position by Stout off of the bowling of Jordan for a duck. Raymond Reefer, he and Shimron Hetmeyer featured in a big 194-run partnership as they rescued the Guyana Jaguars from a poor position, and they carried the score up to 257 before they lost the 5th wicket. Raymond Reefer, he ended up with 90 off of 104 deliveries. He scored 8 fours, 3 sixes. Anthony Bramble, 14 from 14 deliveries. Romario Shepherd was not out on 11 from 20 deliveries. Kevin Sinclair not out on 9 from 14 deliveries. The bowling figures, Preston McSween, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 45 runs, no wickets. Alec Athenaeus, 3 overs. He was quite expensive today. 3 overs for 30 runs. Ryan John, he provided some fire. He provided some fireworks also. 10 overs for 42 runs, 3 wickets. But Ray Jordan, he's the one who came in at the top took 3 of the 4 wickets at the top, bowling with real pace, real fire. He ended up with 10 overs, 1 maiden, 45 runs, 3 wickets. Sunil Ambrose, 6 overs for 36 runs. Larry Edward, again disappointing today, 4 overs for 42 runs. Kevin Stout, he came in, he had to fill in 5 overs for 35 runs, 1 wicket, and hit that 1 wicket being the important wicket of Shimron Hetmyer, who looked like he was going to put the game out of reach of the Windward Islands. And Kavem Hodge, he bowled 2 overs for 23 runs. Also disappointing return for him. So the Windward Islands, they are getting ready to bat. They will be chasing 306 runs for winning total. Guyana Jaguars in a very, very good position here to defend a huge total here. 305 runs for the losing 7 wickets in that in their chance to bat.
How about we saw the tale of 2 teams. One was batting, and Hetmyer found himself having to play the leadership role that he has to play. He is the best batsman on the Guyana team, and he came out, saw them getting into a bit of trouble, 4 down, and he really settled in nicely. The previous match, he came out, didn't look very focused, didn't look very interested when he went out, played some shots and looked a little less than concerned. But today he batted well. He stayed there, he picked his time, and then when he felt he was in, he launched an attack that the Windward Islands just could not overcome, and he overpowered them on his way to 113, backed up very nicely by Reefer, who batted well. I think he played the innings of his career here, getting up to 90 in an A-list game. He gave it away quite easily, and he could have easily have gotten to 100, and he's going to regret that sitting back in the pavilion right now. But the batting of the Jaguars centered around these 2 gentlemen, over 190-run partnership in good time, pressured the Windwards, and we saw the bowling of the Windwards really just looked a little bit out of sorts. 8 players used, and in the end they were not able to pull the Guyanese below 305, and they are now going to have to be trying to get up there. It's going to be a tall task, but they may be able to do it.
Well, I think that they would be happy with that score of 305, because it could have easily been 330 had they not had some had the bowlers not pulled it back at the end. But as we break, we're gonna break, and please remain with us as an interview with Philo Wallace will be played during the break as we get prepared for the second half of this game.
This is Middle Stump on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island, take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your reservations today. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
At only 45 minutes from the capital, Regents Hotel welcomes you to Portsmouth with 20 suites to make for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Whether you're with friends or family, everything is done to make you feel like you're at home. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island and take a dip in the hot springs. Take an idyllic horseback ride or water sports for the adventurous. Visit Dominica and stay at the Regents Hotel. Make your reservations today, 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
Is Middle Stump on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Speaking here with the great Philo Wallace. Philo Wallace, of course, was an explosive opening batsman for the West Indies. You would remember Philo Wallace, especially during his opening.
This is Middle Stump on Vibes Radio, the champion station. champion station. Is Middle Stop on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island. Take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your reservations today. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
At only 45 minutes from the capital, Regents Hotel welcomes you to Portsmouth with 20 suites to make for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Whether you're with friends or family, everything is done to make you feel like you're at home. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island and take a dip in the hot springs. Take an idyllic horseback ride or water sports for the adventurous. Visit Dominica and stay at the Regents Hotel. Make your reservations today, 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
Is Middle Stop on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Speaking here with the great Philo Wallace. Philo Wallace, of course, was an explosive opening batsman for the West Indies. You would remember Philo Wallace, especially during his the great Philo Wallace. Philo Wallace, of course, was an explosive opening batsman for the West Indies. You would remember Philo Wallace, especially during his opening.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island. Take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your reservations today. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
At only 45 minutes from the capital, Regents Hotel welcomes you to Portsmouth with 20 suites to make for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Whether you're with friends or family, everything is done to make you feel like you're at home. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island and take a dip in the hot springs. Take an idyllic horseback ride or water sports for the adventurous. Visit Dominica and stay at the Regents Hotel. Make your reservations today, 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
This is Middle Stump on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
All right, speaking here with the great Philo Wallace. Philo Wallace, of course, was an explosive opening batsman for the West Indies. You would remember Philo Wallace, especially during his opening partnerships with Clayton Lambert, to really give the West Indies a flying start, especially in one-dayers. Philo, thank you so much for joining us and talking with us here on Middle Stump. Let's start off here with a look ahead to the Sri Lanka series coming up right here in Antigua in a biosecure environment. What are your expectations, especially based on what the West Indies did in Bangladesh?
First of all, thank you once again, Garfield, for having me on Middle Stump. It's a good guard to take. When you look at West Indies returning from Bangladesh, particularly from the Test match perspective, they have won that series 2-0. Obviously, it was a tremendous achievement. We saw Kyle Mayers scoring a double 100 on debut, getting a 210 in the second innings, chasing 397, and Kuma Bonner coming good back at number 3. And we saw other performances from some of the particular bowlers, Rakeem Cornwall, Jamal Warrican, and the standing captain, Craig Bradford himself, getting among the runs. So we saw a disciplined West Indies Test match squad for those 2 Test matches, and obviously to win to love it in Bangladesh was tremendous. Looking ahead to Sri Lanka, West Indies are at home. All the matches are going to be in that biosecure environment in Antigua and Barbuda. The 2 grounds to be used will be Coolidge and the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. At the moment, the Super 50 is being played there at both venues, so the pitches they've been taking some work, and obviously you're expecting that the ground staff will get those pitches up to West Indies standards. We had a bad one-day series in Bangladesh. Obviously, again, we missed some of our key players, particularly the captain as well, Kieran Pollard. He's leading Trinidad and Tobago in that Super 50, so obviously he'll be available for the one-day series and the T20 series. And you expect West Indies to do well in both the T20 series and the one-day series that starts before the test matches. I believe that the test match squad will also look to continue on that very good start in Bangladesh, and hopefully the selectors will pick the squad that can do the business for West Indies, and that is to win all three series, the T20 series, the one-day series, and the test match series, because all these matches are very important leading into the various World Cups that are just around the corner. Excellent. The big debate, Philo, in the Caribbean now is whether or not Jason Holder should be brought back as captain for the test team, or it should continue to be Craig Brathwaite, who pulled off a series a winning performance in Bangladesh, winning 2-0, sweeping the series 2-0. What are your views on that? Well, I honestly believe, Garfield, that Craig Brathwaite should be allowed to continue to captain the West Indies test squad. Looking back at Bangladesh, he did a tremendous job. In his interview, he said that he never thought it was a second-rate team. I never thought it was a second-rate team. It was a West Indies cricket team. And he turned around the fortunes of West Indies cricket. He took those guys who were there and he molded them into what test cricketers are made of. And we saw very consistent performances. We saw good field placing, sometimes a little negative, but effective. And he got the job done. The head coach Simmons said that he was very impressed with Craig Brathwaite's tactics, the way he carried them. They managed the team on the field and also off the field. So those are good boxes to tick. And I know it's going to be a big debate on whether he should be retained. I feel he should be retained. If you look at Jason Holder, who's captained that side for 5 years, he had some success. But we saw a lot of mistakes being made, particularly in his field placing, and we haven't seen the real drive that we expect from a Jason Holder. If you even look at the Barbados Super 50 campaign, the last game against Jamaica, they had Jamaica 88 for 8, and they got 218, and Barbados lost by 51 runs. So again, we're seeing some faults in Jason Holder's captaincy, and I hope that the West Indies selectors, our chairman, lead selector Roger Harper, will sit down and have a very serious word with Jason. I try to get Jason's thoughts on how he's looking to go forward. And also the coach is going to be very important, because the coach, Miles Bascom, and lead selector Roger Harper, they're the three selectors who will select the squads. And obviously they're the people who will recommend the captain board to ratify. So it's going to be very interesting to see what their recommendations are when it comes to leadership of various West Indies squads. And the place for Jason Holder then, pretty much just to be an all-rounder in the team? Well, he's a test match cricketer. Yes, he's a West Indies test match captain. If he gets the job, well, so be. But if he doesn't get the job, he's a test match cricketer, and he goes out there and he plays for West Indies. All of them keep saying that they wear West Indies on their hearts. And I really like to see them start doing it rather than talking. I think it's time now for these guys to start really putting in the performances that can merit a West Indies real commitment. We keep hearing, oh yes, we love West Indies, we enjoy playing for West Indies. But when we see these guys on the fields wearing West Indies colors, you don't see a lot of commitment. You don't see a lot of diving and sliding and spectacular catches and stuff like that. We don't see them going beyond the call of duty. And I think it's time now that these start doing what they're supposed to do, and that is perform and bring West Indies cricket over this bottom ranking in the ICC tables. Yes. Give me your 1 to 6, please, Philo, for the test series. 1 to 6, who should be retained from Bangladesh? Should come back in from the regulars? Well, I believe that we have a nucleus coming out of Bangladesh. I think Craig Brathwaite should be retained. Again, if John Campbell have 9 lives, we didn't see a lot of good coming out of Bangladesh from John Campbell. We have Bonner at number 3. I think we can also slip in Shamar Brooks at number 4. I think at number 5 we can look at Kyle Mears, Jermaine Black. We also will have to give Joshua De Silva another go as well. And I believe that Jason Holder will find some way in that mix, along with Raheem Cornwall, Shannon Gabriel. I will also have Azari Joseph, Kemar Roach. If we're going to take 2 spinners into that squad, I think Jamal Warrington will also have to be given another opportunity, because he obviously played second fiddle to Cornwall very well. But our main trust is going to be who is going to be Craig Bradford's opening partner. We saw Bangladesh with a lot of deficiencies in his batting. You know, and I was reading some comments of our batting consultant, and he said he felt like a proud Indian in the West Indies dressing room. But I don't want him to feel like a proud Indian. I want him to feel a proud batting consultant, where we can see our batsmen really doing what is required, the basics of batting properly. You're still seeing Shane Mosley fall on the way to the offside, and the guys are just bowling straight on his pad, and he's being caught, hit LBW, he's just hands leading away from his body, he's got that slip. These are elementary, and we need to get these things corrected because we want guys to come into the test matches, unsung. So that was my squad. Obviously, the thing is Dan Bravo. The question is Dan Bravo interested to play test match cricket? I think that Dan Bravo over the years, I heard him saying that the players are very critical of the modern day players, but he has a fundamental problem that is facing short balls, and he went back with a forearm guard. I would like to work hard on this game and let us see some performances in the Super 50 from him, because I am not really considering Dan Bravo in my squad. To me.
This is Middle Stump on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Come taste the traditional Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island. Take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your day. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info.
This is Middle Stump on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Welcome back to the second semi-final of the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup here at the Coolidge Ground, joined by Darwin Telemack, former Leeward Islands, Combined Islands, not Combined Islands, well yes, you could say Combined Islands, the only thing he didn't play for Combined, but we had Windward Islands player, opening batsman, very accomplished man, successful businessman in his own right, CEO of the Port Antigua and Barbuda Port, and an excellent friend of mine's. The Volcanoes need 306 runs to win. Are you still back in the Volcanoes? Good afternoon.
Absolutely.
You're back in the Volcanoes?
Yes, win, lose or draw, that's my team. You always stick with your team.
All right. So we have some action happening here, because what we're seeing is now Alex Attenels, a little strange here, and Kevin Hodge opening the innings.
Yes.
No Andrew Fletcher.
Well, it's a duo from Dominica. Two very close friends. Let's see how they do here.
All right. So the action starts straight away, and pretty interesting here. Shanda Paul Hemorrhage is starting for the Guyana Jaguars. The target is 306, Darwin. Alex Attenels, Shanda Paul Hemorrhage, some 12 wickets in this competition, a best of 3 for 18, and didn't get off today, but maybe he might get off with the bowling. He comes in now to bowl to Kevin Hodge, who's on driving down the ground and picks up his first single. Hodge, who just back from the Bangladesh tour, didn't play in the test matches, but we'll be looking to try to get some runs under his belt here. And a ploy here, which, and pretty interesting. Andrew Coley, the coaching staff, has decided to come up with something different here. But I'll wait and see what's happening. I don't know. I will look at it. Attenes comes in to strike, and let's see what's going to be happening, because he didn't bowl well. So I hope that he'll be able to get some runs batting well, Darwin.
He's a good batsman, but I think they're probably trying that because of the spin up front. That might be what is happening here.
So we wait for a while. Shanda Paul Hemorrhage comes in now to bowl to Attenes. He's back and turning in this, and he gets an easy single. Raymond Reefer from the short mid-wicket area comes around. Darwin, I don't know how you feel, but I think that the Windward Island selectors missed a trick by not picking Johnson Charles for this Super 50 competition.
Well, if he was available, I think you would make a stronger team here.
Here is Hodge back and whipping this beautifully out to the fielder on the deep backward square leg boundary, and they quietly come quickly for 2 runs. So that's a good run. The other ploy that I found here, I have not been able to get into the bubble to find out why Niall Smith is not playing in this game. And he looked a real impressive young fast bowler. 4 without loss. We're still into over number 1. I wait for like a while, Darwin, as for some strange reason for Sammy Pomalde was a little bit late here. Here is the man himself, Kevin Hodge, just playing this ball late onto the offside and picking up a cool 2 runs right there. Target is 306, 5 balls bowled so far in over number 1, 6 without loss.
In the last victory the Windwards had here, these 2 players batted very well. And they brought the Windwards home the last time, and they are here doing it again, starting it off here for them in this innings.
Sean Paul Hemorrhage is out into bowl to Hodge. Hodge not really coming right out. Completion of over number 1. So over number 1 completed, Darwin. 6 without loss. Hodge is 5 and Athenes is 1.
And Windward Islands stepping out here with a rather interesting look. I've been saying that teams ought to respond to other teams as they set up to start with spin, and maybe the Windwards thinking, let's watch what happens here with the Jaguar. We know that Fletcher can come in and really go after it. He would probably prefer to have a few medium paces or quicks coming at him, and they're hoping that Athenes and Hodge here can bat up the early start of this Guyana team and build an innings that the other players can come down the order and explode on. It's quite a leap of faith here, but they have to do something, and they're trying something.
So Darwin, Romaro Shepherd was media center in here. The current run rate is 6.00. The required run rate is 6.12. And Alex Athenes, the left-hander, is in strike. He'll face from around the wicket from a Romaro Shepherd. Witness a big occasion guy today who turned up and decided that he was going to carry his country on his back. Shimon Hetmeyer, but you can't forget the contribution also of Raymond Reefer. Wearing the number 87, missed out and should have got 100 also. Shepherd is in now to bowl to Hodge. Hodge standing up straight and punching that. It has not been fast-tracked even further up the ladder for somebody who would have played for the West Indies. Still struggling to be able to get consistent games here, but we'll continue to push and find out what is the reason as to why Carl Tuckett has not gone further than where he is in the umpiring circles. Hodges 6. Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. It is third over in now to bowl to Athenes. He's just turning this one around the corner. And the throw from Raymond Reefer, he was caught on his heels. Had he been a little bit more fleet-footed, Kevin Hodge, even though it looks like he might have been home, might have put a little bit more pressure there. Scores goes up to 16 without loss. Athenes goes to 10, and Hodge comes in to strike.
It's a good single there. Good call from Hodge. He's really fast between the stumps.
Yes, he is. Chandra Paul Hemorrhage taking some deep breaths. Didn't get off today, nursing a slight little injury. Comes in now to bowl to Kevin Hodge. Haven's driving, but they've got a packed offside field, and so he can't pace it. There's no one sweeping. Sinclair, Imla. Reefer, Christopher Barnwell on the offside, and on the leg side, he's looking to push it again. He can't score. He just needs to just check it. Just a little lower. And Kevin Hodge, a little pressure on him. I think he got to the pitch of that, Darwin. You think he could have just hit that over mid-off? I don't know if he's that kind of player.
He's trying to get himself in first, I think.
Cramped himself there, trying to pull away there. He can't get the rhythm. But I think if he can't get it away, what he's got to be thinking about is getting some singles.
Yes, turning the strike over.
I think that'll be important for him. 16 without loss, Kevin Hodge. Just coming out of the bubble. Here's him driving down the road, putting some pressure on Christopher Barnwell. And a good single, good cricket single. 17 without loss. Hodge goes up to 7. Athenes, the left-hander, he comes into strike. He's on 10. Nice push there to mid-off. It was to the left of Christopher Barnwell. Well-judged single. We know that Volcanoes some 20 dot balls already, Darwin, and they really need to be able to get at least 10 singles out of the 20 dot balls. To kind of just keep ticking over. The current run rate now is 3.52. We have to score anyway close to about 6. Flatter, faster. Athenes is just turning this onto the leg side, picking up an easy single. And that's good rotation of the strike so far here, Darwin. Over number 5 comes to an end. The score is 18 without loss. Alex Athenes is 11 and Hodge is 7.
Yes, and these two batsmen certainly not scoring at the run rate they needed to. One of the drawback in putting these two batsmen together at the top is that they're very similar. None of them would tend to be the type of player that would be hitting over the top or going aggressively at the ball, but they can keep the score ticking over. But you may have thought about getting someone in there who could challenge the field, use the power play, and exploit the fact that all the fielders would be up inside the 30-yard circle. So a little bit of strategy here that the Windwards have used with these two players. Maybe just trying to get them in, get some quick runs, and keep the wickets in check.
Shepherd comes into ball to Athenes. He's back and just turning this onto the short fine leg area. Coming around is Gudishmoti. And the score goes up to 19 without loss. 19 without loss. Score ticking over very quickly.
That being said, though, Springer, Athenes seems to be the one who is a little bit more creative in pushing the ball around and getting singles. Hodge looks like he's more of the aggressive hitter of the ball and hasn't been able to do so.
Wait for a while as Shepherd comes into ball to his teammate. Hodge is back and just whipping this beautifully into the mid-wicket area, and they're going to come back quite easily for 2 runs. So Hodge is beginning to move. He's maybe just looking to judge the pace of the wicket, get his eye in. You know, the change from day to night. We've got to be able to think that this is a day-night encounter. Score goes up to 21. Hodge is 9. Alex Athenes is 12. We want to say, more or less, a very, 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 very good evening so far to the folks all around the Eastern Caribbean. Shepherd 1 for 27, 2 for 50, 2 for 26. Here is Hodge sneaking a single here, right up to the vacant mid-wicket area. And that's good rotation of the strike. They must have heard Darwin. Well, I guess what you think. They're from Dominica, so you would have some sort of connection to them. Hodge is 10 and Athenes is 12.
It's called telepathy.
Oh, sorry. I got it. I'm hearing you loud and clear. 22 without loss. Shepherd is really working up some steam here. He's a good guy, real good cricketer. One for the future. He's a good depth bowler too. He's going to move into bowl to Athenes. He's in now to bowl to Athenes. Athenes again is just turning this onto the leg side. Chanapal Hemorrhage had some work to do. And straight away, another single. So there's been an interesting over so far. The third over. And to date, we can say that they're 5 runs so far. Not bad at all. 23 without loss.
No, they're going at 4.06 runs and over. That's not bad. If you're starting up there, you can only get... the plan has to be to not let it drop too far down, because then you're going to be under pressure and you're going to start taking risk. So turning over the strike certainly has to be something they continue to do.
Shepherd in now to bowl to Hodge. Hodge defends a good length delivery. Can't beat Hetmeyer cover, who's darting in. I think the Windward Island Volcanoes under the... The current run rate 3.85, quiet run rate 6.46. Sinclair into bowl to Athenes. Stands up straight and just pushes it. Could have just pushed it a little bit more. Ball came off his bat, sweetly timed there. He looks a good player. He looks a good touch player. And the change has been ringing here. Darwin, when you think about Leon Johnson being so far at first slip?
Well, he must think that it's going to fly that far, but he is way back indeed.
Sinclair is in out to bowl to Athenes. Athenes back and just turning this beautifully out to the mid-wicket fielder. Imlach comes in very quickly and they get a single quite easily. This is over number 7. Athenes goes to 15. Hodge, the right-hander, is on 11, comes into strike. At the end of this over, it'll be the voice of Vincey Boeing continuing with Darwin Telemark. 306 is the target. It's going to be very important that the Windward Island Volcanoes get off to a good start. They need an excellent start, and these two need to play the platform. Here is Hodge trying to get past Sinclair. Over number 7 completed. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds in the second semi-final was the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup organized by Cricket West Indies, 26 without loss. Athens is 15 and Hodge is 11.
And the overs are piling up. Guyana has already bowled 7 overs. Windward's needing a run rate of 6.5. They're scoring at 3.71. One of the challenge, like I said, of not having a hitter out there is that you could use up your power play and not get the advantage of having the field close in. So while they're out there turning the striker around, they've also got to pick up a couple of boundaries.
Yes, they definitely do. They need to at least pick up the scoring rate. So we see Romario Shepherd, his first delivery of a new over to Athens. He just pushes it away into the offside. The short third man fielder comes into play, Tevin Imlak. And so there's no run. So another dot ball to the score, or to the innings. No run to the score. 26 is the total. This is the 8th over being bowled. And Shepherd, none for 13 so far. This is his 4th over, driven by Athens, a full-length delivery, and it's 4 runs. Oh, very well played. He just leaned into it. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just got in, leaned into it, had his right foot out, and played it down back past the mid-off position for 4.
That was nice and classy, very well played. He almost didn't move, didn't have to move either. He knew it was 4 runs from the time he left his bat. He stayed there. He's a little man, and he just jogged down the pitch to say, okay, let's just do this. But it was a very, very well played shot, and good to see him playing very lovely cricket here.
Yes, well played and well timed. As Shepherd comes back in, oh, this one keeps a bit low, just about off stump, and he had to dance and play it, and it seemed like he buckled and came down hard on it as it sped away into the square leg position as Johnson fields, no run resulting. So the score now, this is the 8th over, 30 without loss. Kavem Hodge, he's not out on 11. Alec Athens not out on 19.
And you play a beautiful off drive straight down the ground, and the next delivery stays down almost to your ankles. Certainly a bit of an up and down sort of scenario here.
Yes, as Shepherd, another delivery. This one just a bit outside off stump, shortish or back of the length. And Athens just only able to punch it away into the short third man position as Imlak comes into field. Keeps the batsman honest. No run scored. Another dot ball. So the score remains on 30 without loss.
He's playing well, getting behind the ball nicely. He has to put some pressure on the bowlers and keep doing that.
Yes, they need to find a way. As Shepherd, another full-length delivery, and this one, he just paddles it away into the offside. Shimron Hetmeyer there in a short extra cover position fields. I think he could have done a bit more with that delivery, but it seems like the bowler may have bowled a slow delivery there that sort of took him out of his rhythm. He certainly was looking for something and then decided to just be a bit more cautious with that shot.
Yes, he checked it nicely. Well played. He's concentrating well.
Yes. As Shepherd again, big number 48 on his back, runs in, he bows, and another delivery full length on the off stump, and just pushed away into the offside as Hetmeyer picks up, brings over number 8 to a close. 30 without loss is the score.
And Athens and Hodge putting on 30 so far, scoring at 3.75. Windwards would probably be looking for, you're in a power play, and as I've spoken of in all the broadcasts, you need to open up with an effort to take advantage of the fact that the field is close in, and when you miss those opportunities, it gets a little harder. The reason that the power play is on is to give the batting team an opportunity. They need to take advantage of that.
They certainly do, and we see Hemraj continuing this delivery. Hodge is backing away, trying to force it away into the offside. Only picks out the short extra cover fielder, Raymond Reefer. So no run resulting. Moti keeping it tight. Bows again. This ball is a full length delivery again. Just pushed away again into the offside. And this time to the right of Raymond Reefer, who runs around in a cut-like manner. Picks up. retrieves and gets it back. No run again. Hemraj. Again, this one is swept away by Hodge. Very well played. Beating the short fine leg fielder, who is Romario Shepherd, and it runs away into the boundary. 4 runs, 4 good-looking runs, and they certainly needed that. They need to get a bit more, some more of that going to pick up the scoring rate.
Yes, they've got to put the pressure on the bowling team. And Hemraj tried a quick one. Hodge is backing away, hitting to the offside. This was a slider he tried. Wrong line, Hodge smashed it for 4.
Yes, and another ball. And this one keeps a bit low, and he had to come down quickly on that one as it was pushed away into the offside. The point fielder comes into play, Tevin Imlak. No run again resulting. But that one certainly had a bit of danger on it. As Hemraj, and this one is pushed away to the left of Raymond Reefer, and it beat him to his left, and it goes away into the deep as Barnwell runs around from the long mid-off position, retrieves, and the batsmen complete 2 runs. So the score now, this is the 9th over being bowled. Score moves on to 36 without loss. Hodge moves on to 17. Alec Athanaze, he's on 19. And this one is paddled away into the onside as it finds Shimron Hetmeyer in the mid-on position. No run resulting. So that brings over number 9 to a close. The score remains on 36 without loss.
And Hodge and Athanaze consolidating together. They're doing okay. If you were asked if they're doing great, maybe not, but they're doing okay. No wickets down. They're scoring at 4 runs and over now. They need to be at 6. If you have wickets in hand, that's not a big deal. The only disadvantage so far, Vinci, is that you're not taking advantage of the first 10 overs that you could throw a few, hit a few balls over the top and get a few boundaries. They haven't done that, but their wickets are in hand. And if they are batting for long enough, I'm sure no matter where the field is, they can pick up some good runs here.
They should be able to, as Romario continues in the 10th over of the innings, and this one is played away by Athanaze onto the onside. The fielder from deep back of square leg comes in. That's Verasamy Pamal, picks up. Only 1 run resulting. So the score now, 37 without loss. Just want to say shout out to Hastings, one of the best, Whitfield Hastings, one of the best pastry chefs you can find on the island. Today is his birthday. He's celebrating his birthday, and I know he's watching the game or listening. I hope he's enjoying the game. As Shepherd comes in, this one is outside the off stump and cut away. Wonderfully cut away by Kavem Hodge for 4. Didn't have to move as that was hit into the gap and it just sped away into the boundary. 4 good-looking runs for Hodge as the score rushes on now to 41 without loss.
Yes, and that's one of the ones where the entire stadium would have gone up in an uproar. That was really lovely played by Kavem Hodge. Stepped across, got in line, shot outside the off stump, banged it square of the wicket, through point for 4, all along the ground. Lovely shot.
Yes, and it certainly shows that the art of the cut shot is certainly not dead. I find that
he likes that shot.
I find that not enough players are playing that cut shot with enough confidence. As this ball is bowled, looks like it might have come back in and keeping a bit low, but he's to the measure of it as he taps it away into the onside. Leon Johnson runs in from short mid wicket, picks up, and no run.
Yes, and I must say that Hodge should be feeling a lot better with that shot. When you get a lovely shot, it builds your confidence. And when the fast bowler rushes in and then you give him a smacking square cut like this, you feel like you're on top. So he should be feeling good, should be able to build from here.
Yes, as Shepherd bows. This one, he just taps it away into the offside. But the short extra cover comes into play. That's Shimron Hetmeyer, no run resulting. Very cautious there. Very good that the batsman decided not to go for a single because that would have been very suicidal. As the score, this is over number 10 being bowled. The score is 41 without loss. Kavem Hodge, he's not out on 21. Alec Athanaze, he's on 20. Partnership so far, building 41 runs. This is the 10th over as Shepherd again runs in to bowl, and it's worked away off the pads, and it's going to give. Okay, so the fielder runs around. That's Kevin Sinclair. Runs around and picks up before he gets into the square leg boundary and limits the batsman to 2 runs. So a good over so far. Good over so far. 6 runs so far off of the over.
That was a very lovely shot. And Hodge seems to be in good form here.
Yes, he has a nice touch.
Yes, he looks very, very good. And the Windward Volcano should be very happy to see him going the way he's going here.
Yes, as Shepherd again bowls. This one is outside off stump. He just taps it away into the offside. Imlach is there, just prowling, waiting to see if the batsmen are going to attempt a run. No run resulting. So the score now at the end of 10 overs, 43 without loss.
And Windward's Volcanoes would be happy so far. They would be happy. They must be happy. If you're scoring at 4 and over, no wickets down, you have 2 young men at the crease. They're batting. They've been playing beautifully. They've taken no risks. They have played proper cricket shots. They are not exposing themselves to getting out. They are running well. They look focused. This, I think, exemplifies a start towards trying to overcome a target. They're not rushing. They don't seem to feel pressured. And if they keep building this, it'll go good down the order as the other hitters come in.
Yes, as we see the second power play being signaled, Moti to continue would be Chandapal Hemraj. The score is 41 without loss, and just to give you an idea, Guyana made 305 in their first innings, or in the first innings of the game, as Alec Athenaeus works its way to long on, and Barnwell comes in and fields a single there for Athenaeus, so he moves on to 21. The score 44 without loss. So yes, the Guyana Jaguars piled up a very good total of 305 for the loss of 7 wickets when they batted, and so the Windward Islands Volcanoes will be trying to overcome a score of 306 for victory, as Hodge faces Hemraj and he plays it away into the onside. Picked up by Pamal in the deep on the long on boundary, a single resulting, so the score moves up by 1 to 45. So they're picking up the singles now. In the last over, they were able to get 6 runs out of the over. As Hemraj bowls, and this one is just played back onto the onside of the pitch by Athenaeus, the left-handed batsman, trying to work that past the bowler, but he was quickly around, fielding the ball, and so no run resulting. As he bowls again, this one just pushed through, and Athenaeus just standing up straight and playing it away down to the long on position and getting a single again. So 3 runs so far for 4 deliveries in the over. Good going so far by the batsman.
Very, very good going. I think these 2 batsmen know their mission. They've been given some instructions, and they appear to be carrying them out quite nicely.
As Hemraj bowls, left arm around the wicket, this time to Hodge, and he works it away. And it goes straight to the fielder there. Looks like Shepherd in the position. They're at the short, fine leg position. And they weren't able to get a run. And here's another delivery from Hemraj outside the off stump, and Hodge just pushes it away to the right of Imlach at the short extra cover position and gets a single. Brings up the end of the over. Over 11. The score now moves on to 47 without loss. Very good start here by the 2 batsmen. Kavem Hodge, he's on 25 not out. Alec Athenaeus, 22 not out. Scores 47 for the loss of no wickets at the end of over 11.
And the Guyana team must be sitting here thinking, when are we going to be able to start putting some pressure on this team? They would like to see some wickets. No doubt they were expecting maybe a different opening pair, but these 2 young men came out, and they have batted very well, circumspectly. They have taken their time, no rush of blood. They have just batted regular cricket shots, and they are certainly beginning to consolidate an innings here, and possibly could put some pressure going deeper into this inning on this Jaguar team.
Yes, they're doing very well, and there's a change of bowling as Raymond Reefer comes on from the media center end, or the southern end of the ground. He'll be bowling to a third man, a point, an extra cover, a deep cover, a mid-off, a long on. As he prepares, he bowls his first delivery just outside the off stump to Hodge, and he just dabs it away into the offside. Tevin Imlach comes in, no run resulting. So on the onside, he has a short fine leg, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, a long on. So that's the field for Raymond Reefer. First over of the being bowled of the day by Raymond Reefer, or Raymond Reefer's first over as he bowls his second delivery. And another delivery outside off stump. Hodge trying to cut this one away, getting the bottom edge of the bat. And the ball just bounces away into the offside as the point fielder runs around to his left, picks up, and they were able to complete a single. 48 without loss is the score. We're in over number 12 as I welcome Anthony Martin to the comments position.
Yes, good evening. Good evening to you, Vincent.
So Raymond Reefer now, he'll be bowling left arm over the wicket, this time to Alec Athanaze. Full length delivery, this one just about leg stump, and he tried to work it away, but only getting it as far as the short mid-wicket position. So no run again resulting. The score remains on 48 without loss. Athanaze, he's steady. He's there on 22. Kavem Hodge, he's there not out on 26. The score is 48 without loss. This is over number 12 being bowled. What do you think of the game so far?
Well, it's going nice at 48 without loss, you know, trying to build a nice steady foundation on which they could launch.
Yes, so Reefer with the big number 87 on his back. You know, he had a very good innings earlier. Just bowled this ball just about off stump or a little outside off stump. Tapped away into the offside by Alec Athanaze, and Captain Leon Johnson at the short extra cover position fields. You know, he had a very huge task earlier when he staged quite a bit of a recovery, featuring in a 194-run partnership with Shimron Hetmyer. So his workload has been quite a bit, quite big today. So Reefer outside off stump, and Alec Athanaze looks like he was trying to just play this away into the offside, but he was more flirting with danger there as that ball passed the outside edge on the way to the keeper.
Yes, not a good shot there from Athanaze, just hanging his bat outside the off stump and asking for it to be edged to the keeper.
Yes, the front foot didn't come out at all, and certainly, yes, he looked like he was balanced, but the front foot was not out at all, and he was lucky that that ball did not touch the bat on the way through. As Reefer runs in to bowl again, this time left arm over the wicket. This one just about middle stump, and he works it away into the onside. For a while they hesitated because it looked like the fielder would have gotten around Shimron Hetmyer there at the short mid-wicket position, but it beat him to his right, and they were able to complete the single. As the over comes to an end, over number 12 comes to an end with the score 49 without loss. Good going so far.
Yes, and a good over there from Raymond Reefer just coming into the attack, and that over he conceded only 2 runs, so it's a good start to him. And as you would have mentioned, he would have had a good going there when he was batting, you know, getting to a big half century. He couldn't convert it into a century, but however, it was some good performance there by him, helping to resurrect the inning there after Jordan would have caused some havoc there. And, you know, he's looking good, and he would have had the momentum with him coming into the bowling inning. So, you know, it's not a bad decision there by Leon Johnson to give the ball to him.
Yes, he probably feeling that it's a good day for him today. So let's see how it converts into his bowling. We see a change in bowling. It looks like Kevin Sinclair, one of the better young bowlers in the tournament so far. I like what he has been doing with his off-break bowling. He'll be taking up the attack from the CIUN. He'll be bowling. This would be his second over as he comes in around the wicket to Athanaze, who just whips it away off his pad down to the deep square leg position. In comes Tevin Imlach off of the boundary and picks up, gets it back into the keeper. Doesn't gather cleanly, just comes off as his body ricochets, but he's able to limit the batsman only to 1 run. As the score brings up the 50. The 50 comes up. 50 comes up in 49 deliveries. 49 deliveries for the 50. Sorry, not 49. 73 deliveries for the 50. So the 50 comes up as these two batsmen have put on a half century for the opening stand. Kevin Hodge, he's not out on 26. Alec Athanaze is there supporting on 24 not out. 50 off of 73 deliveries.
Yes, and very soon they would have to start upping the run rate.
Oh yes, they certainly would have to. As Sinclair prepares to bowl, he's bowling with a short third man as point, a short extra cover, a long off as he bowls. This one turning into Hodge as he works it away into the onside. In comes Moti. In comes Chandapal Hemraj off of the boundary, left-handed throw to the keeper. So one run. So Sinclair bowling to the left-handed Athanaze will be employing a short third man, a point, a short extra cover, a long off, a deep cover. As he works it away off his pad, this goes to Reefer. They are at the short fine leg position, a single again. So the score now moves on to 52 without loss. As Sinclair will be bowling to the right-handed Hodge. Prepares to face Sinclair. This ball, he plays it away into the onside. So they're picking up the singles. This one goes down to the long on position, where Pamal picks up off the boundary. One run resulting. So the score now is 53 for the without loss. As Athanaze prepares to face Sinclair, who's bowling steadily. Outside the off stump, he punches it away down to the sweeper position. As we see Moti coming in and picks up, throws the ball back into the keeper. So another run resulting.
That's Permal.
That's Permal. Oh, yes. So maybe it's Moti on the long off boundary. Yes.
Correct.
So Sinclair is bowling, and this one is just a length ball, and the batsman Hodge just plays it back up the pitch. No run resulting. So the score 54 without loss. 5 runs coming from that over. Good going so far.
Yes, good over there by Sinclair, but on the other hand, the Windward Islands, they would still take that over, getting 5 singles from that over. That's still a reasonable good over there for the Windward Islands. One thing I've noticed, Vincey, in this tournament is that I don't see much young batsmen stepping up to the plate. You know, I've seen a lot of young bowlers coming up and stepping up, you know, but in the tournament so far, I haven't seen any new batsmen. All the batsmen that would have scored runs are seasoned players from 2-3 years ago, you know, not any new players who would have been playing their first tournament and really creating, you know, some problems.
Yeah, certainly not. Most of the young players that we have seen that impressed so far in the tournament are the bowlers, especially the spinners. So Reefer starts over number 14, and there's an appeal for a run out. But the umpire is going upstairs. That ball was played away into the offside by Athanaze, and it was picked up by the field. I think it was Johnson who picked it up.
I'm not sure of the...
So
but it was a direct throw.
Here comes the hit, and he's
gone.
Out. He's gone. Wow.
Gone.
Wow. He's short of his crease.
Gone.
So the throw came in and hit the stump, and the batsman is clearly out of his ground. The decision is pending. Looks like it might be Hodge.
Hodge.
Yes.
Correct.
So Athanaze played it away. Hodge backing up a bit too far, and there was a direct hit. It looks like it might have been Imlak who effected that direct hit. And unfortunately, Hodge has been run out. So the Windwards lose their first wicket with a score on 54. They were batting quite well, and this can be a bit disastrous for the Windwards.
Yes, a very good feeling there from Imlak, and, you know, just hitting direct. And, you know, direct throws always create problems, you know, so that was one.
Yes, you think that Hodge would have been better served trying to dive into his crease there, because he seemed like he was a bit off balance, and that when he stumbled there, it seemed as if it stopped him from moving or his forward movement, and therefore may have given the ball an opportunity to get get to the stumps before he got his bat into the crease.
Yes, he should have tried a dive. You know, maybe a dive would have gotten him in. You know, more reach.
Yes.
You know, so he didn't, and
Goes 3 boundaries, but I think he's made his mind up that he's going to bat the 50 overs, and that'll be good if everybody could just form around him. 63 for 1. Here comes a big expansive drive there by Fletcher, but not really leaning out to it. He just more or less went for power. Left arm reefer delivery, Anthony.
Yes, Fletcher, he's looking to kick on here, but he still has a bit of time, and no need to try to rush it and then giving away your wicket, and then your team is in big trouble because they're depending on him definitely this match.
This is only the 16th over so far. Fletcher is 2, waits for Raymond Reefer. He's back and steering this, looking to steer this down third man. That's good call from Alex Athenaeus. That is very good call, and he caught Anthony Bramble off guard, and they sneaked a single as Fletcher tried to run that down to short third man. So good rotation of the strike.
Yes, good single there from Alex Athenaeus. Good call as well, and even if that would have hit direct, it would have been a safe single. So good running there from the youngster, and he's looking nice and compact as well. Good opportunity for him to get a half century and move on from there.
Game awareness, it is called. You always got to respond. Communication has to be right. The communication sometimes is not right between Emmanuel Stewart and Kevin Stout, but the communication here with Fletcher and Athenaeus has been great. Fletcher is in out the bowl. It stands backing up a little bit too far. Raymond Reefer with that delivery, length delivery. Athenaeus can't score. Just has to be a little bit more patient. Just take his time. Just drop that and maybe just get a single, Anthony. Don't know what you think about that. If you just drop that there and sneak a single. Over number 16 completed, 64 for 1.
Yes, well, that would have been that would have been ideal for him, just to retain the strike and just to keep Andre Fletcher off strike for a little bit more so that he could watch and see exactly what's going on and get himself in. But that wasn't to be. So Andre Fletcher now he is on strike, and the Windward Islands are really depending on him because for the tournament he haven't had any really big runs. So they're depending on this game for him to do such.
It's going to be very important partnership for him. Pomar comes into bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher's back and turning this, but can't beat Shonda Paul Henry, the short mid-wicket. They need 242 runs from 203 balls, Anthony. Is it possible?
It is possible. With wickets in hand and they could rotate the strike and bat deep down, it's possible.
Vasami Pomal from the CIUN in out the bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher driving in the air, just past Imla at cover, that left the bat in the air, but that's okay. Down to Barnwell. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and Fletcher maybe just needs that today. Score goes up to 65 for 1. He goes to 4, and Alec Athenaeus, who's on 33, he comes into strike. Like his approach. He's got some good wrists. You could see him working the ball around. So that's good. Fletcher, 260, 34 north. Just as Anthony said, he's only had 1 list day, half century. He'll have to do a lot better here for the Windward Island Volcanoes today. It's a semi-final that can get them into the final. Vasami Pomal in out the bowl to Athenaeus. Athenaeus is back and cracking that out to the sweeper. The century maker today, Shimon Hetmire. Don't want to say he's liming on the boundary, but Athenaeus maybe could have just paced that a little bit, Anthony, rather than spanking it all the way out there. Just take a little bit of power off of it and make Shimon Hetmire come in and pick it up. But he's still there. He goes to 34. Here is Fletcher coming quietly forward. Can't score. He's got to try to do something a little different, Anthony, especially when he comes forward to that flighted delivery. There's enough room that he can be able to push that to the left of Imla, to the right of Imla. Let's wait and see. Pomal comes in now to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher stands up straight and punches that. And for Sammy Pomal should have done a lot better with that, Anthony. And I know if you were the captain, you'd be very upset about that. He not cutting off that ball there. 67 for 1. Fletcher goes to 5. And Athenaeus, who's on 34, he comes back into strike.
Yes, some poor feeling there from Permal. As a senior man, you would expect a lot more from him. But you know how it goes sometimes in this game called cricket.
Permal comes in now to bowl to Athenaeus, and Athenaeus is driving square the wicket. Again out to Hetmire. It's a good cricket shot. Came off the bat sweet. Lovely shot right there. And the timing has just been sweet on that one there. Looks really a relaxed player. So over number 17 completed 68 for 1. Atenes is 35, Fletcher is 5.
Yes, another good tight over there from Permal. Just keeping it nice and tight there about asking a few questions. Just conceding 4 runs from that over. And, you know, with the support that he's getting from Raymond Reefer at the opposite end, you know, they're really bowling in partnership, bowling in tandem. So it's for them to just continue keeping it tight and creating some pressure here on the Windward Island batsmen. And, you know, when pressure is created, wicket tends to fall.
So Atenes, 35 from 45 deliveries as Raymond Reefer turns from the media center and in out about to Atenes. He stands up straight, but it could have been a little bit more tight and hit that a little square. Leon Johnson in the cover area, short extra cover area. He's got to bat, he's got to keep batting. He can't get distracted. It's going to be a long night, and he has to be able to see his team right home. He has to bat all 50 overs. If he bats all 50 overs, he can get himself a good, decent score. Wait for a little while as Raymond Reefer turns. He got 90 today, but missed out in getting his first list day 100. Comes up now to bow to Atenes. Atenes gets a length delivery and stands up straight and is looking to sneak a single. That's certainly not on. 68 for 1 into over number 18. Alongside me is Anthony Martin, who's getting ready for a big final this weekend against Empire Nation. And that is going to be a big game. Looking forward to see that game. That's in your hometown, Anthony. Bethesda?
Yeah.
68 for 1. Here comes Raymond Reefer. He bongs away now into bow to Atenes. Slow ball, and he's having a heave at it. It took so long to get to him that he was driving, but not there. I don't know if you... I saw another observation here, Anthony. I think Alex Atenes is batting with a long handle. Check out the bat.
Yeah. Very long. Handle is very long.
Yeah. I guess maybe somebody gave him a bat. But he's a little man. But it certainly looked good. I think somebody needs to sort him out, the coach or somebody. Have to talk to Darwin. He's from Dominica. Sort him out, 68 for 1. Back and punching that beautiful shot out to the sweeper. Sinclair comes off the boundary. And the score goes up to 69 for 1. 69 for 1. Don't read into anything, Scott. So it's only 69. 69 for 1. Atenes is 36 and Fletcher is 5.
Well, it's surely doing a good job for him in this particular game. I don't know if he had that bat in previous games, but it's surely doing a good job here now. So I guess he appreciates the person who really, you know, gave him that or sponsored him.
Got to talk to Darwin. Got to be able to get a bat sponsorship for the young man. Guyana Jaguars 305 for 7 off their 50 overs. Shana Paul Hemridge caught Preston McSween, bowled John for 24. We come back to that as here comes the man himself. Reefer is in now to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is trying to sneak one past Imla. He's just lurking around their backward point. Tevin Imla caught Emmanuel Stewart, bowled Jordan for 14. Shimon Hetmeyer, beautiful century. Caught Stewart, bowled Stout for 113. Christopher Barnwell, LBW to Jordan for 8. Leon Johnson caught Stout, bowled Jordan without scoring. Raymond Reefer caught Andrew Fletcher, bowled Ryan John for 90. Anthony Bremble caught Fletcher, bowled John for 14. Length delivery, again he can't score. Romeo Shepard was not out 11. Kevin Sinclair, 9 not out. The fall of wickets, 1 for 34. Shana Paul Hemridge. Tevin Imla, 44 for 2. Christopher Barnwell, 63 for 3. Leon Johnson, 63 for 4. Shimon Hetmeyer, 257 for 5. Raymond Reefer, 273 for 6. Over number 18 completed. Latest score here, 69 for 1. 69 for 1. The target is 306. And remember, they scored 305 for 7 off their 50 overs. And the man who bowled with some real pace, Anthony, I was so impressed with him. Ray Jordan, 3 for 45, and Ryan John, 3 for 42, were the main destroyers for the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Yes, and I don't think that the Windward Islands really got the best out of Ray Jordan. You know, he could have gone on a little bit more in his first spell where he bowled 4 overs. He could have been given maybe 2 more and bringing his tally up to 6 for his first spell.
Athenes waits for Vasami Pomal. He comes up now, bowls to him. He's back and whipping that beautifully onto the leg side. And Raymond Reefer coming off of the boundary. There's protection on both sides here, so that is important. So it gives the bowlers a little bit of confidence that even if they bowl a short delivery, unless the batsman does not find a gap, that they can be able to get some protection. Andrew Fletcher, 5 from 14. He's having his problems again for Sammy Pomal. He's talking to himself. And he really wants the license to go, but the pressure is on him. And the Prime Minister of Grenada has given him a call and says, listen, if you don't get 100 here, I think I'll have to put you into quarantine for at least 1 month. So Fletcher is under some pressure. 70 for 1. Pomal comes into bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher comes quietly forward. He's having a real serious problem with that link, Anthony.
Yes, and it's a good ploy here from Leon Johnson. He would have been around for some time and know Andre Fletcher is weak to the spinners.
Here comes Vasami Pomal as he comes in now to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is back and just working that. Beautiful, nice work there. And being able to hit that down to long on. Godishmoti comes off the boundary right there. He get an easy single. So Fletcher just needs to just go into confidence. He's 6 from 16. He just has to bat. He has to bat. If you love batting, this is the platform. This is the stage. 71 for 1. And Alec Athens has looked good so far. 37 for 50. He looks balanced. He looks relaxed. Pomal into bowl to Athens. He stands up straight and spanks that. Looking for 2 there. But I guess they're contented to just get 1. This is what I was talking about, Anthony. They got to be able to start to now get under their bikes. And, you know, that there, Shimon Meyer was just almost like Lyman because he knew that they were going to just take a single. Start to put him under some pressure.
Well, the youngster is trying his best, but Andre Fletcher, you know,
yes,
you can't run by yourself.
That is true. Good observation, Anthony. 72 for 1. Fletcher is on 6 from 16. Waits for Pomal, comes in out to boat him, and he gets a wide ball and really should have done better with that. It's a wide. So he will say to me, well, Mr. Spring, I didn't really need to go at that. So he's still there. Wide delivery from Pomal, and the score goes up to 73 for 1.
That's a good delivery, Vernon. I think that's a good delivery.
Well, we're far away from it, Anthony. Patrick Gustard is right behind it. Here is Fletcher just working it onto the onside. And the big man himself, Romaro Shepherd, coming around there. There's lots of vast acres of land on the leg side area right there. And Fletcher just has to get smart. 7 from 17. Athens is 38 from 50. Really would like him to get his first list day half century in a semi-final game. 1 for the future. Pomal comes into bowl to Athens. And he's just driving. Needed to get that right foot out and just stroke it. Past and the ball hemorrhage. And the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the score is 74 for 1. Before we take our water break, Athens is 38 from 52. Fletcher is 7 from 17. Comments from you, Anthony Martin, and then we'll take a break.
Yes, a good ploy to Andre Fletcher here from the Guyanese. You know, they know Andre Fletcher, he really wants pace on the ball. So they're giving him, you know, no pace to work with, where the spinner in Permal bowling from the northern end, and Raymond Reefer, who's bowling from the southern end now. When he's bowling, he's varying his pace and taking pace off the ball to Andre Fletcher so that he can't get to drive through the line or hit through the line, because that's his sort of way of playing. That's his favorite way, playing through the line of the deliveries.
So the latest score here in the second semi-final, 19 overs have been bowled. The Windward Island Volcanoes are 74 for 1. Alex Athens is on 38. Fletcher is on 7.
This is Middle Stump on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island. Take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your reservations today. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
At only 45 minutes from the capital, Regents Hotel welcomes you to Portsmouth with 20 suites to make for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Whether you're with friends or family, everything is done to make you feel like you're at home. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island and take a dip in the hot springs. Take an idyllic horseback ride or water sports for the adventurous. Visit Dominica and stay at the Regents Hotel. Make your reservations today, 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
is Middle Stump on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
So welcome back to the after the water break. Leading run scores in the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup. Jason Mohammed 226 runs, Shimanat Meyer 280, Evan Lewis 261, Nidish Kumar from the Leeward Hurricane 233, and Shamar Brooks filling up the 5th spot. The last time, Anthony, that the Windward Island Volcanoes got to the final against Barbados in 2018, Barbados scored 232 for 9 or 50 overs. Jonathan Carter 80. Windward Islands 236 for 7 or 49.3 overs. Roland Cato is not playing in this game. He scored 54. But before they get there, they have to get past Guyana in the semi-final game, and it is going to be very important. Their 50 came off 73 balls, 48 minutes, 5 fours, no sixes. Kevin Hodge has been the lone wicket. He's been run out by Tevin Emla for 28, and they lost the first wicket on 1 for 54. They're now 74 for 1. Fletcher is 7 from 17 deliveries. Alex Atten is 38 from 52. He's not in strike. Fletcher is in strike. We start over number 20. Here comes Raymond Reefer, the left-arm seamer, into bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is back and looking to punch that. Can't score. Imla is in that position there at backward point. And Leon Johnson and his team, Houston Crandon, and their coach, Shivnarayan Chandapal, has done an excellent job in mapping out the field placing, especially for Anthony, for Andrew Fletcher. Anthony just reminded me of a strategy. He's got one list day 50 so far in this championship, 60 versus Jamaica, second game. He comes in now to bowl to Fletcher, tucked him up, good length delivery, can't beat the short mid-wicket. And that looks like the captain in Leon Johnson. 74 for 1. The required run rate is now moving up to 7.57. The current run rate is 3.83. Fletcher has to get onto his bike. He has 11 list day 50s, 1 century, a best of 132. Can he bring that out? He's played some 102 games. His list day career, 2,193 runs. Raymond Reefer will be thinking about trying to see if he can send him back early. He's 7 from 19. Reefer in now to bowl to Fletcher. He's back and steering this down to third man, Alex Atenez. And he's just liming, getting there to the non-striker's end. And had that throw been on target, it might have been curtains for him. He's got to be careful. Got to be careful there. Chandapal Hemraj had a dash at it. No, in fact, it would have been Goodish Moti. Looks a little bit close, but maybe he might have been him. But he's still got to get onto his bike.
Exactly, because running is very important at this stage. You know, you need to turn ones into twos and, you know, put some pressure on the fielders.
75 for 1. We into over number 20. Athenes, who's on 38, he now comes into strike. And waits for a while. As Reefer comes into bowl to Athenes, into bowl to him, he stands up straight and punches a length delivery out to the sweeper, Kevin Sinclair. And that's a good cricket shot there. You could hear it coming off to the bat. This was a nice sound. He goes to 39. The score is 76 for 1. 76 for 1. Anthony, he could have been in trouble.
Would have been in trouble.
I told you he was liming.
He would have been gone.
He's got to get on his bike. He's really got to keep moving. He's a senior pro here, and he has to lead by example. Fletcher is 8. Waits for Raymond Reefer delivery. Gets a slot cutter. Took him in a year and a million to play that. It squared him up, and he couldn't do anything with it. Another dot ball being bowled to Andrew Fletcher.
Exactly, and have a look, especially when Raymond Reefer is bowling at Andre Fletcher. Lots and lots of slower deliveries, you know, asking him to muscle it to the boundary, and he's not successful in that so far.
I just think that Fletcher just needs to bat off with his squeeze. He needs to come up with something different. 76 for 1. He's 8. Waits for Reefer. Reefer comes into bowl to him. Another slot cutter again. And again, he can't get past Chandapal Hemraj at cover.
Yes, another very good over there from Raymond Reefer. He's really doing the job that Leon Johnson has asked him to do. Just bowl tight. Just bowl dot balls. It's all that Leon Johnson has been asking for. No need to try nothing new. No need to try anything out of the ordinary. Just bowl simple, basic dot balls after dot balls, and, you know, increase that run rate. As we look here now, run rate has gone to 7.67, you know, and dropped to 3.80, which was about 4 runs per over 2 2 overs ago, and you know it's going to create some pressure here on this young man in Athens. You know, maybe he might want to do something out of the ordinary and getting himself out, because Andre Fletcher is not doing his job by rotating the strike.
68 dot balls in the first 20 overs. Pomar comes into bowl to Athens. He's back and cracking that out to the sweeper. Gets another single. Fletcher comes into strike.
Yes, so it's a perfect opportunity. Fletcher just needs to find the gap and give back the strike to Athens. Don't soak up too many deliveries.
Athens is 40, 77 for 1, or 40 from 54 deliveries. And like I said to you, in the first 20 overs, 68 dot balls. They've only scored 34 runs in this period of play here so far. Second phase. Here's Fletcher coming down the wicket, but when he gets there, he just blocks again. Something has got to be wrong here. Can't be is that we're looking at a 50-over game. It's almost like we're looking at a test match. I think Fletcher could have been playing for England today. They would really certainly need him. He's got to be able to start to do something completely different. Well, Sammy Pomar comes into bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher is having a heave at this one and gives his hand away. In fact, no, it's dropped. I could never believe that. Could you believe that, Anthony?
The catch was for Leon Johnson. Why leave it for St. Clair?
For St. Clair.
That's his catch.
Johnson should have been saying, just as you said, he's at first slip. Look where St. Clair had to come from. Right? They're at backward point. Johnson is supposed to take that catch.
Easy catch for Leon Johnson. Now I'm wondering what happened. But that's an easy catch for Johnson. He didn't even have to move.
But by this standard, Kevin Sinclair should have taken that also.
Yes, that's correct, because he got there.
Oh, of course. 77 for 1. Fletcher gets a chance, gets a life on 8. Comes forward to another dot ball again. Imla looking around right here. Now, I think, and I'm just saying, Anthony, Andrew Fletcher has to be good enough to be able to take that ball from Pomal and just work it onto the outside and get a single. Has to be good enough to do that. He's quite capable. I'm sure he is. Fletcher, 8 from 25. Waits for Sammy Pomal. Comes in now to both him. He's back and cracking that. Can't beat Sinclair backward point. And the score remains on 77 for 1. One single out of this over so far. 4 dot balls. The pressure mounting. Pomal already into his 4th over. Not for 14. 77 for 1. Pomal comes in to bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher gets a flight.
And he gave it away.
Oh! It can't get any better than this. It could never get any better than this. Andrew Fletcher finally yields to the pressure and finally gives his hand away. It was a nothing delivery, flighted delivery. He was neither forward nor back, and he just played with the top. An easy catch to Imler, and the Windward Island Volcanoes have lost their 2nd wicket. Not good at all, Anthony.
Yes, and you know, Imlak, he wasn't going to drop that. That was too easy, you know, and with him being dropped, with Andre Fletcher being dropped earlier in the over by who was the fielder who dropped him
Sinclair.
there? By Sinclair. He was dropped by Sinclair. Another easy catch that should have been, and Sinclair now should have been feeling much better within himself, knowing that even though I would have put him down, he didn't add any to his score or any to the Windward Island score. So Andre Fletcher is gone. Easy dolly to extra cover, and Imla took a very easy catch, and Imla is not the one you would really want to be giving those easy dollies, because he's so aggressive in the field, and he's a live wire, and he's doing a good job in the outfield here for the Guyanese.
Well, out comes the captain, Sonny Lambris. He's got 2 list A half centuries in this championship so far. He's really not really been himself. He's not been into the touch. Hepmeyer comes the Kyron Pollard here now, so there's a little bit of banter going on in terms of what has been happening. So we know what is going to be happening. He's got 13 list A half centuries, a century, 148, which has been his best score. And so Ambris comes out and would certainly need to be able to start get cracking right here. Athens is on 40. I'm joined by Darwin Telemark. Darwin, good evening. Still hopes of Windward Island Volcanoes pulling off this one?
Absolutely. Absolutely. They are 77 for 2. Guyana was in a worse position at this time, and they were able to get up to 305. It takes sensible, committed batting to actually build a big innings, and we need to see that happening. Young Athens is proven he's done 40 and 54 balls, proving that if you stick around, you can get it close, and if someone supports him, builds it in and around him, they could get there.
Well, your predictions is right, because Guyana was 63 for 4 in 12.5 overs. The Windward Islands are 77 for 2 in 21. Bang on delivery here by Kevin Sinclair to Athenes. I was picking up an observation with Anthony. I know you're a batsman. He's batting with a long angle bat. You need to look at that for me.
Yes.
Here comes Sinclair as he comes around now to bowl to Athenes. Flatter, faster delivery, length delivery, sneaks a single as Shonda Paul Hemorrhage at the short mid-good area. Didn't get down there in time. Score goes up to 78 for 2, and Athenes goes to 41. The captain, Sonny Lambris, steps out. This is going to be an important period of play. The second phase between 11 to 40 as well. A number of teams have fallen off, but the Guyana Jaguars today, with the over 151 partnership between Raymond Reefer and Shimron Hetmeyer, was the difference that got them up to 305. Went to over number 22. Ambris will look to face his first delivery, just pulled away. He wasn't quite ready. Yeah, umpire signaled dead ball, and so the screen looks like it's giving some problems. Umpire Joel Wilson just signaling to someone here. Remember, there are no spectators because of the COVID, and one wants to take some time out to salute the government of Antigua and Barbuda, working closely with Cricket West Indies to bring back international cricket and regional cricket. Sinclair's in now to bowl to Ambris. I don't like Darwin when Ambris comes and plays around his pad. He's not relaxed at all. He just works around there. I think his head moves when he goes through that process. Sinclair is in now to bowl to Ambris. Ambris is looking to turn that and didn't do a good job with that delivery there. Should have whipped that one away easily. But he's just come in, so his eye maybe not in yet. He'd have been in the dugout, and so he's just trying to get accustomed to the light here at Coolidge Ground. 78 for 2. Darwin looks like he wants to put on his pads again, Vincy, and get back into cricket action. He's getting a little urge. Here is Ambris going hard at the ball rather than just a quiet forward defensive shot. Over number 22, nearing completion. Again, they're having some problems with the side screen, but I guess it's okay now. Here comes Kevin Sinclair. He's into his third over, none for 9, as Ambris comes quietly forward. So the latest score here, at the end of over number 22, the Windward Island Volcanoes are 78 for 2, Athenes is 41, Ambris is not. More comments from you, Darwin, and then with the voice of Vincy Bowen.
Yeah, certainly we're seeing the Hurricanes building a good innings. They are ahead in terms of wickets and runs at this stage of the game. And the Guyana Jaguars were able to build a score of 305, having been worse off than this. Athenes is well placed on 40, and his skipper, who is the veteran batsman, the veteran player on the Windward Islands team, has been through this so many times. If he can stick around with this youngster, Athenes look like he wants to stay there, Vincy. If he can stick around with him, there's a chance that they could bring the team closer and the others can pull it home.
Sure, as Pamal bowls his first over, our first delivery of this 23rd over, and Athenes just punches this away into the cover region, and Hemorrhage runs around and fields, so there's no run. It's Pamal into Athenes, he works it away off his pads to Sinclair at the short square leg position. No run again. So, yes, he's batting well, but there's still a bit of dot balls being piled up. Now the delivery there, and he punches it away onto the onside. As it goes down to the long on region, Barnwell comes in, fields, only a single. So the score now moves on to 79 for 2. This is the 23rd over, and, you know, we're approaching the halfway stage of the innings. However, they're not close to approaching the 100-run mark. So, you know, they would certainly need to step it up at some point.
Yes, and Athenes has done 42 in 59 balls. The ratio is not great, but it's certainly not bad either. He's the player who's going to stay there. He needs to have someone work around him. Fletcher came in. We thought he would have been able to come in and put out a cameo here. He didn't, and we certainly are going to need one from the skipper, Ambris.
Yes, as Ambris prepares to face Permal for the first time this innings, and he drives fluidly up to long off. So single scored. Barnwell again comes into play. 1 run resulting. So the score now trickles up to 80 for the loss of 2 wickets. I think Fletcher would have done the Windward Islands Volcanoes a disservice by soaking up 27 deliveries for his 8 runs. As Permal bows this one outside the off stump, and Athene swings this away over mid-wicket for 6 runs. Well played. He was there to the pitch of the ball. It just barely sneaked over the boundary, but 6 welcome runs for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
He played that with the spin. He knows it's a leg spinner. It's coming into him. He picked it up early in front and launched it over the boundary for 6. This young man is batting very well. And like I said, Vincey, if he sticks around, someone can build around him.
Yes, and he moves on to 48 as the score moves on to 86. And the last delivery there of that over Permal, just very full length outside off stump. He was looking to play an expansive drive into the offside, but missed completely. The score remains on 86 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of over number 23.
Yes, and going back to your point with the Fletcher, when he came in, they brought on Permal. And I think that's where the whole thing turned, because Fletcher likes the ball coming onto him. Shepherd came off and they brought on the spin. He had to fiddle around and didn't really get a feel of the ball hitting on his bat the way he likes it to. So it took a while for him to get off. But I wouldn't be worried about how many balls Fletcher takes to do anything, because if he got going, it would be quite a crashing moment. So he's just one of those players.
Well, a lot of responsibility rests on Sunil Ambros's shoulders as he plays this one from Sinclair. First delivery of Sinclair's new over, being the 24th over. Plays it away down to long on. Romario Shepherd runs in off of the boundary and fields a single. So the score moves on to 87 for 2. Brings Alec Athenes into strike, as he will be looking to first get to his 50 as he punches this back down the pitch. The shot mid-wicket. Chandapal Hemraj comes into play. No run. See Sinclair around the wicket, and he plays this away into the offside past the short third man fielder, who is Barnwell, and he runs into the boundary for 4 runs, and that brings up a very well played 50. So Athenes moves on to 52. Well played, a well played half century off of 63 deliveries. The score moves on to 91 for the loss of 2 wickets. What do you think of his this inning so far?
Well played, Alec Athenes. In Grand Bay, there's a little bit of celebration right now in Grand Bay.
All right, yes. We see Sinclair bowling this one, push through a little quicker, just about on the off-stump line, and he just stands up straight and plays it back down the pitch. The young man is growing in confidence. His last 2 scoring shots, or at least 2 of his scoring shots in the last number of deliveries, have been a 6 and a 4 to bring up his 50, and now he's just worked this one away into the onside, down into the deep mid-wicket position for 2 runs. We see Permal running around to his right, picking up. So 2 runs, 7 runs so far in this over. So a good over so far. The score moves on to 93. The 24th over being bowled as Sinclair around the wicket, and he works this away, this time to the left of Chandapal Hemraj again. Permal comes into play, single to bring up the end of the over. The end of over number 24. The score now moves on quickly to 94 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yes, and certainly a well-played 50 here by Alec Athenes. 50 of 65 balls, and looking very, very good. Looks like he has the potential to go a long way here. He doesn't look bothered. He's played good shots, not overplayed anything. He's taken his chances well, and he came out, got the opportunity to open, and is proving that he is quite capable and played a beautiful half-century knock. I think my friend in Dominica, Heston Charles of Vibes Radio, and all the folks listening back in Dominica would be quite excited to listen or watch this young man continue to ply his trade here. I hope he can go a long way and bring the Volcanoes home if possible.
Yes, and he certainly looked good. He's looked very relaxed, very calm. Looked like he's ready. He's up to the job. As we see a bowling change, the leading wicket taker for the Guyana Jaguars so far for this season is Gudakesh Moti. He's coming into bowl. I think he's taken so far 11 wickets in the 12 wickets in the competition so far. His first delivery is played away by Alec Athenaeus down to the deep square leg position as the deep mid wicket comes to his left and fields. 1 run resulting. So the score moves on to 95 for the loss of 2 wickets. 95 is the score for the loss of 2 wickets as Athenaeus moves on to 56. Sunil Ambrish comes into strike. He's on 2. The captain will be looking to shoulder on or push on with Athenaeus to overcome this large total. So he comes forward to this delivery from Moti. Just push through a bit. Not too full, but not too short, and he just taps it away into the offside. Moti again, left arm around, and he steps back. He cuts away to the offside. Sinclair comes around quickly, tumbles as he feels. No run again resulting. So we see that the Windwards, the captain, looks like he wants to push on as Moti comes again around the wicket. This time he works it away into the onside is that Shepherd? Romario Shepherd runs around to his right. Tries to field, fumbles a bit, but recovers quite nicely. So no run resulting. Ambrish standing straight, waiting for Moti. And this one he plays, this time to the left of Shepherd. No run again. So we would like to see them get that ball past the field. They're playing it into what could be the gap, but not hard enough to beat the fielder. Here we see Moti again. This time he just plays it back up the track. No run resulting, and it brings over number 25 to a close. The score 95 for the loss of 2 wickets.
And the challenge here is to watch the run rate. It's now at 3.8, and it's pushed the required run rate all the way up to 8.4. So skipper Ambrish has got to make a step on it. The challenge is increasing. He doesn't expect our young Athenaeus to be the one to challenge the bowling. He's getting the singles. I must say he's been pushing the ball quite nicely. Even when Ambrish can't seem to get it up the square, Athenaeus is doing it quite easily, and Ambrish needs to get in and set here.
Yes, as we see the bowler Sinclair starting a new over. This one is punched away into the offside, beating Leon Johnson to his right, but around comes Raymond Reaver to his left, picks up in the deep cover position, gets it back in, so only 1 run resulting. The score now moves on to 96 for the loss of 2 wickets. And as you said, somebody has to get a move on here as Ambrish tries to paddle this around. Doesn't get it off the bat very cleanly, but it eludes the keeper, and they're able to scamper through for a single. So another run resulting, 97 for the loss of 2 wickets as they look to press on with the score. The required run rate now is moving up quite slowly, creeping up slowly, but ever so dangerously. It's at 8.47 required as we see Sinclair, this one down, just a little outside off stump. Athenaeus looking as if he was trying to work this away, missed completely as it went into his pads. No run resulting, no danger neither. Sinclair around the wicket, this one just outside off stump, and he looked as if he was going to push this away into the offside, but it came off the inner portion of the bat back towards the fielder. It looked like there was a bit of a mix-up between the fielder and the batsman, and the ball eluded the bowler, but no run resulting nonetheless. Score remains on 97 as Sinclair is around the wicket, this time to Athenaeus as he tries to force it away into the offside. Leon Johnson comes into play, running around to his right, feeling at the extra cover position. No run again resulting. So he would want to compose himself, get back into the thick of things as Sinclair is bowling. This one, full-length delivery, kind of push through on off stump, and he just taps it away into the offside. Another no run resulting, another dot ball as Sinclair fields to his own bowling, bringing over number 26 to a close. The score 97 for 2 wickets. 97 for 2 wickets as Alec Athenaeus is unbeaten on 57. Ambrish, the captain, he's not out on 3.
Yes, and Ambrish has to be the skipper here. He's out in the middle with a quite talented and almost, you could say, well set Athenaeus, and he needs to push. The Windwards are lagging behind. They're 8.5 runs and over required. Can't get any more than this, otherwise they're going to be scrambling.
Oh yes, they certainly will be scrambling, as we see a new over there from Moti, as Ambris plays this away down to long on, a single resulting. So the score now moves up to 98. 98 for the loss of 2 wickets. Athenaeus comes back into strike. You can remember in the some overs before, he was able to hit away over the mid-wicket position. He punches this one into the offside, beating Shepherd to his right. And they're exploring the possibility of 2, but Ambris calls him off. So there's only 1 run. 99 is the score now. 99 for the loss of 2 wickets as Ambris comes back into strike. We have Moti bowling to a slip, a short third man, a deep cover, short extra cover, a long off as he bowls to Ambris, who plays this away onto the onside, down to deep long on. The fielder Permal, is that Permal? Comes in, and that brings up the century for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 100 is up. That 100 came up in 115 deliveries. So here we see that ball played away into the offside by Athenaeus, picked up by Johnson fielding at the point position. And he executes a reverse sweep, and he's given out LBW. So the try to reverse sweep this delivery, looking for a boundary, missed it completely, cannoned into his pads, and appeal went up, and the umpire responded in the positive. So Athenaeus, after such a good innings, has given his hit away. 58 runs off of 75 deliveries. The Windward Islands Volcanoes have lost their 3rd wicket. 100 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yes, and we're looking at the replay here. Looks like he's right in front. What I'd say though is when the pressure builds and the pressure continues to build, you're going to have to take some risks. And they were not scoring fast enough. They needed to get the ball away. And young Athenaeus tried a shot. I think that was not really what the doctor ordered. And he didn't seem to have played that shot before, even tried before. So it was a little bit out of character, at least in this inning. And he looked all tied up when he tried to do it. So he's gone. And now that puts some added pressure on Ambris, who is outside. He's joined by Kotoy. And it's going to be left them now to build something together to try to see if they can make a challenge out of this game.
Yes, and even though you have to take risks, do not take the risk of something that is new. To try it with something that you're much more comfortable with, and then you can, get a little bit more enterprising, I believe.
Yes, and there have been a lot of young players nowadays trying that reverse shot and reinventing themselves.
So the new batsman is Keron Kotoy. He comes into the middle. First delivery, pushes this back up on the offside, and he immediately gets off the mark as he pushes this one out to Pamal on the long off boundary, single. So the score now moves on to 101 for the loss of 3 wickets. Ambris comes into strike. That has brought up the end of the over. So the over comes to an end. The 27th over comes to an end. The total now is 101 for the loss of 3 wickets. A successful over there by the bowler Moti. So he continues to lead in the wicket taking in this competition. He now has 13 wickets. A very successful over there for the Guyana Jaguars.
Yes, certainly getting rid of the informed Athenaeus. Was looking very, very good. And exposing the middle of the Windward Islands, 2 batsmen who would you consider new in. Kotoy facing 1 delivery and having 1 single. And the skipper, Ambris, and 5. They need to consolidate and build an inning here.
Yes, and I suspect that Kotoy is not going to try and score his runs, as he gets a delivery here from Sinclair just outside off stump, standing up straight and pushing it away into the offside. The fielder Barnwell comes around to his left from point and feels there's no run resulting. So the score remains on 101 for the loss of 3 wickets. 3 wickets as Sinclair bows. Oh, this one is right there about middle and off stump, keeping a bit low. Katoy just is to the measure of it and pushes it away into the offside. No run again resulting. Very good delivery there by Sinclair.
Looks like a busy little player here, Katoy.
Yes, as Katoy gets ready for Sinclair again. Another delivery. This one just outside off stump, and he pushes it away again to Barnwell, who's fielding at point. Again, no run resulting. So we see the required run rate building now, 9.11, and we have 2 new batsmen who are trying to get their eye in. So Sinclair again around the wicket to the left-handed Katoy, who gets back and punches this away to the deep cover position that is fielded by Raymond Reefer. 1 run resulting, so they're getting the 1s and the 2s here and there, but they're also getting some dot balls. No boundaries are coming, so the required run rate keeps building. 102 for the loss of 3 wickets is the score as Ambrose comes back into strike. Sinclair, we're in the 28th over of the innings as Sinclair comes in over the wicket to Ambrose. Ambrose looking quite comfortable as he pushes this one down to the deep long off position, and Hetmeyer comes in off of the boundary. Again, another run resulting. So the score now moves on to 103 for the loss of 3 wickets. So we see that the new batsmen are content at this moment to work the ball around, get their eyes in as Sinclair bowls this one, drifting a bit down the leg side, and it's worked away, but Pamal in the short square leg position feels no run resulting as over number 28 comes to an end. 103 for the loss of 3 wickets is the score.
And certainly the Guyanese team would be happy with that over. 2 runs off of it. And the Windward's Volcanoes are certainly struggling here. They are now required to score at 9.23 runs and over. They've never done that in this match. They're scoring at 3.68. So while they've not lost too many wickets, their run rate is certainly building.
Yes, it's building, and the bowlers are keeping the pressure on also. As we see Moti comes in, a flighted delivery to Ambrose, and Ambrose plays it back firmly up the track, but fielded well by Moti to his own bowling, no run resulting. As he comes in again, left arm around to Ambrose, and he works this away into the gap on the onside. The fielder there, Chandapal Hemraj, comes to his left, picks up and fields, but not before the batsman complete a single. So the score now moves on slowly, ever so slowly, to 104 for the loss of 3 wickets. We're in over number 29 as Moti is in over the wicket outside the off stump as Katoy comes out and taps it away into the offside. The point fielder comes into play. That's Chandapal Hemraj. No run again resulting. Score remains on 104 for 3. He's bowling to a slip, a point as he bowls, and this one is played away expansively by Katoy. Very well played into the gap, into the deep cover boundary for 4 runs. 4 good looking runs, but the gap was there, certainly inviting that shot, and the ball was there, and he executed well.
Yes, very, very well played. He leaned into it and just rolled the wrist all over it. It was a little uppish in the gap there, through cover. 4 runs. Beautifully played by Katoy.
Yes, 4 good-looking runs as the score moves up now to 108 for the loss of 3 wickets. Another delivery. This one, he just taps it away gently. The point fielder runs around to his right, picks up cleanly, gets it back quickly into the keeper. No run resulting. So very good movement by the fielder there, Chandapal Hemraj, to limit the batsmen or keep them in their creases. As the left arm Moti bowls over the wicket, and he just taps it again into the cover region. There's a big gap between the point and extra cover fielders, so they were able to exploit that and get a single, bringing the over to a close at the end of over number 29. The score is 109 for the loss of 3 wickets.
And Brennan Springer was questioning the omission of Niles. I think that most teams are realizing that if you have good tight spin bowling, you can literally restrict most middle order batting throughout this tournament, and we've seen that happen so many times. You get two good spinners, it's very difficult to see batsmen come in and attack them. Something we need to see improvements on.
Yes, certainly, as we see. Oh, that ball is edged by Kotoy between the keeper and the first slip, and it goes away for 4. We saw an appeal there. We don't know what the appeal was about, because that ball certainly came off of the bat, beat the keeper and Leon Johnson to his right. He didn't even react to that. It just sped away to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
Can look at the replay here. I'm wondering why they're appealing.
That ball was played away from right in front of the leg stump.
Yes.
And it just came off the outside edge. He's lucky he didn't get an outside edge onto the stumps, because that was very, very close to, and he was deep in his crease. Here you see another delivery played back up the track as Kotoy plays this back up the track. No run resulting. So Sinclair bowling very tightly as he comes in around the wicket to Kotoy. He backs away again, trying to cut. This one keeps a bit low, goes through to the keeper, so no run resulting there. We have a first slip, a point, an extra cover, a deep cover, a long off.
I think they're trying to say it may have hit his leg first.
So here we see again another delivery. This one straightening a bit, outside off stump, and he just taps it away towards the point region where Barnwell comes into play. No run resulting again, so we see the batsman just backing away, gathering himself as he faces Sinclair again. Another delivery over, and this one he plays it away into the long on region, and he gives his hit away. We're a bit offsighted.
Took the catch.
Yes, it was Hetmeyer that took that catch. He went for to hit it away over the long on region, but only did not get the timing on it. It seemed like it hit the bottom of the bat and only held out to Hetmeyer feeling there at the long on position. And so Kotoy goes. Windward Islands lose another wicket. And the score now is 113 for the loss of 4 wickets. And Hetmeyer did quite well there to recover there, because it seemed as if it was dying on him, but he was able to recover and take a very good catch to his left.
I think he was not paying too much attention there, and he was confused with the trajectory of the ball, went a little too far, had to paddle back to come to get it, and in the end he picked up a nice catch. But Kotoy really never hit that ball. He tried. He didn't really go after it in any major aggressive way. He just kind of tapped it down. Would have done better. If you're going to hit for 6, hit.
Yes.
If you're not going to hit, then play it on the ground. He didn't hit that ball. You can call it the hit that never was.
So the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they're falling further into trouble. They are now 113 for the loss of 4 wickets with a climbing required run rate. They now require an additional, the target is 306 runs. They require an additional 195 runs from just trying to get the number of deliveries. However, another delivery there played away into the offside by Stout, a single. Score moves up now to 114 for the loss of 4 wickets. We're in the
30th over.
Actually, that ends the over. It's now the end of 30 overs. The score is now 114 for the loss of 4 wickets. Kevin Stout, the new batsman, he's on 1 not out. Ambris, he's on 7 not out. Score 114 for 4. They've just lost their 4th wicket. The wicket of Kotoy, caught by Hetmeyer on the long on boundary for 11.
And looking at the Windward's batting lineup, Hodge, Afanis, Fletcher, Ambris, and Kotoy, followed by Stout. One can question where is the big hitter in the midst of that.
Dot delivery by Kevin Stout. Thank you very much, Vincey. And Darwin, when you're chasing 305, you have to have a plan. And right now, the Windward Island Volcanoes seem not to have a plan. Only Athens who seem to have a plan. Moti bowling a wide delivery there into his 4th over. 1 for 12 so far. The target is 306, 115 for 4. I will never understand why Kotoy would have come before Stout, but we'll talk about that, Darwin. Here is Stout coming quietly forward. And when you're chasing a target, Darwin, you need partnerships. So you can't. The opening partnership was 54 between Hodge and Athenaeus. 23-23. You can't chase 100 and you can't chase 306 for the target, Darwin, and don't build a partnership here. More pressure building here again from Moti Kanai. Went over number 31.
And Guyana got up to a 305 with a partnership of 190 plus.
Short delivery, and that kept low. And Stout to be advised to be able to be a little bit more tighter. He's just come in. He's only just faced 5 deliveries. He's got to be careful. Most of the games have been played here for the Windward Island Volcanoes at Coolidge. So by now, he's supposed to be able to get a remedy to understand how the wickets are playing here. So almost look like it's curtains here. Unless Sonny Lambris can be able to get on his bike and get moving, Darwin. I think we could be in trouble here, the Windward Island Volcanoes. Moti comes in to bowl to Stout. He gets a flight to delivery, can't score. And again, they just close off the gap right there. Into over number 31. 115 for 4. 115 for 4. Their 100 came off 160 balls, 97 minutes, 6 fours and 1 6. Bang on target again, another delivery. So completion of over number 31. The Volcanoes struggling here. In the meantime, the Ghana Jaguars, they're speeding through their overs, Darwin. And what a knock from the young Alec Athenaeus. His first list day half century. In the end, 38 dot balls in his 58, 75 balls, 4 fours and 1 6, Darwin, 98 minutes at the crease.
It was quite a good knock. Very sad to see him go the way he did. You don't just give it away that way. You've built an innings, you've done all the hard work, and then you just give it away so easily. He was looking like this could be a big one for him. But I think this would have given him some experience as to how to construct and build an inning at this level. And we should see a lot more from young Athenaeus.
Well, he just swept the length delivery. That just wasn't there for that shot. And that's how you learn. You don't learn in the nets. You learn in the middle. And so, by comparison, the Guyana Jaguars were 175 for 4. You're 115 for 4. So if the rain comes now, you're in trouble, Darwin.
You're in the Volcanoes are in trouble. Period.
That's what I said. You're in trouble. You're back in the Volcanoes.
No, whether the rain comes or not, Volcanoes are in trouble.
5-0, 22-1. Vasami Pamal comes back into the attack. Is he now to bowl to Sonny Lambris, who's back and leg cutting this down to the third man boundary. Will it have the legs to go across the boundary? No, the fielder will make a valiant save to save it. Romaro Shepard, and they get 3 runs quite easily. So good run in there in the end, and the score goes up to 118 for 4. Vasami Pamal, first delivery into his 6th over. A little late dab, came forward and just played it late enough past the first slip. And the captain, Leon Johnson, with a hamstring injury, he had to chase all the way down to third man along with Romaro Shepard. 118 for 4. Stout comes in to strike. He's 1 from 7.
Well played there by Ambris. Certainly he's the last big hope for the Volcanoes. He has to get it going if they have a chance.
He's 10, but Stout is 1. Stout stands up to a length delivery, punches it up to Imla. Imla is like a live wire in the field. The winner here goes to Saturday's final. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force just in their rooms, just looking at the television. We want to say good evening to the folks in Trinidad and Tobago, in Barbados, in Guyana, in Jamaica, wherever you're following us via YouTube channel. Back of the length delivery, good length delivery from Vasami Pamal. And Kevin Stout has a look on his face as if like, can I change the whole game here? 118 for 4, the Windward Island Volcanoes. Comes in now to bowl to him, and he's just whipping this up to Sinclair and getting an easy single. So that's good pressure shot. Sinclair in the circle in the mid-on position. And so far we could look at the bowling figures. Shandapal Hemorrhage 5-0, 20-0. Romaro Shepard 5-0, 24-0. Raymond Reefer 5-0, 11-0. Vasami Pamal in his 6th over. Kanai 1 run, no wickets. Here is Ambris hitting this pass. Vasami Pamal down to the boundary for 4. An aggressive shot. Goes up to 1,423 for 4. Look as if he was vexed at that ball there, down.
Yes, the umpire had to look out for that one. It went straight over the stumps, and the bowler didn't try to get it. It went like a rocket straight down for 4 runs. And look at it flying past the umpire.
Splitting the long on and the long off. Down to the boundary for 4. 122 for 4. Ambris comes quietly forward and can't get a single. So the completion of over number 32. The latest score here at the Coolidge Ground in this second semi-final. Windward Island Volcanoes 123 for 4. The captain Ambris is on 14. Stout is on 2.
And you can get going, and 10 runs and over by no stretch is out of reach. You get a few good overs, you could bring it down with the new, well, not new, but with 2020 cricket being what it is now, 10 runs and over is not something that's too far out of reach of any team. However, if the overs are going as fast as they are, if the spinners are keeping it as tight as they're doing, this is going to be a task, an uphill task for this Volcanoes batting.
So Leon Johnson keeping the pressure on. Moti Kanai bowls the delivery, which is just whipped away. Shimon Hetmeyer coming around into the mid-wicket area. Don't think he gets there into the boundary for 4. Valiant effort for Shimon Hetmeyer. I think this is a good fitness test for him. Running around there. He had to run at least about 25 meters. And his little dapper feet getting around out there. He's enjoying himself. Sweeping around. I think he needs that. 127 for 4.
Looked like Michael Burrell running across there.
Oh, certainly.
Sprinting.
Target is 306. Stout goes to 6. Waits for another Moti delivery. Stands up and spanks it, but can't beat the fielder at short cover. Ramal Lois is on the field for someone. 127 for 4. Stout is 6. He's got one list day half century in this championship. Quicker, faster down the onside. Sneaks a leg by. And umpire Patrick Gustard will put up his leg. No, he got a little nickel onto it, so that's not bad. That was flat and fast from Moti Kanai. 128 for 4. Stout goes to 7. Let's find out and wait and see what's going to be happening here. Moti Kanai into quickly move. The overs are moving so fast. He's into his 5th over, 1 for 17 now.
Yes, very, very quickly. That's also another sign that they're pressuring the batting.
Yeah, and maybe the Windward Island Volcanoes just need to slow them down a little bit. Moti Kanai is just worked away onto the onside. They'll certainly come back for 2. Shimon Hetmeyer is coming in from the mid-wicket area, and he gets there, picks up the ball and just lobs it to Bramble, and they get 2 quite easily. Ambris goes to 16. Stout is 7. 130 for 4. 130 for 4. Moti is into his 5th over, 1 for 19 so far, and 7 runs out the over. 7 out of the 5th over so far. Moti Kanai from the CIUN comes in now to bowl to, and just back and just slicing it past the first slip, down to the boundary for 4. A risky shot, and maybe a more agile Leon Johnson, or fitter Leon Johnson might have picked that one up, Darwin. He goes to 20, and the score goes up to 134 for 4.
Yes, I don't think he anticipated the ball bouncing as much as it did. He came back to play it down, but it came higher, and Leon Johnson just missed it entirely, and it went for 4. It would have been a beautiful catch if it had actually gone into his palms, but it went down for 4, and Ambris would be happy about that.
134 for 4. Ambris is back and cracking that. Oh, and Sinclair drops one at backward point. Down to the boundary for 4. Wow. Ambris living a charmed life here. A very risky shot. He goes to 24. Completion of over number 33. 138 for 4 is the latest score here in the second semi-final of the CG Insurance Super 50 competition. The Windward Island Volcanoes are in trouble.
Yes, certainly, Springer. They are in a spot of bother. They're still at almost 10 runs and over, scoring at 4.18. And that ball may have just barely touched Sinclair's hands as Ambris went back and really went after it. It flew past Sinclair and went for 4. But Ambris has to get going here. He has to take some gambles. He has to take some risk. He can't just sit there anymore. It's too far. The game is too far gone.
He's got to catch that, Darwin. Should have done a lot better. But for Sammy Pomal is continuing here. He comes in now to bowl to big man Stout, looking to go past the short mid-wicket fielder, Shandapal Hemraj. Pomal is into his 7th over, 1 for 30 so far.
Did you say big man Stout?
Well, I have to say that. He's a pro here. He's a senior pro, so that's why I said big man Stout. That's what I meant by that line of words there. Didn't mean him like a 7-footer. is back and cracking that past the fielder. Leon Johnson at cover, and again, Goodish Moti coming in from the sweep area. They only able to get 1 run. You can't hit the ball all the way out there and get 1 run, Darwin.
Well, we've been seeing that all through this tournament. The ball goes, it's a small field. If you're out in the fence and the ball comes to you quickly, they can't get a second one. The trick is to find the gap.
You shouldn't get a second run.
Right.
139 for 4. Ambrose comes in to strike. Here is Vasami Pomar back and cracking it out to Moti Kanai. Score goes up to 140 for 4. 140 for 4. Ambrose goes to 25. Stout, who's 80, comes in to strike. The target is 306. 306. That's the main target here. Can they get there is the big question that is being asked. 140 for 4. Required run rate is 10.06. Wow. Vasami Pomal comes in and they sneak a single onto the onside. Shanda Paul Hemraj was caught napping there short mid-wicket, and I think he might have injured the wicketkeeper Anthony Bramble. That would have hit him on the inside part of the thigh. He's still there, but he's like a boxer, so he's all right. He's going to get back up.
Like a big wrestler.
So I think if you had a matchup between him and Odin Smith, it would be a good fight. But Bramble's legs are, to me, look a little bigger. We wait for a while. Pomal comes in now to bowl to Ambrose. Ambrose is getting a little fancy, but he can't beat the man there at backward point, the fielder. And so the score remains on 141 for 4. 141 for 4. It's the captain, Leon Johnson, who's placed himself at backward point. Short third man is in fact, Christopher Barnwell. For Sammy Pomal in now to bowl to Ambrose. Ambrose was back and punching this, coming around his Moti Kanai. That's good work there, but they get 2 runs and a good throw. Good cricket all round. Excellent work there. Score goes up to 143 for 4. Ambrose quietly sneaks up to 27. Over number 34 completed, and the game just metering on here, Darwin.
Yes, and they picked up the scoring rate. They were down at 3.8. Now they're up to 4.21. They're still far away from the required run rate, but Ambrose can get the ball off the square quite nicely. He's able to press the bowling, and if he can get in, I certainly believe that it could be there could be a contest out there. Still many overs to go, and Stout is a capable batsman, and by no stretch of the imagination can one write this game off. But it's an uphill task. I think it's still a cricket game on, but it's an uphill task for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Vasami Pomal has gone off the field to get some treatment with his hamstrings. So this is going to be a torrid time. If they get to the final, they only just have 1 day break. So he's maybe get that repaired. Moti Kanai is into his 6th over. 1 for 27 so far. He comes in now to bowl to Stout. Stout is back and spanking that past the fielder, cover Imla, and out to Raymond Reefer. And the score goes up to 144 for 4. Stout goes to 9, goes to 10. Ambrose is 27. He comes in to strike. Moti Kanai, the leading wicket taker so far in this championship, organized by Cricket West Indies. I want to salute all of the partners who have made this possible. CG Insurance. Moti Kanai now to bowl to Sonny Ambrose.
He hits it up.
And he hits it high into the air, and a comfortable catch for Anthony Bramble. It's all over for the Windward Island Volcanoes. I can't say it any better, Darwin.
Well, 144 for 5, and the skipper, the pressure was just too great. He had to try. He went for a shot that was really not there. The ball was not there for that shot, and it popped up, went straight up in the air, right next to the stumps. The skipper taking a very simple catch. Ambrose leaves. The Windward Islands are now staring at a huge deficit here, and with a batting lineup that now looks more like a tail, it seems as if I think the curtain's about to start coming down on the Windward Islands Volcanoes tonight.
Well, they need 162 more runs from 94 more balls. So we have to call cricket, because we have seen strange things happen. And so you never know, there could be a turnaround in the 35th over, 144 for 5. Anything is possible, Darwin.
Well, anything is possible depending on who is at the crease. If you have Kyron Pollard or Hetmeyer, even Andrew Fletcher, those players.
Andrew Fletcher?
Yes.
You didn't call Andrew Fletcher's name. Are you serious?
No, he can hit the ball.
Which ball? Not in this tournament. Come on, Darwin.
You're talking about players who can hit the ball. I'm not saying that they would actually do it, but it depends on who is at the crease. But with the tail of the Windward Islands coming up, that task is monumental and probably not going to be achieved.
Fletcher tonight scored 8 balls, 19 dot balls, Darwin. So I don't know which ball he was going to hit. Certainly not tonight. Maybe in another tournament. Moti Kanai comes in now to bowl to Ryan John, and he's playing around a nice drifter one there. He would say that he just left that alone. They need 162 more runs from 93 balls.
And you would say, well, say whatever you want. You were beaten.
Kanai comes in now to bowl to John, and John is just looking to play like a fancy shot. He's gone past the short mid-wicket fielder, and they get an easy single. So John is off the mark. Stoutwell comes into strike. Stout is the one that will come into strike. Leon Johnson just sliding off there. Didn't pull that one off. 145 for 5. Moti Kanai comes in out the bowl to Stout. Stout is hitting this one over long on, and that's gone for 6. So he decided that he had enough of this. Let's try and see if we can bring out the long angle. The 150 comes up for the Windward Island Volcanoes. Stout goes to 16. There's still hope, Darwin.
That was a nice cricket shot. He leaned into it, lifted up nicely, played it with the spin, didn't hit the cross, it straight down, and timed it nicely. Yeah, a decent player, Stout here.
Very decent, but you need 155 more runs from 91 balls. Is it still gettable, Darwin? Well, you're not answering me. I don't understand this. I have a partner who's not talking to me. I really don't understand that. Here's Moti Kanai with a dot delivery to Stout. And
Springer, I think if you getting that amount of runs and that many balls depends on who is outside. And with the batting left, I think that is unlikely. There could be miracles could happen. I mean, we saw Smith and Green for the Jamaicans did pull off something special, but we don't have that type of hitting that lower down in the Windward Islands batting lineup, and so they are certainly in a precarious position here and staring at probably not making it to the finals.
151 for 5, 35 overs have been bowled. They need 155 more runs from 90 balls, and Shanda Paul Hamridge comes back into the attack as Vasami Pomal gets some treatment.
But Springer, when you look at the Windward's lineup, it just seems a little short. It seems that way.
But a little bit more than short, Darwin. The last tournament when they played in 2019, Kevin Hodge was the leading scorer with 173 runs, Devon Smith 170, Karen Kotoy 140, Emmanuel Stewart 139, and Desmond Maloney 114. Batting has always been a problem for the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Well, Well, Devon Smith usually piles on a bit, so you probably don't want to put him in that group.
He's now the assistant coach for the Windward Island Volcanoes. I just think that they missed a trick. Johnson Charles should have been playing in this tournament, Darwin. 151 for 5. They need 155 more runs from 90 balls. Shanda Paul Hemorrhage is in now to bowl to John. John is back and more or less a dap cut, a late cut down to short third man. And another dot ball contributed into the score. John is one. And as Darwin said, he is maybe not capable of he's got a long angle. I think he tried a couple of times at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Let's see what will happen here, and he's bowled.
Bowled him. John playing across that one. Nicely flighted. And Hemorrhage smiling away as he pitched it on the middle stump, and it just drifted a little bit and knocked the off stump out of the ground. John playing around it, and as I said, the lineup of the Windward Island Volcanoes looks quite suspect, as it seems to be a rather long tail here. No big hitters, no major batsmen with significant averages, and so trying to get 155 of 88 balls is probably going to be very, very difficult.
Well, the last two, the recognized batsman is Emmanuel Stewart, the wicketkeeper. So they decided to send Ryan John with the long angle. That didn't work. And so the wicketkeeper, Emmanuel Stewart, he now comes out. And there's always been some problems in terms of the running between Stout and Stewart. So let's see how this is going to play out here this evening. 151 for 6. Darwin is smiling. The communication line just never works between these two. So let's see what happens. It maybe might be improved tonight. We just never know. But Emmanuel Stewart has just stepped out, and he'll be looking to try to see if he can be able to get some runs. He dropped Shimron Meyer, and I'm sure he will not be sleeping well tonight and maybe for the rest of the year. Best of 56.
Didn't have a good game behind the stumps.
Didn't have a good game in the tournament. He's back and slap batting this one out to the sweeper, and he's off the mark straight away. So he's a little busy player. He can bat. He's got some potential. Where's Dennis Smith in all of this? There's another keeper. Dennis Smith also played for the Jamaica Scorpions in 2019. Shanda Paul Hemorrhage comes in now to bowl to Stout. Stout stands up straight and punches it. But a length ball, but can't beat Shanda Paul Hemorrhage. He's into his 6th over, 1 for 21. They need 154 more runs from 85 balls. Flight to delivery, bang on target, can't score. Plays it up to the short mid-wicket fielder, Christopher Barnwell. Guyana just motoring on here. They are large and in control here after a magnificent innings. 7th list day, 100 by Shimron Hetmeyer, and a 90 from Raymond Reefer. Down the onside, and the umpire will sweep. Anthony Bramble just comes across and picks that one up nicely. And the score quietly just goes up to 154 for 3 with that wide. Shanda Paul Hemorrhage in now to bowl to Stout. Stout is sneaking a single, as Imla for the first time might have been guilty of misfielding the ball, and by his standards he'd be very much upset that he did that. Completion of over number 36. The Windward Island Volcanoes are 154 for 6. Stout is still fighting. He's 17, and the man who has just come out, Emmanuel Stewart, is 1.
Yes, and Stout going to have to build along here. These two players, the task is monumental. There's no time to sit and wait. They have to go after it. If they're going to try, they have to try now and see how they can build something from it. But I must admit that Imla has had a beautiful day out in the field. He orchestrated the run out of Cabham Hodge. It was beautiful cricket. Smashed it. He picked it up, shied at the stumps. It was really good cricket there to run out Cabham Hodge.
So we break as Moti Kanai comes in now to bowl to Stout. Stout is steering this down to short third man. Kevin Sinclair comes off the short third man boundary and fields this one. Talking about great fielders, you got to talk about Keith Atherton, Roger Harper, Gus Logie. Those are the guys that you really want to see. That here is Stout just paddling this one around and down to the boundary for 4. Shanda Paul Hemorrhage will just chase to just retrieve the ball. And the score quickly goes up to 158 for 6. He's just training length there. Moti Kanai. Stout goes to 21. Emmanuel Stewart is 1. They need 148 from 82 balls. It was always a beauty looking at Keith Atherton field for the West Indies, especially when he was on the cover point boundary area. In fact, they used to have a contest in terms of, he said in Trinidad and Tobago, people used to bet that he's going to get the ball right over the stumps to Dujan. There's always this contest. And when he picked the ball up, another dot ball here to Stout, who's on 21, it was just a beauty. And the thing about it, he was a left-hander. That was made it so amazing to see him. Back and punching that. Can't get past the fielder right there. So there's pressure there. Not enough effort there. Raman Lewis coming around there in backward point area. Needs to find the gap. Kevin Stout. No gaps at all here. 158 for 6. He's back and that's a flatter, faster delivery. Again, can't score in that 2 pace on him. Moti is into his 7th over, 2 for 39. He's a leading wicket taker so far in this competition. A leading spinner, I must say. Is driving and can't beat Imla. Pressure mounts here. Over number 37 completed. 158 for 6. They need 148 more runs from 78 balls. Stout is 21. Looks as if the Windward Island Volcanoes have given up.
Well, the Jaguars are not giving it away either. The spin bowlers are keeping it nice and tight. They're not flighting. They're keeping it flat, bowling it nice and quick. They're not giving the drives. They're not giving it too short. So there's good bowling from the Jaguars as well.
So, Shanda Paul Hemorrhage will start. And he will be looking to move into another over. And they're getting through their overs very, very, very quickly in the second semi-final. He's into his 7th over. Flighted delivery. And Emmanuel Stewart almost yorked himself. Needed to use his feet and just hit that down the ground, down to long on. I think they want to bowl out the Windward Island Volcanoes. That's what it looks like here. Short delivery is back and cracking that out to the sweeper. And they get 1 run. 159 for 6 Darwin.
When you look at the insertion of John, one has to wonder what was the intent of putting John in. Was it
to bring up the run rate and to use the long hanger? That's what this was, Darwin. Easing a single right there. And Ramal Lewis couldn't save that one. So the score goes up to 160 for 6. It's almost like a roller coaster game.
I understand him going in with that intention.
Oh, you did?
But when he went outside, he never tried to hit one ball. He never tried to play an aggressive shot.
Well, he was trying that from since up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium against the Guyana Jaguars in the preliminary game. He never got it worked out. Anthony told me that he was going to get some fireworks from him. We're still waiting for the fireworks from John. Another dot ball, 160 for 6. Vinci, I think you're going to have to come in and wrap this game up. Certainly, because we're not going anywhere with this one. Maybe you and Anthony maybe can bring home some victory here. Here is a flighted delivery, and Emmanuel Stewart just going for, let's say, in a big drive, squeezing off of the outside edge down to third man. And the game is almost just like metering around here. 161 for 6. Is there hope still for the Windward Island Volcanoes? Stout is still there. Gets a flighted delivery, driving it past Imla, down to the long off fielder. Quietly, Hetmeyer, they get 2 runs. So, I think it's only a matter of time. Is 1 or 2 things are going to happen. It's either the Windward Island Volcanoes are going to bat out the 50 overs. Over number 38 completed, 163 for 6. Stout is 24, and Stewart is 3.
And certainly, this is looking more and more in favor of the Jaguars. They have played very well. They batted well. They pressed the Windward's bowling at a particular time in the game. And no one on this Windward Islands batting lineup have been able to return the favors to the Jaguar bowling. They have been on top. The Quicks with Athanase and Hodge, they will challenge a little bit, not with many boundaries, but not giving their wickets away. And since then, the spinners came on and just really applied the squeeze. And the squeeze has been on all the way through this inning. And the Windwards, Volcanoes, not able to release the pressure and are looking like they're going to go down in a few overs.
Well, the latest score here at the College Ground in the second semi-final of the CG Insurance Super 50 competition, Windward Island Volcanoes, their target is 306, 163 for 6. At the end of over number 38, we will take a lovely break here for you, and then when we come back, we'll have a double change with Vinci Boyne and Anthony Martin.
This is Middle Stump on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island. Take a dip in the hot springs, a scenic horseback ride, or water sports for the adventurous. Make your reservations today. Call 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
At only 45 minutes from the capital, Regents Hotel welcomes you to Portsmouth with 20 suites to make for an unforgettable stay in Dominica. Whether you're with friends or family, everything is done to make you feel like you're at home. Come taste the traditional dishes of Dominica in our gourmet restaurant. Enjoy a tour of the island and take a dip in the hot springs. Take an idyllic horseback ride or water sports for the adventurous. Visit Dominica and stay at the Regents Hotel. Make your reservations today, 767-275-3539 or 767-615-6221 or email info@regents.com.
Is Middle Stump on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Welcome back here to the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, where we're here for the second semi-final match in the CG Insurance Super 50 tournament put on by Cricket West Indies. This game being played between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Guyana Jaguars. The Windward Islands Volcanoes are presently on 163 for the loss of 6 wickets, and we see a delivery there by Gudakesh Moti, played away into the offside by Stewart for 6 runs. Well played over the ex-cover position. 6 runs, and they would want to get a move on. Presently, the required run rate is at 11.92, so they really have an uphill battle. The Volcanoes have basically gone dormant so far in this innings. We welcome Anthony Martin in the comments position. So we see the umpire here just waiting for the confirmation that that ball was hit for 6 as Moti bows his second delivery to Stewart, who plays it away into the offside. And Stewart would feel a bit a pressure on him because earlier in the innings he dropped Hetmeyer when I think he was just on 6. And
well, he's Miss Stump here now.
he has given a life. But I don't know if his life would be similar to the one Hetmeyer gave. Hetmeyer went on to score 113 runs. Oh, yes, he was also mis-stumped, way out of his crease. But Bramble has not had quite a has not been very tidy throughout this tournament neither. So here we see Moti, left arm around to Stewart, and he just tries to dab this away into the offside, but point comes into play. Ramal Lewis coming in quickly, feeling there's no run, so the score remains on 169 for the loss of 6 wickets. As he comes in and he plays it away uppishly in the air down to the long on position. Certainly wasn't looking to hit it over the boundary, just looking to get it into the open spaces and run the batsman complete a single. So the score now moves on to 180. As Moti comes in now to Stout, and he just drops it into the offside, looking for a quick single, but the captain,
there wasn't any.
The captain came around quickly to his left, ensuring that the batsmen remain in their creases. So no run resulted as over number 33, no, over number 39 comes to an end. And so the score now is 170 after 39 overs, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes really have their backs against the wall now.
Yes, and a missed opportunity there by Bramble. You know, maybe he gave him that because of his good job in giving Hetmeyer that opportunity to go on and make that 100.
Okay. So here we have Chandapal hemorrhage around the wicket to Stewart, and Stewart playing it away into the offside hard, but Imlak is in position. He feels well. No run resulting, and Imlak has been quite busy and very much involved in the play today. Again, he backs away, and this time he punches it away into the offside. Long off comes to his left. Hetmeyer fields, and only 1 run resulting. So the score now trickles up to 171 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yes, Imlak in the field, I really like to see him, real aggressive.
Yes. As a short delivery outside off stump and punched away by Stout. The short extra cover fielder Imlak came around. Here we are giving him high praise, and now he seems like he may have got a bit of bad bounce in the field, but the ball beat
bounce.
him.
Good bounce.
and went away to the deep long off position. So a single result in there. Score moves on to 72 for the loss of 6 wickets. As we see Stewart trying to play this away to the long off position. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he got much bat onto it, but he was able to dribble out into the outfield. And Sinclair comes in, fields, and gets the ball back in. So a single result in 173 for the loss of 6 wickets. And here we see a full toss, but Stout can only manage to get that off the outside edge of the bat, and it went away to the short third man position where is that who's that? Moti fielded, 1 run resulting. So
is it not the skipper in Leon Johnson down there?
Johnson, yes, but he threw it left-handed, so it kind of threw me off. So here we see the last delivery of the over, played away into the extra cover, deep extra cover position, 1 run resulting. So the end of over number 40 brings the score to 175 for the loss of 6 wickets. Stout, he is not out on 30. 26. Yes, Stout is not out on 26, and Stewart is not out on 13. Score 175 for the loss of 6 wickets after 40 overs. 10 overs remaining in the match, 60 deliveries remaining, 131 runs to win. Can the Windwards get it?
Well, this is a real uphill task here for the Windward Islands. I'm not sure that they will really get even close to this because most of the batsmen are in the pavilion.
Yes, and this delivery by Moti is short outside our stump, and Stewart plays it up over the extra cover fielder down to the long off position as Barnwell comes to his left, picks up, gets the ball back in. So the score now trickling up to 176 for the loss of 6 wickets. A very huge uphill battle here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They would need an explosion to get these runs as Stout taps this into the offside, and Lewis picks up, shies at the stumps, misses, backed up in the deep by Shepherd, and they run an overthrow, so they get 2 runs in the process. The score now moves on to 178 for the loss of 6 wickets. Now we see the Guyana Jaguars still being aggressive in the field. They're trying to effect a run out, but giving away an overthrow. That's Moti pitches this one just outside off stump. Stout just plays it away onto the onside. No run resulting as Moti fields to his own bowling. Comes in around the wicket to Stout. And Stout trying to play this one in the air. Doesn't look like he was trying to hit this with any measure of conviction, but it just peeled off the outside edge, went high in the air towards the point region, and Barnwell runs around, takes a catch, and there goes the wicket of
Wicket-keeper, Bramble.
Yeah, Bramble. Yes, Bramble runs around, takes the catch, and there goes Stout. With the score on 178. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes have lost their 7th wicket. And I think that was sort of on the card. The pressure was mounting. The batsman had to go for it. But again, Stout did not look like he wanted to hit that with any conviction. He just went and tried to play something away in the air, only resulting in him getting an outside edge, going high in the air and offering the wicketkeeper Bramble an easy catch.
Yes, the pressure is surely on here on the Windward Islands, and Stout really can't manage any of it, and he gifted his wicket away. I thought he could have gone to the offside, like try to hit that one to the offside, because that ball pitched outside the off stump. So rather than trying to hit it on the leg side, you know, where that ball was turning away from him as a right-hander, hitting against the turn, you know, it would have been easier for him to try and carve it through the extra cover region, even over the extra cover. You know, to the offside would have been a much better shot. But he wasn't thinking about that. He was thinking about the long handle and the power in that right hand.
Yes, and there we see Stewart now trying to go over the top, hitting this one high in the air, and Barnwell comes in from the long off boundary, coming all the way in and taking a very good catch. So a 2nd wicket falls in 2 deliveries. So Moti is really piling up the wickets. He came into this match as the leading wicket taker with 12 wickets. He has now taken 4 in this inning so far. So Emmanuel Stewart goes, caught Barnwell running in from the long off position. Very good catch because he had to cover quite a bit of ground. Came into about a mid-off position and was able to take that catch. And so Stewart goes, caught by Barnwell off of the bowling of Moti for 14. His 14 was caught off of 16 deliveries.
Yes, a good catch there from Christopher Barnwell. Running in and taking a diving catch there. Beautiful to dismiss Stewart. Stewart, you know, giving his wicket away and causing Moti to be on a hat trick here.
Yes, so 2 balls, 2 wickets. by Moti, and he must be feeling like he's on cloud nine at this moment. He's the leading wicket taker in this tournament. He's also has an opportunity to take 5 wickets in this match, and I certainly don't believe that the Windward Islands batsmen are going to stick around. The last 2 remaining wickets is either going to be fireworks or these batsmen are gonna fall cheaply. So let's see what happens as the new batsman coming out to the middle is Larry Edward. Larry Edward, his average is it looks like it's 7 runs per wicket. So not much expected of him, but this ball is played away by him into the offside as Ramal Lewis runs around and fields, which brings up the end of over number 41. 41 overs completed, 178 for 8. The Windward Islands Volcanoes are certainly in a lot of trouble.
Yes, before Moti bowled that final delivery, I was just wondering if he could have joined the elite group where those hat-tricks are concerned.
He would have certainly joined Andrew McCarthy for this particular tournament with a hat-trick.
Right, yes, and the other day I was watching, and when McCarthy got that hat-trick, I was saying, welcome McCarthy, because you have joined me.
So there we see Anthony Martin was willing to welcome Godakish Modi with open arms into the hat-trick club, but
exactly.
Moti was not able to fulfill or fulfill that requirement to join my commentator here, or commentsman, Anthony Iroots Martin, into the hat-trick club. So they're going to continue here. It looks like Shepherd, Romario Shepherd, will be continuing, but I don't know. I see Hetmeyer also shining the ball. Is he looking for a moment? Oh no, he relays the ball back to Romario Shepherd.
He's just trying to keep it clean there.
Yes. So the pressure is really mounting on the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and the score is presently 178 for the loss of 9 wickets. Is it? No, for the loss of 8 wickets, yeah. As Romario Shepherd comes in around the wicket. A short delivery there to the batsman. Is that Jordan?
Yes. Jordan.
Yes. Short delivery to Jordan, who fans it away towards the leg side. It goes to a square leg position, and only 1 run resulting. Score now moves on to 179. Jordan gets off the mark. He's on 1, and a bit of aggression there by Shepherd as he bowled a short delivery. He has, before this over, he had 5 overs for 24 runs in his first spell. 5 overs for 24 runs in his first spell, as he gets ready to bowl to Larry Edward around the wicket. This one, bang on target, just back of the length, keeping a bit low. Edward just blocking this one, keeping it out. I don't know. Do you think they're going to try and enjoy their batting, or are they going to just go for it?
Well, at this point, I think they best try and just bat out the 9 overs remaining and just settle for the loss.
So you think they should battle it out? All right. So here comes Shepherd. He's bowling the 42nd over. Another short delivery and hooked away by Edward, and this one went over the head of Permal for 4 runs, and he was backing up a bit too far he was backing up a bit too far, and the ball went over his head, and 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. It could have been, if he was back on the boundary, it should have been an easy catch, but see, bam, 1 bounce into the boundary, and a poor positioning there by the fielder.
Moti. So
it's
bad
Moti.
feeling there for Moti.
Yes. So here we see Shepherd employing the short delivery and pulled away with ferocity by Larry Edward, but around comes the deep mid-wicket fielder to his right. It's Imlach again, and he saves 1 run. He saves 3 runs.
Three runs.
Actually,
Three
because
runs.
the batsman only took 1 run.
Exactly. So good
we
fielding
good
there.
feeling
from
there,
Imlach.
and they didn't go. But it was very ferociously pulled by the batsman Edward. You know, that shot deserved 4 runs.
Yes, a very good shot there from the lower, the batsman. And unfortunately, you know, Imlach was the man on the boundary. And,
Yes.
you know, he's fiery in the field.
Yes, he was around quite quickly to effect that save. So the score now moves on to 184 for the loss of 8 wickets. We're in the 42nd over, bowled by Romario Shepherd. As he comes in around the wicket, this time he'll be bowling to Jordan, and again another short delivery, this one outside the off stump, and Jordan still elects to play a pull shot when he would have been better served maybe playing an uppercut or a cut shot. But anyway, no damage done.
Yes,
Dot ball.
An uppercut on the offside would have been a better shot because there's no one sweeping on the offside. Everyone is on the onside, and you're basically trying to tug it from outside the off stump into the hands of the fielders on the onside. And
Yes.
if you notice, look at the shot, the mid wicket.
Yes, this field is certainly set for the short pitch deliveries, and he bowls another short one and he's ferociously hooked away over the square leg position for 6 runs. And so these batsmen are not backing down from these short pitch deliveries that Romario Shepherd is bowling. Romario Shepherd is not an extremely quick bowler. Yes, he could get some of them up there at pace, but at best, he's still a fast medium bowler. And these batsmen are certainly showing him that, hey, you don't have the pace to trouble me. And so we're going to go after you. As the end of the over comes up, the score rushes on now to 190 for the loss of 8 wickets. 190 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Yes, a very good shot there from Jordan. You know, that one was dipped into the pitch short, and he dealt with it. 6 beautiful runs, and he's just getting back some of his own medicine that he would have given to the Guyanese batsman early on in his bowling spell.
Oh yes, oh yes. And so here we see a new over now as Moti, searching for his 5th wicket, bowls to the left-handed Edward, who plays it away into the onside, into the square leg position, and Imlach runs around to his left from mid-wicket, fields only 1 run resulting. So yes, Jordan would be trying to get back some of those runs and, you know, even redeem some pride for the Volcanoes here in the lower stages of the game. As the score moves on to 191 for the loss of 8 wickets, Jordan is about to face. He's not out on 7, having hit a 6, a magnificently played 6 in the last over off of Romario Shepherd. And Edward, he's the not-out batsman, and we see Johnson here as if he's making some adjustments in his field.
Yes, a big conference here.
Yes, and has delayed the game somewhat as Moti prepares to bowl to Jordan around the wicket, and Jordan backs away, he cuts this down to the sweeper, Raymond Reefer, who picks up, gets the left-handed throw back into the keeper. So Bramber collects another run. So 192 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Yes, and Jordan, he's surely going hard at everything. He's not using any soft hands.
Yeah, so why not? Why not? I mean, you're gonna lose and go home anyway. Why not have some fun out there and try and hit some balls? As Moti bowls, this one is down the leg side and it's a wide delivery. So Edwards was, looked as if he wanted to play, but he just allowed it to go through, shadow batting. And so a wide signal as a short fine leg comes into play. And Edwards plays this full length delivery, flighted, hit out too long off as Barnwell comes in to play. He picks up the delivery. As you know, Barnwell took a very good catch running in from the deep to dismiss, was it Stewart? Stewart in the last over off of Moti, as Moti comes around the wicket this time, bowling to Jordan, who just pushes it back down the onside of the pitch. No run resulting. The score, this is the 43rd over being bowled, 194 for the loss of 8 wickets. Moti continues. This is his final over. 53 runs scored off of him so far, and he has already picked up 4 wickets. Is he going to get his 5th wicket, as this ball is The batsman Jordan is trying to tug this away into the onside. No timing on the shot as it just trickles out to the mid-on fielder, Romario Shepherd. No run resulting. So the final delivery of Moti's spell is coming up. The final delivery. He would have had a very successful spell, picking up 4 wickets. And again, we see a delay in the game as Johnson comes over to speak to Moti. Final delivery of his spell. I don't know what he could be discussing at this time, but Moti.
Give it some ear.
Moti Bose, this one is giving some air and a little bit of bounce, turning away from the batsman as he looked to hit it away towards the onside.
I knew that.
And that brings up a very good spell, or ends a very good spell by Moti, as he has completed his 10-over allotment. He goes 10 overs, 53 wickets, no maidens, as a very good spell there by Moti, and he continues to lead the competition in wickets. He would have acquired now 16 wickets so far in the tournament, and he's been having a very good tournament.
Yes, and he would have shown why he's the leading wicket taker for the tournament, taking 4 in this particular game. And, even though he would have gone for 53 runs, still a very good job here by Moti.
Yes, a very good job as we see Romario Shepherd preparing to bowl again. Do you think he's going to employ the same strategy from the last over where he was bowling? He bowled quite a number of short pitch deliveries.
Well, he's going to run in, I know for sure.
As he comes around the wicket, this one is a length delivery, just beating the batsman. The batsman probably was shaping, expecting that he was going to bowl another short delivery. His weight was on his back foot, and that one he was caught in no man's land, basically not in any position to play any kind of shot, and it just whizzed past the outside edge to the keeper. No run.
Yes, a good delivery there from Shepherd, just using his head and thinking there, expecting that the batsman would have been looking for that short delivery, and he pitched it up around about a good length there.
Yes, so he's bowling his 7th over. He's bowling again another length delivery, and it's just tapped away into the offside by Edward, beating the fielder there. Is that Chandapal Hemorrhage?
Yeah.
Beating Hemorrhage down to the deep cover position, and they only run 1, but it looked like they could have had 2 runs there. The score moves on to 195 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Well, Vincey, I think there any 2 there, 1 would be going back.
Oh, okay. Well, they weren't running aggressively to start with.
Exactly. So that's why there was no 2.
But if they were from the beginning, the possibility of a 2 was there. We're in the 44th over as Shepherd runs in, this time to bowl to Jordan, and Jordan is pulling this one down to the wide mid-wicket position, and Chandapal Hemorrhage comes to his left and fields, so 1 run again, resulting. The score now moves on to 196 for the loss of 8 wickets. Looks like they would be able to get past the 200-run mark. The score is 196 for 8. Edward is on 8 not out. He's facing, and Jordan, he's not out on 9.
Yes, and while I was off when the 25th over was bowling, continue.
So here we see Shepherd around the wicket, a full-length delivery and whipped away nicely by Edward into the deep mid-wicket position. The square leg fielder could not come around Imlach. He's fast, but not fast enough. He could not get there to save that one, and he rushes away into the boundary for 4 runs, and that brings up the 200. So the 200 comes up. That wonderful shot there by Edwards brings up the 200. 200 for the loss of 8 wickets. The 200 coming up in the 44th over, the 4th ball of the 44th over. Well played by Edwards, and Edwards is showing that he's willing, he's ready to play his shots. As Shepherd comes in again around the wicket, again another length delivery. He just taps it away onto the pitch into the offside, and no run resulting. As Hemorrhage runs in, picks up, no run again. So the score remains on 200 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Yes, good going here by the Guyanese. They're surely in the driver's seat and surely driving the Windwards where they want to go.
Yes, certainly. And what it sets up an exciting prospect for an exciting final, don't you think? As he comes around the wicket and he's peeling off of the edge, going down quickly to the 3rd man position. Barnwell is there and he stops it. One run coming. So Edward, another run. This one coming off of the outside edge of the bat. He moves on to 13 as the end of the over, end of over number 44 comes up. The score now is 201 for the loss of 8 wickets. 201 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Yeah, well, surely the finals, it will be a very good game. You know, the two best teams, you know, fighting it out, which would be the Guyana Jaguars and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. You know, they're the two best teams in the competition, and, you know, it would be a real good game on Saturday, you know. So we are ready for that, you know, because this game is surely over. But it's not over as yet, but it's really over.
Looks like it's over. So you think that the Jaguars will be feeling the force of the of Trinidad, or would the Jaguars be able to fight through the force of Trinidad?
Well, I would want to be present on that day in order to say how I think it would go.
So you think it will be an exciting game, though?
It should be.
All right. So here we see Chandapal Hemraj starting a new spell. He's bowling his 9th over. First delivery to Edward. Just push back up the track. So no run resulting. The score is 201 for the loss of 8 wickets. We're in the 45th over. As another delivery, we see Edward sort of dancing around in the crease. Couldn't do much with that. Just tapped it back up the track to Hemraj. And another delivery, plays it away into the extra cover position. We see Moti picking up there, threatening to knock down the stumps, but no run again. As Hemraj, this one is a bit down the leg side, and it's just flicked away by Edward down to Kevin Sinclair down there in the square leg position, deep square leg position. So 1 run resulting. Edward moves on to 14. His partner Jordan comes into strike. He's on 9 not out. I believe he's going to try and extend his arms, do you think?
I want to think so. He's aggressive when bowling and also when batting.
So here he faces Moti, and he swings hard at this one, trying to execute an expansive drive, but misses completely. Full length delivery, misses completely. A bit of a shout there by the Guyanese, probably thinking he may have gotten an inside edge. He gets trying to play this away into the offside. Sinclair comes into play. He feels no run, and a very quick over there by Chandapal Hemraj comes to an end as the 45th over comes to an end. 202 is the score for the loss of 8 wickets. Edward, he's on 14 not out, and Jordan not out on 9.
Yes, another very good over there from Hemraj. Just keeping it tight, just keeping it thereabout. And the finals, the reason why I said the finals would be a good game, because both teams, the Guyana Jaguars and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they would have been playing good cricket. The Guyanese only lost 1 game, and it's a game against the Red Force. So they would want to go into the finals and take revenge, you know, so each team would have lost 1 where the tournament is concerned. So it would be a big game. And then Trinidad, no, they wouldn't want to lose any. They would want to go straight through undefeated.
Well, I mean, it would be a shame to get to the final undefeated and then you lose to the team that you beat earlier in the tournament. Certainly they wouldn't want that to happen. So all in all, we're expecting a good game as Sinclair takes over from the southern end. He bowls his first delivery. This delivery is played away by Edward into the onside. No run resulting. So Sinclair, he has been quite steady today. His 7 overs before this went for 26 runs. Here he is around the wicket, and Edward coming across the wicket. Not sure what he was trying to do there, but he certainly got a bit of bat onto ball there and paddled it away towards the fine leg region. The fielder, is it Imlak? Was running around. He had to make up quite a bit of ground. Looked like he ran at least 30 meters there to try and save that, but was not able to. And it runs into the boundary. 4 runs for Edward. So Edward is there. He's planning to have a bit of fun while out in the middle as he moves on to 16. The score See there the ball hitting his pads and the umpire. There's an appeal for LBW. Johnson picks up and throws the stumps down, and it looks like
I think he's gone.
looks like Jordan might be gone.
He's gone.
It doesn't even appear as if the umpire. Okay, yes, he did send the
He did,
decision
yes.
upstairs, and so let's see what happens here. Bam!
And he's gone.
Oh, he's out.
By a
He's
mile.
out by a mile. Yes, he was backing up a bit too far. Edwards, I don't think there was a single there at all by any stretch of the imagination. Jordan advancing down the pitch, and Johnson picking up and effecting a very smart run out, just knocking over the stumps. And so Edward is still there while he watches Jordan walk away to the pavilion. And so they've lost their 9th wicket. The score now 206 for the loss of 9 wickets. 9 wickets down. We just seen the unfortunate dismissal of Ryan Jordan. Ray Jordan is going back to the pavilion as Preston McSween makes his way out to the middle.
Yes, too much speed and power out of the blocks there by Ray Jordan, and not enough breaks to go with that.
Some people say he should have pulled the hand lever so he would have been able to
Hand
get
lever
back.
couldn't help.
No?
Because when you pull the hand lever, all wheels are locked.
Well, at least you're ready to move.
You'll be sliding down the track.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Jordan has been dismissed, backing up a bit too far, and we see the new batsman McSween. But Larry Edward, he's facing up, and he punches this one into the offside, beating the fielder there, the captain Leon Johnson to his left. So 1 run resulting. So the score now trickles up to 207. 207 for the loss of 9 wickets. This is the 46th over being bowled by Kevin Sinclair. He's in his 8th over of the innings. As you see the batsmen just coming together. Not sure what they're saying. Look like they're just bouncing their gloves. But the new batsman is McSween. He's facing up to Sinclair. Let's see. And he pushes this one hard into the offside, just to the right of point, going into the cover region. 1 run resulting. So he's off the mark. Score moves up to 208 for the loss of 9 wickets. Edward comes back into strike. He's on 19. He's unbeaten on 19. McSween, he's on 1. 46th over being bowled here by Sinclair, as this ball is played away by Edward deep to the long off position, and Hemraj comes in and fields, picks up, brings up the end of the over. So at the end of the over, the score is 209 for the loss of 9 wickets. 46 overs completed by the Guyana Jaguars, and we see now a required run rate climbing up to 24.25 runs per over. Highly improbable that this total will be overhauled by the Windward Islands Volcanoes, as I welcome the ever youthful Vernon Springer back to the microphone.
Yes, with 1 wicket remaining here for the Windward Islands, surely that target is out of reach.
So Chandapal Hemraj, it flighted the river, just helped down to the fine leg fielder Kevin Sinclair. And the score quietly goes up to 210 for 9. Edwards is 21, McSween is 1. They need 96 more runs from 23 balls, the Windward Island Volcanoes. And Chandapal Hemraj is into his 10th over. Comes in now to bowl. To think he's bowled him. All over. So Anthony, just before I get Darwin to wrap up, your final thought process on this game here so far, as Darwin and myself will wrap up for the summary.
Well, this game was just a replay of the final preliminary round match between both teams that we would have viewed at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium. So it's basically a one-sided kind of game, but that's how it goes sometimes where cricket is concerned. Good knock there from Shimron Hetmeyer. Opportunity was given to him early in his inning when he was about 12 and he used it to the best of his ability. And, he produced a very good century to his name, his first for the tournament. And, he was looking really superb. And, good knock to the young man. And that was the inning that really put the Guyanese in play, in action, to get a very good total on the board. And they defended well. The bowlers came trumps and they did a good job. Moti, the man who has done the job there for the Guyanese, he is the leading wicket taker of the tournament, and he's showing why he's the leading wicket taker of the tournament. And I'm just, anticipating a very good finals between the Guyana Jaguars and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on Saturday.
Who you got your money on?
I would have to see the pitch and see the team, and then I would make my decision where that is concerned.
Well, Anthony, we'll see you on Saturday, making sure that everything comes all right. Just to let you know that the semi-final 2 game has been over. It's now a showdown now between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Guyana Jaguars. And as I wait for Darwin to get himself organized right here, just to give you a recap in terms of what happened earlier, where the Windward Island Volcanoes, they won the toss and inserted the Guyana batting team. Shanda Paul Hamrach caught Preston McSween, bowled John for 24, 29 balls, 4 boundaries. Tevin Imla caught Emmanuel Stroke, bowled Jordan for 14, 29 balls, 1-4. Shimon Hetmeyer scoring his 7th list 100. He was brilliantly caught by Emmanuel Stroke off Kevin Stowe for 113. And just to give you the stats on that, his 50 came off 45 balls, 68 minutes, 5 fours and 1 6. His 100 of 75 balls, 170 minutes, 11 fours and 3 sixes. He was eventually out caught by the wicketkeeper Emmanuel Stroke off Stout for 113, 80 balls, 11 fours, 5 sixes, a strike rate of 141.25, 129 minutes at the crease, Darwin. Very positive, a classy century from the man himself, Shimon Hetmeyer, Darwin, as you get yourself organized. Talk to me.
Yeah, certainly. Hetmeyer came in and proved his class today. He looked good. He came in, his team was in trouble, and played a very mature inning. He hit the ball when it was needed to be hit. He defended when he needed to, and all in all, a very, very controlled but dominating innings.
The partnership between Shimon Hetmeyer and Raymond Reefer. The 50 came off 70 balls, 36 minutes, 4 fours. The 100, 104 balls, 58 minutes, 8 fours and 2 6. The 150, 145 balls, 84 minutes, 13 fours and 1 6. And by the time the 194-run partnership came to an end, it was 257 for 5, Darwin, with the man himself, Raymond Reefer, getting a breezy 90. He would have been upset that he didn't get 100. 104 balls, 8 fours and 3 sixes, not before Leon Johnson, who was bounced out by Ray Jordan, caught Stout Jordan without scoring.
Yes, and I'm sure after fighting so hard to get in and getting in, started striking the ball really poorly in the beginning of his innings. But then in the midway and going further up, he really started playing well. His feet started moving, he struck the ball well, he supported Hetmeyer. He was on his way to what would be his first A-list 100, and he fell short with a poor shot, trying to lift one over cover, and was taken by Fletcher. It was very disappointing to see him go, but he played a lovely innings.
The Windward Island Volcanoes sort of put a break on the Guyana Jaguars scoring. Anthony Bramble was caught. Andrew Fletcher bowled John for 14, which is Ryan John. Romaro Shepard was left not out on 11. Kevin Sinclair on 9. The bowling figures for the Windward Island Volcanoes. But before we go there, we need to talk to you about the loss of wickets. 34 for 1, Shanda Paul Hamrach. 44 for 2, Tevin Imla. 63 for 3, Christopher Barnwell. 63 for 4, Leon Johnson. 257 for 5, Shimon Hetmeyer. 273 for 6, Raymond Reefer. 286 for 7, it was Anthony Bramble. But it was the spell by the man himself. You have to really give him some credit. Ray Jordan, who really rocked back the Jaguars batting. But the bowling figures, Preston McSween, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 45 runs, no wickets. Alec Athenes, 3 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, no wickets. Ryan John, 10 overs, no maidens, 42 runs, 3 wickets. Ray Jordan, 10 overs. He bowled with hostility. 1 maiden, 45 runs, 3 wickets. Sonny Lambris, 6 overs, no maidens, 36 runs, no wickets. Larry Edwards, 4 overs, no maidens, 42 runs, no wicket. Kevin Stout, 5 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 1 wicket. Kevin Hodge, 2 overs, no maidens, 23 runs, no wickets. You can't come into a semi-final, Darwin, and use 8 bowlers. I've never seen that happen.
Well, I think something went wrong with the plan. First of all, you have your role players and you have your support players. It was hard to detect from the bowling perspective what was going on, because when that fast bowler Ray Jordan was bowling really well. He had 4 overs. There was a water break, and I wondered why he didn't continue on the other end. He was giving Hetmeyer some trouble. He had him dropped an over before, and maybe an over or 2 more would have certainly put more pressure on Hetmeyer. But looking at what ended up happening, it just seemed as if Skipper Ambrose was trying to find something at the wrong time. He didn't keep it tight in the process. He gave a lot of runs away, and I think some decisions made there left a lot to be desired, and Guyana piled on a massive total that it was just way out of reach for this Volcano team.
Well, in the end, their 50 came off 67 balls. This is the Guyana Jaguars, 67 balls, 49 minutes, 6 fours, no sixes. They're 135 balls, 90 minutes, 11 fours, no 6. 150, 171 balls, 112 minutes, 14 fours and 2 sixes, 200. 214 balls, 138 minutes, 24s and 4 sixes, 250, 245 balls, 158 minutes, 23 fours and 8 sixes, they're 300. 304 balls, 200 minutes, 24 fours and 8 sixes. In the end, 305 for 6 or 50 overs, 22 extras, 7 leg byes and 15 wides.
Well, it was just too much, too many. And ill-disciplined bowling, a lack of a plan, lack of structure, and some of the role players themselves certainly didn't show up and left Ambrose guessing. He himself didn't bowl too badly, but I'm also surprised that he would be asked to bowl that many overs, since he's not really a regular bowler on the team. But he tried, and it wasn't good enough. The Jaguars got away.
Well, Darwin, to be able to get to 306 like the Leeward Islands Hurricanes against the Barbados Pride, who chased down 301, it would have meant that somebody would have had to put their hand up and score a big 100. We saw a strange move where Kevin Hodge and Alex Atenes was asked to open. Let me just give you a rundown in terms of what's happening. Kevin Hodge was eventually run out by Davin Imlach for 28, 45 balls, 2 boundaries, and the Windward Islands losing what we would say their first wicket on 54 for 1. Inside, you could say, the 13.1 overs.
Well, when you come out to bat in any 50-over match, you have to show intent, you have to show aggression, you have to let the bowling team know you're going to try to dominate them. And what we saw was 2 young players. They played well. They played within themselves. They didn't take too many risks, but they did not use the power play. And if you don't use the power play, then the pressure builds, and you're going to be behind in terms of your aggregate run rate. Now, if you are chasing 305 and you're not using the first power play, it begins to put pressure on you. And I think the strategy from the Windward Islands in putting these 2 similar players into open may have backfired a little bit. Not in that those players played poorly, but they were never able to press the Guyanese bowling. And if your bowlers are not being pressed, they begin to believe they have an edge, and it just built from there, and the bowlers got more and more confident and overpowered the Windward Islands batting.
In came the Spiceman, Andrew Fletcher, and because he's out of nick, out of form, he struggled. He was eventually caught Tevin Imla, a poor and nothing shot. Bowled for Sammy Pomal for 8, 27 balls, and at least 19 dot balls. He piled the pressure on and put some real pressure on the team. 77 for 2, Andrew Fletcher walking back to the pavilion.
Yes, poor innings. He's out of form. He looked that way and wasn't able to get the ball off the square, and he went back to the pavilion without adding too much to the effort.
But in the meantime, the young player from the Windward Islands and from the island of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Alex Atenes, was able to raise his first list day half century. His 50 came off 63 balls, 89 minutes, 4 fours and 1 6, and eventually, in the end, he misjudged a length delivery from Moti Kanai. He was out for 58, 75 balls, 38 dot balls, 4 fours, 1 6, 98 minutes at the crease. He'll remember his first list day 50 at Coolidge.
Well, it was a well-played 50. My coach, Irvin Shenenfeld, as I grew up, always said, play what you know to play. He shouldn't have played that shot. He was playing so well. He could have gotten a big score here, and he gave it away with a shot that just wasn't there. There was no need to play that shot, and Afanez will rue the day when he played that shot, and may very well want to leave that out of his repertoire for now. I think he played enough shots to say that he's a good enough player with a significant talent and would have done himself a whole lot more good had he continued to play the normal role that he was playing.
Well, Karan Kotoy is playing in this team, especially as a batsman. He scored 2 half centuries in this championship so far, and he came out and he really didn't look himself today. In the end, he was eventually caught Sheman Atmire, Bo Sinclair for 11, and that almost now started the cartwheel for the Windward Island Volcanoes with the loss of Karan Kotoy, 113 for 4 in 29.5 overs.
Yeah, he never looked the part. He came in and didn't add much to the effort here either.
Then it was the loss of their captain, Sonny Lambris. He was caught Anthony Bramble, Moti Kanai for 27 balls he faced. He hit 3 fours. It almost looked like a schoolboy shot because he got down on his knee and scooped the ball right up into the air. And as you said, the pressure just built on the Windward Island Volcanoes captain.
Yes, they started off at 3.8. It kept. They never really got beyond 4.9 or somewhere thereabouts. It got up as high. The required run rate got up as high as 10.9, 12 runs and over. It was just too much. And the skipper sat there. He saw the overs going. He had to try something. In the end, less than what we expect to see from the skipper in a semi-finals game. He was gone.
Ryan John was bowled Shana Paul Hemrich for 1. He faced 4 balls. Emmanuel Stewart was caught Barnwell, bowled Moti Kanai for 14. And then Kevin Stout, he also gave his hand away, caught Anthony Bramble, the wicketkeeper, bowled Moti Kanai for 28. Larry Edwards was... Red Jordan was run out for 9. Larry Edwards was left not out in 18. And Preston McSween, he was eventually bowled at the end of it, giving them a completion where they were just eventually bowled out, and a day when they really would not want to remember Darwin in a semi-final game.
Well, I think they're going to want to remember this game because they got up to the semis in a big tournament. That's good. The way they went out, they'll remember that too, and they would not want to repeat that. I think the team is deficient in some areas. I think the top order needs some good power hitting, and they need to go back and search for that and get the match right. I think they have the makings of something interesting, but they need to have some role players in both aspects of the game. The batting needs a power hitter, and they need to get someone who can hold the line in the bowling or get some wickets. They need two of those things to make this team a better team.
If you're chasing 300, your opening partnership was 54 between Kevin Hodge and Alex Attanes. 54 for 1. Kevin Hodge was the dismissed player. 77 for 2, Andrew Fletcher. 100 for 3, Alex Attanes. 113 for 4, Karan Kotoy. 144 for 5, Sonny Lambris. 151 for 6, Ryan John. 178 for 7, Kevin Stout. 178 for 8, Emmanuel Stewart. 206 for 9, Ray Jordan. And the final wicket was Preston McSween. 210 all out of 46.2 overs. The Guyana bowling. Shonda Paul Hemrich, 9.2 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 2 wickets. Romaro Shepherd, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 43 runs, no wicket. Kevin Sinclair, 8 overs, no maidens, 33 runs, 1 wicket. Raymond Reefer, 5 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wickets. Vasami Pamal, 7 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 1 wicket. And Gurish Moti Kanai, 10 overs, no maidens, 53 runs, 4 wickets. The man of the match certainly has to be Shimon Atmire, scoring his 7th list day 100, the bowling performance from the Guyana Jaguars.
Well, they did very well, and they had something going for them. They had 305 on the board and a batting team that never looked like they were going to overpower them. If your batting team is not going to stress you out, it becomes easier to bowl. They had a pretty easy time out there looking at what was coming at them, and they took advantage of it. The spin did well, and they kept the team in check and brought it all home.
Well, on behalf of my team, and I have to say my team, Darwin Telemark, Garfield Burford, Vincey Boyne and Anthony Martin, we want to take some time out to salute all of our partner radio stations. The Wave in St. Lucia, NCN in Guyana, KLS FM in Jamaica, CBC and VOB in Barbados, GBN and Real FM in Grenada, Vibes Radio in the Commonwealth of Dominica, and ABS Radio in Antigua and Barbuda. The technical staff, Taj, everybody who kept us going. But last but not least, the Caribbean Broadcasting Network, the Caribbean Superstation 90.9 FM in the British Virgin Islands and USVI. I'm Vernon Springer telling you to join us tomorrow from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the important match, the 5th and 6th place game between the Barbados Pride and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. We will be bringing it to you live and in living color from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Safe drive home, and remember, please don't trade your mask for a ventilator. This is Vernon Springer saying goodbye and be safe. Take your time going home, gentlemen.
You've just heard commentaries of the CG Insurance Super 50 Cup, a production of Vibes Radio, the champion station, in association with ABS Radio in Antigua. Join us again for more on Middle Stop. This is Middle Stop on Vibes Radio, the champion station.
Regents Hotel welcomes you for an unforgettable stay in Dominica.